A Daughter for the Mountain Firefighter. By Melinda Curtis. Prologue. Cole Hudson was never going to love her. Rachel Quinlan stared at Cole's parked truck. The engine wasn't pinging or popping because it had long since cooled, and the sick sensation caused by unyielding truth settled in her gut. Oh, liked her well enough and had even taken her out to dinner and to the movies a time or two. If pressed, he might even say he loved her. But it would be clear that he didn't love her, not in the happily ever after kind of way. With tear-filled eyes, Rachel stared up at the blue sky blossoming above Eden, Wyoming, a sky that cruelly promised a beautiful October day fit for a wedding, someone else's wedding. It wasn't just that Cole was 4 years older than Rachel and treated her as if she still hadn't reached puberty. Heck, she'd filled out a bra 3 years ago, and Cole hadn't seemed to notice. And that fact wasn't for lack of bodily contact. He gave Rachel a hug every time he saw her, sweeping her up and twirling her around, his deep laughter rumbling through to her soul. Rachel sighed. Nope. The problem was Cole Hudson didn't love her like a man loved a woman. He could never love her that way. Because he'd lost his heart to Rachel's older sister, Missy. Not that this was a news flash. But in that moment, staring at Cole's truck on Missy's wedding day, the reality of it all smacked into 15-year-old Rachel harder than it ever had before. She was a silly, daydreaming girl, just like Missy always told her, wasting time staring at the sky and weaving fantasies that would never come true. Missy didn't understand Rachel's dreams of leaving home. Missy was a big homebody. Heck, Missy protested if she had to leave Sweetwater County, claiming to want only to provide a good home for Rachel and their father. And Missy had. Because of her sister's cooking and taking care of the house, Rachel could pursue her dreams. She'd earned her pilot's license this year, reveling in the joy of soaring through the sky. Rachel had even helped her father rebuild the engine on his C-119 warplane. It did seem disloyal to have such strong feelings for someone Missy had once so dearly loved, but Missy had let Cole go, which left the door open for Rachel, didn't it? Rachel fidgeted. Only if Missy and Cole didn't still love each other, which didn't seem to be the case. The impossibility of having Cole love her threatened to overwhelm Rachel as she stared at his truck parked in front of room 22 of the Shady Lady Motel on the outskirts of Eden. The question was, who was in the motel room with Cole? Rachel shivered, crossing her arms against her suspicions and the early morning chill. In less than 4 hours, Missy was supposed to be marrying Lyle Whitehall in front of God and everyone at the chapel in the valley on Main Street. Lyle was the son of Eden's mayor, who was also the bank president and holder of the note on the small Quinlan ranch and airstrip. Dad ran an air freight business, but he wasn't very good at making money, and Lyle and his daddy knew it. When Missy married Lyle later today, their worries were supposed to be over. Rachel had no clue as to what would happen to them if Missy didn't marry Lyle at 11 o'clock, but she'd bet it wouldn't be very good. Last night, Rachel had known there'd be trouble when Missy had slipped out of her bachelorette party, running down the sidewalk to Cole's waiting truck, blonde hair flying behind her. Rachel had been the only one to see her leave. She'd lied to cover Missy's absence. By that time most of the women were too tipsy to notice the bride had flown the coop anyway. She'd driven home in Missy's truck, hoping old Sheriff Tucker wouldn't catch her driving without a license. After spending a sleepless night waiting for Missy to come home, Rachel had climbed into Missy's truck again, her heart heavy, and driven back into town at daybreak only to discover what she dreaded to find, Cole's truck parked at the motel. Now she wondered, was there going to be a wedding? What in the world was Cole doing messing things up like this? Rachel couldn't leave town after high school graduation if Dad and Missy weren't all right. And marriage to Lyle would make everything all right. Suddenly filled with anger, Rachel ran up to the motel room door and pounded on it. Before her fist struck a third time, Cole opened the door and stalked past Rachel without so much as a glance. Missy huddled in the mussed bed, a sheet pulled up to her shoulders and tears streaming down her pale face. Missy, who had always been Rachel's rock, and who was model pretty at 19, looked like she'd aged a hard 20 years. Rachel forgot all about her own shattered dreams as she ran across the worn, stained carpet to comfort her sister. Chapter 1. Gather round, kids. This is the end of an era. Here we go. Cole Hudson had just stepped up to the temporary outdoor sink at the Flathead, Montana, Fire Base Camp. He caught his reflection in the sliver of a mirror someone had duct taped to the sink wall. Was that smoke-smudged visage the face of a doctor? Must we do this? Jackson? We must. Jackson Garrett grinned and slapped Cole on the back. How else does one celebrate acceptance into medical school than with pomp and revelry? With a shower, a hot meal, and sleep in a real bed? Cole bent to the task of washing his arms and face before the sink water supply ran out. The shower truck was temporarily out of water. And dinner wasn't for another hour. Welcome to the world of wildland firefighting. You'll get everything you want and more at med school in the Bahamas. Logan McCall wiped his hands and face at the next faucet. His grin was just as broad as Jackson's. The rest of the Silver Bend hot shot crew surrounded Cole. Close to 20 firefighters. They'd been gathering gear and cleaning up before what they hoped was the long trip back to Idaho. Incident Command would let them know if they were released from duty today or tomorrow. It was about time. Smoke from the nearby wildfire filled their lungs and hung thick in the air like smog above a big city. Smoke clung to their clothes and bodies. It mingled with dirt and sweat on their skin and faces. They were a motley crew. But they were his crew. I'm going to miss them. Didn't mean Cole wanted this little kumbaya. He hated goodbyes. He ducked his head and tried to get the grime from beneath his fingernails. Everybody grab a drink to toast Chainsaw's last fire season. Jackson raised his water canister. Chainsaw. Cole's nickname was based on his role on the team. He was the guy who cut a swath through the forest to create much-needed roads and fire barriers. He loved being on the front lines where the fire kept you on your toes, where there was no time for reflection or what-ifs. He wanted to be an doctor for the same reason. But after this fire, no one would call him Chainsaw again. He'd be Dr. Hudson. Dr. Hudson. He'd spent years telling friends and family he was a science major, joking about working in a lab when he retired from firefighting or becoming a teacher. It was why his firefighting nickname wasn't Document. That moniker had gone to a younger, more vocal man on the team. Cole had never dared do more than dream that he could become a doctor. He'd never dared give his dream voice. And now. Another quick glance in the mirror confirmed his suspicions that he didn't look like any doctor he'd ever seen. His shoulders were too broad, his neck thick, the result of hefting heavy equipment up and down forest trails for months. He looked more like Chainsaw than Dr. Hudson. You don't even know if we're being released for sure, Cole grumbled. Regardless, the others in their hotshot crew raised their water bottles, as there was no beer allowed in camp. Cole scrubbed harder. Jackson nudged Cole away from the sink. You've all worked next to Chainsaw for years, or in some cases just this fire season. You know he's a hard worker with a strong back to carry his chainsaw onto the front lines. And that he's a good friend. A man devoted to cleanliness. Logan handed Cole a paper towel. A thirsty man. Victoria thrust a cold bottle of water into his hands. A man you can trust your secrets to, Jackson, their fearless leader, continued, still wearing that ridiculous grin that promised fun at Cole's expense. Rescue damsels in distress with. Or call when you want to close down a bar. That won't change when he gets to the Bahamas, Logan said slyly. Hey, I won't have time to hang with babes in bikinis on the beach. Although the idea appealed, Cole had to knuckle down. It had taken him 11 years to graduate with a pre-med degree. 11 years of watching every penny. And for the past few years, he'd been increasingly aware that he was the oldest of students. Heck, he was 5 years older than Doc on their crew, who was heading into his residency soon. Going to med school offshore hadn't been Cole's first choice. But financially, it had been his only choice. He was 30 and he couldn't even afford a cat. If he wasn't studying or attending classes, he'd be picking up a part-time job while his much younger peers would probably be enjoying the Caribbean life. You can study on the beach, Logan said, grin falling. Life is too short not to stick your toes in the sand. Logan should know. He'd lost his twin sister over a year ago. We'll expect that picture of a tropical sunset, Victoria said, just as somberly. She'd survived a bout of cancer. Not one of those postcards. The real thing. Cole ran a hand through his hair and nodded. Once. At the very least, he owed his team that much. Chainsaw, Jackson clapped a hand on Cole's shoulder. Cole, what we're all trying to say is that you're a hot shot who's earned our respect and you'll be missed. Everybody hydrate. Jackson drank water to a chorus of Here Hey Race. First round of beer is on me at the Painted Pony when we get back home. That elicited more cheer than Jackson's farewell speech. And then the team scattered. Some went to stand in line for a shower, hoping the water supply would soon be fixed. Some, like Jackson, stepped up to a sink. Others checked their cell phones. It had been a rough few weeks in the Flathead Mountains, made worse since it was the last fire of the season and they were all tired. The fire had toyed with the crews on a daily basis and finally overrun them with near-deadly consequences 2 days ago. Cole's best friend Aiden had nearly lost his dad in the flash fire. He now sat vigil at a hospital in Missoula waiting for his father's recovery. I could use a hot meal. Logan dug out a baseball cap from his pack, pausing to look at the plastic-encased picture of his family dangling from the strap. Gotta keep up my strength. Thea wants me to install solar panels when we get home. He sounded like he wouldn't mind a honey-do list. I heard they're serving steak tonight. Jackson dried his hands with a towel, efforts lingering over his wedding band. Probably won't have much in the way of marinade. His wife was known for her spicy sauces and salsas. His friends were devoted family men. It wasn't just going to be an ocean dividing them. Cole had vowed long ago that he wasn't getting married. Long before that, he'd decided he wasn't a family man. He breathed in the smoky air. Forest fires smelled completely different than house fires. Was it wrong to hope for another day on the job? Or 2? He didn't have to leave for school until January. Let's get into the chow line before they run out of beef. Logan zipped up his bag. I'm ready to go home. Home. For Cole, home wasn't in Silver Bend, Idaho, a place he and his parents had settled when he was 19. But it wasn't Antigua either. Home was where he'd left his heart 11 years ago. In Eden, Wyoming. Looking forward to the end of the fire season? Hey, we're heading into October and I'm in the black this year. Why would I want it to end? Rachel Quinlan walked with purpose next to her co-pilot Danny in base camp. A strong finish to the fire season was just what she needed. I made enough to add a second plane to Fire Angels next year. I will proudly fly Fire Angel too. The old man moved with a limp and shoulders stooped with age, but he was still one of the best air tanker pilots around. I wouldn't trust my tanker to anyone else, Rachel reassured him. Now that Pop was too ill to fly, he held down the home front, taking care of Jenna and Matt while she tried to keep their creditors at bay. I may be ancient in dog years, Danny removed his baseball cap and gestured at the firefighters around them with a laugh. But these young bucks are dragging their behinds. A nearby firefighter shot Danny a deadly look. Let's not go looking for trouble. Rachel glanced around, unable to stop herself from looking for Cole. She knew he'd gotten a job as a hotshot 11 years ago. But it was impossible to pick out anyone she knew beneath the yellow helmets and layers of grime. And besides, 11 years was a lifetime for a hotshot. He'd probably retired by now. If you didn't like trouble, Rachel, you wouldn't fly for the Forest Service. With a playful flick of a gnarled hand, Danny broke her reverie by flipping Rachel's baseball hat off. There wasn't much of a breeze, but it was enough to carry it several feet. Rachel scrambled to pick it up. Someone beat her to it. As the man straightened, Rachel felt her knees go weak. Cole. Cole Hudson had filled out since she'd seen him over a decade ago, and he seemed taller. Was that even possible? Rachel swallowed, trying to rectify her image of him as a teenager with the man standing front and center. That square jaw had never seemed so hard. That brown hair had never had so many natural highlights, making him almost look dirty blonde. And yet other things hadn't changed. His dark eyes sparkled with friendly familiarity. His hands still looked strong and capable. She swallowed again. Cole Hudson had flaws. She just had to remember them. And that would be. His green pants and yellow Nomex shirt looked dirty enough to stand up on their own. Seriously? That's the best I can do? Rachel? Cole's voice had deepened too, like a plane engine in its prime, all rumbly up and down her spine. Is that you? She couldn't so much as breath out an answer. The woman suffering brain freeze without ice cream? Why, yes. Yes, that's me. Rachel nodded. The secrets she kept pressed against the back of her throat, while her pride squared her shoulders. She wasn't a little girl who worshipped him anymore. It was time she acted like it. But before she could act, the breeze kicked up and Rachel caught a whiff of herself, sweat and exhaust fumes, slurry and engine oil. Ugh. Not exactly the way she'd pictured this reunion. But it was unlikely he'd fulfill her childhood dream by falling at her feet and professing his undying love. Rachel cleared her throat and plastered what she hoped resembled a smile on her face. Hey, Cole. It's been a long time. And then Cole was laughing as he scooped her up and spun her around in a crushing embrace that inexplicably slowed the world down, winding it back, to a simpler time when anything was possible and happiness had seemed so easy to attain. Cole. As a girl, she'd been thrilled by his twirling embrace. Exhilarated that she could make him laugh. Without thinking, Rachel clung tighter, pressed closer. She'd spent the happiest days of her youth tagging along with Cole and Missy. He'd taught her how to kayak and helped her with her science homework. He'd taken her on her first motorcycle ride and cheered from the sidelines when she made her first solo landing. For the 6 years he and Missy dated, he'd been her special someone. She judged every man against him. And now as he held her, it was like those days had never ended. The buzz of a small Cessna's engine overhead brought reality crashing back. What was she doing? Put me down. Rachel struggled against Cole's rock-solid chest and her traitorous infatuation. Cole. Put me down. Almost immediately, his arms loosened, and Rachel stumbled back. This guy buggin' you, Rachel? Danny asked, a small, steadying presence at her side. Cole stared at Rachel and waited for the verdict. No. He's an old friend, Rachel admitted, although she had evidence to contradict her statement. Why don't you get back in line, Danny? I'll catch up with you in a minute. Sparing Cole a wary look, Danny moved slowly toward the chow line. She and Cole Hudson on the same fire after all this time? Was this some kind of sign? Missy had been all into signs. It's raining, she'd say. That's a sign we should stay home. Rachel, Cole said, as if testing the syllables on his tongue. He looked lonely. And tired. Exhaustion lined his face. You look like you've been ridden hard and put up wet. It was one of her father's old sayings. Likewise. Cole handed her the baseball cap. What are you doing out here? So serious. It was as if that twirling hug had never happened. Rachel glanced beyond Cole to the smoke-filled horizon. Things were so much easier in the air than on the ground. I'm contracted with the Forest Service, working the fire just like you. He frowned, taking in her appearance from head to toe. Hot shot? She wasn't wearing the hot shot garb that Cole was, fire-resistant drab green slacks and a yellow button-down. Rachel flicked her thick ponytail over her shoulder with a laugh. Me? Fight fires on the ground with nothing more than a shovel or a chainsaw. I'm not that foolish. I'll leave that to you, thank you very much. And she should leave him standing there with the question she knew he was dying to ask, how's Missy? But Rachel's boots seemed to have taken root in the dirt while her heart drank him in. You're flying air tankers? You don't have to sound so surprised. Rachel raised her chin. She was proud of the fact that she was one of the few female tanker pilots, prouder still that she was owner of her own tanker service. She flew a PB-4Y2 privateer, an airplane that had served in at least 2 wars. Dumping fire retardant on 40-foot-high flames on runs reminiscent of those barnstorming fighter pilots who'd come before her was Rachel's idea of heaven. Sometimes she couldn't believe they paid her to do it. Cole cursed under his breath, taking Rachel by the arm. "Look, kid." "Kid?" Rachel bristled. In the back of her mind, she'd always believed that Cole would approve of what she was doing, would jump at the chance to make a run with her. She'd never imagined he'd treat her as if she were still 15 and waiting for her first kiss. Rachel shook off his hold. "You've always been a risk-taker, but," Cole lowered his voice and leaned closer. "I'm sure you've noticed how air tankers have been dropping from the sky lately." He was right. A lot of the old beauties weren't able to take the stress of diving into deep valleys and pulling up to avoid the trees on the opposite side of the basin. Maybe there have been a few older models that haven't held up after 50 or more years of hard service, but my plane is different. Rachel had rebuilt the privateer's engine herself and was confident it could withstand the stress. She resisted the inclination to tell him she was one of the most respected pilot mechanics in the business, something she could thank her father for. "I know what I'm doing, Cole." Cole reached out and removed her aviator sunglasses. "What happened to your freckles?" Rachel snatched them back and thrust them into place. "I grew out of them." If only she'd outgrown her feelings for Cole. "And Missy?" Cole finally asked the question she'd been dreading. "How is Missy?" His gaze softened. Was Cole still in love with her sister? After everything he and Missy had done to each other? The ultimatums? The abandonment? The wedding day? Rachel's heart panged for so many reasons, not the least of which was the sudden disintegration of her teenage crush. "I would have thought you'd have asked someone about her before this." "She passed away." Cole swayed. Rachel reached out to steady him. "I had no idea." His gaze wandered around, from the latrines to the chow line to the trucks rumbling out of camp. Then his attention swung back to her. "When?" She released him as if scalded. 5 years ago." She waited for the import of the timeline to sink in. And waited. Cole stared at the smoky horizon and said nothing. Did nothing. The way he must have reacted 5 years ago when Missy hadn't answered his summons. Chapter 2. Last run of the afternoon, Rachel said as Danny landed Fire Angel 1 the day after she'd bumped into Cole. They'd done nothing more exciting than drop retardant around the perimeter of the fire all day long. No flames were raging out of control and no firefighters were trapped and in need of rescue. Safe, sure. But very ho-hum. She could have used a distraction, so she didn't continue to replay her meeting with Cole over and over in her head. Last run of the season, Danny corrected wistfully as he taxied the privateer to the retardant base. Despite the shift in winds this afternoon, the Dragon appeared to be contained, and they'd been ordered to drop one last load of slurry on the steep eastern slope near the road before refueling and heading home to Wyoming. A season of flying was over. Rachel should be happy. She should be looking forward to purchasing a second plane. Instead, in their passes over the fire, she'd caught glimpses of the crews below, bolstering the last of the fire lines before this beast burned itself out. She couldn't help but wonder if Cole was one of them, if he looked to the sky as she flew over. If he thought about Missy or Rachel with regret. On the edge of the runway, the ground crew stood ready, gloved hands holding hoses that would pump another 2,500 gallons of fire-smothering slurry into the belly of the privateer. Originally a long-range Navy patrol bomber built for World War II, Fire Angel 1 had been stripped clean to make room for the massive tank that had been riveted within the plane's belly. Without waiting for Danny to cut the engines, the ground crew approached, each dragging a hose and looking like aliens from the Red Planet, because their boots, clothing, hats, goggles, gloves and masks were covered with a sticky glaze of crimson slurry. It would take them only a few minutes to fill the tank to capacity. My turn to fly. Rachel faced the old bomber pilot, raising her voice over the whoosh and splash of slurry pouring into the privateer. How much do you want to bet this is the most boring run of the season? I'll pass on that bet. Danny turned his cap backward and pushed his sunglasses firmly up the bridge of his crooked nose. Too bad boring is safe, 'cause safe ain't livin'. Didn't that sum up Danny's outlook on life? At least I've got something to do this winter. An old C-119 warplane in need of restoration for a collector in Nevada. You'll have to wait until spring to fly again. Don't remind me. Her co-pilot laughed. Better make this last run stellar, then, kid. Are you up for barnstorming the camp? Danny was always suggesting daring deeds, probably because as a fighter pilot, he cheated death more than his share. I'm not up to having my pilot's license revoked, Rachel groused as she climbed behind the pilot's controls. Or my contract with the Forest Service. Which in turn would lead to the demise of her dreams of running a multi-plane operation so she wouldn't have to sweat over every bill. The slurry hoses quieted. The tank was sealed back up. With a wave, the men in red retreated to wait for the next plane. Danny grinned. Where's your sense of adventure? You could die any day. Life is meant to be lived. Let's take to the air, kid. Who's ready to head home? Jackson yelled at the Silver Bend hotshots packing their gear in base camp. The youngest of their crew already had their earphones on and were oblivious to Jackson's question. Cole didn't answer, Jackson either. He hadn't had much to say since Rachel had told him Missy was dead. He'd had more questions, but she'd walked away. Payback, he was sure, for the way he'd left Missy 11 years ago. I'm ready. Logan yawned. How about you, Chainsaw? Cole made a non-committal sound. It was official. Their team had been released. The fire was at the mop-up stage. That meant that less skilled crews with lower hourly rates could be utilized. And since Silver Bend was an Idaho crew, not a Montana one, they were among the first to be released and sent home. States took care of their own. Their duffels were stuffed with dirty clothes and reeked of smoke. They'd been fed and assured their paychecks were in the mail. All that was left to do was to load up, gas up and head for Idaho. Still, they weren't in their civvy gear yet. There was always a chance when you were on a fire that you'd be called back into the thick of things. And this fire had created its own weather almost every afternoon since they'd been there, wreaking havoc with predictions and putting lives in danger when the winds whipped flames to dangerous heights. Even now Cole could feel the wind pick up and change direction. He lifted his face to the sky and breathed in deeply, much as Jackson was doing. An airplane roared past. It was one of those antique planes that the Forest Service kept threatening to ground because of performance issues, planes so old they had a high likelihood of crashing. Cole had no way of knowing if it was Rachel's or not, but he couldn't take his eyes off the plane. In some weird way, she was the only thing he had left of Eden. Rachel snapped a photo of the fire with her phone, and then tucked her cell back into her utility vest pocket. This year she'd taken some spectacular shots from above of other tankers dumping their payloads on hot targets. She loved her aerial view of the world. Voices crackled urgently in her headset. Did you hear that? Rachel shouted over the roar of the 4 prop engines. You heard right. Danny grinned. Winds shifted. There's a crew that might be trapped if they don't get help soon. This is no longer a milk run, kid. Rachel banked and brought the plane into a new trajectory. They were minutes away from the location, a deep slope in a narrow valley. As approaches went, it would be easy. They'd have to fly as low as they could over the canopy of trees. It was the climb out that was going to be tricky. Not impossible for Danny and Rachel, but it would by no means be a cakewalk. Rachel flew over the drop site once, taking in the fire racing after the fleeing men and women in yellow shirts before losing them in thick plumes of smoke. She studied the seamless horizon broken only by a lone pine towering 40 feet above the main tree line. Not much time, Rachel noted, praying Cole wasn't down there running for his life. Could she live with herself if Cole never knew he had a daughter? Don't need much time if your aim's good, Danny said, always fearless. We've got to watch out for that granddaddy pine as we come out. Rachel scanned the gauges for any sign of stress in the privateer. Everything looked normal. She spared a quick glance at her latest picture of Jenna and Matt. Jenna smiled with the unworried expression of a preteen who hadn't yet discovered boys. Matt's grin had been known to melt the hearts of ice cream store clerks. Coming out of the turn, Rachel leveled out the plane, took a deep breath, and then put them into a dive. Down, down, down they plummeted toward the flaming treetops. Her stomach dropped at their rapid descent, but she was smiling as if she rode a roller coaster. Slow down. Don't lose them in the smoke. The voice of the attack boss, circling high overhead in a small Cessna, crackled through the airwaves. You're coming in too fast. Don't listen to him. He's never flown a bird like this in his life, Danny yelled, leaning forward as if that would help him see better through the smoke. We need speed. More speed. Rachel agreed with Danny. They had to come in fast for their payload to slow the fire and create an escape route. And then slingshot out, even if they were breaking a few safety regulations by flying in near-blind conditions. She gave the privateer more throttle. The plane shuddered with anticipation. Visibility dropped as smoke wrapped around them. Rachel craned her neck as she tried to see out. The roller coaster thrill was long gone, replaced by a burst of adrenaline that prickled her limbs. There was no time for more than a fleeting thought of home, a reminder made more apparent by seeing Cole today. But she wasn't the only one with responsibilities and loved ones. There was that crew running from death. She and Danny were their only hope. Her hands on the yoke were steady. Pockets of visibility strobed in the smoke beneath them, showing her the way. Almost there. Don't let up, Danny cried. And, now. Rachel punched the button on the steering yoke and felt the first 3 drop doors shutter open. At their rate and angle of descent, the red slurry would catch the front flank of the fire, slowing the raging head of the beast. Right on target, kid. Hit it again, Danny cried, peering down at the flaming forest. Rachel released the final 3 doors, catching sight of some of the fleeing crew. The privateer was long gone by the time the slurry would hit the ground. The smoke ahead was dense and dark. Visibility worsened as she entered the plume. Rachel banked, forcing the plane into a blind move against their momentum, against gravity. They had to clear the mountain ahead. The privateer bucked and groaned in complaint. The cockpit was dim, the air ahead of them impenetrable to the eye. The attack boss cursed over the airwaves. Where are you, Fire Angel 1? Hold together, baby, Rachel murmured, praying the privateer was up to the task, praying for visibility, praying for clear airspace ahead. Steady, Danny cautioned. The smoke thinned as the plane climbed, shuddering from the effort. Then they were bursting out into a blinding dose of sunlight toward a thick spire of green. That tall tree. Too close. It was too close. Bank. Bank hard. Danny shouted, as they raced toward the lone pine 50 feet ahead. Rachel wrestled the yoke into a turn. But it was too late. The privateer took the pine heat in. The crack of the tree. The rip of metal. The shattering of glass. The acrid smell of smoke combined with the fresh smell of pine. Rachel's face stung and the air whooshed out of her lungs as something struck her in the rib cage. Impossibly, the plane seemed to float, pause, as if deciding whether to continue or give up. And then it bucked forward. We're still flying. Danny cried, as if that was the best news ever. 3 engines running. Hot diggity. Her ribs were on fire, breathing became agony. But she didn't dare spare a glance down at herself, because she could barely control the steering yoke, much less reach the other controls hidden beneath a tangle of green. The privateer bobbed and dipped dangerously above the canopy. Rachel didn't think they could stay in the air much longer. They'd lost an engine on the right side. The landing strip was too far away, and the only thing between them and the airport was miles and miles of trees. Something sputtered to her left. That's not a good sign. More thrust. Danny reached for the control panel. But the thrusters and gauges were covered with chunks of tree, barricaded in as if the old pine, in death, wanted to make sure it didn't go down alone. Danny tugged at the wood, but a good portion of the trunk lay across the controls, and pinned Rachel to her seat. Her hands started to shake. The noise level decreased as one of the engines on the left died. Something an awful lot like doom swirled in Rachel's gut. She couldn't leave Jenna and Matt like this. The corner of their picture peeked out from behind pine needles. Fuel? Rachel shouted as they shot out over the ridge and a new crop of trees waiting to shish kebab them. Danny tugged frantically at the wood covering the thrusters. Fuel's fine, but we need more power. I'll try restarting the engines. We're losing altitude, she said, unsure if Danny heard her. Danny released a string of curses and his safety harness and dug frantically for the controls. Rachel's eye caught the corner of the photo barely visible on the dash. She'd been so close to financial independence, so close to ensuring Matt and Jenna had a good future. Chapter 3. Did you hear that? Cole craned his neck to look up into the smoke-strewn sky. It's just a plane, Logan answered, busy stowing his bags. Cole shook his head. It was a crack or a boom or something. A small two-seater plane was circling low over a point to the northeast. Look at that. Jackson pointed at the incident command tents pitched on the rise above them. Something's happening. Sure enough, members of the IC team were running out of their individual tents that served as mini offices tracking fire behavior, weather, personnel and the like, and were heading for the main tent. Just as a pair were about to yank open the door to the IC tent, the camp helicopter pilot burst out and ran toward the makeshift chopper pad at the end of the parking lot. Something cold and unpleasant gripped Cole, momentarily freezing him in place. He didn't need to possess Jackson's near-psychic abilities to guess what had happened. The observation plane, which coordinated air attacks, was circling, flying too low. A tanker plane had gone down. They'd be asking for volunteers to go on the rescue, crew members with medical training or rappelling experience. Come on. With one hand, Cole grabbed onto Jackson. Chainsaw, Cole, what are you doing? Jackson dragged his feet. A plane went down. The fact that Jackson didn't answer only confirmed Cole's suspicions. Jackson knew it, too. You're not the only one who can read the signs of trouble, too. Cole swung the red bag emblazoned with a big white cross from the ground into Jackson's chest and started towing the slider man in the direction of the helicopter. You and I are getting on that chopper. Okay? Face pale, Jackson quickened his steps. But I'm warning you. I'm not a good flyer anymore. There! Cole shouted above the whine of the helicopter rotors 15 minutes later. Since Incident Command had confirmed it was Rachel's aircraft, Cole's gut had been churning faster than the chopper's rotors. The fuselage of a plane rested precariously on a canopy of trees 50 feet above the ground to their left. I can't look, Jackson said beside him, green at the gills. Be more specific. It's balanced in the trees. The nose of the plane was smashed in and the windshield shattered. From this angle, Cole couldn't see inside the cockpit. Branches thrust through the windshield. No one flagged them down as they approached. It doesn't look good, the co-pilot said over the comm. Not dead. Rachel couldn't be dead. The co-pilot snapped a hook attached to his harness to a safety line, then opened the side door. Wind and the smell of smoke, both wood and fuel, rushed into the cabin as the co-pilot began prepping the equipment needed to drop someone out of the airplane. Cole unbuckled his seat belt and stood, grabbing a hand loop for balance, stepping toward the door. Sit down, the co-pilot commanded with a stern look, yelling over the din. I'm going down there. There was no way anybody was going to keep him from being a part of Rachel's rescue. You'll get your chance at being a hero, the co-pilot agreed, still shouting. The air up here is choppy. Ever see a man fall 80 feet to the ground? As if emphasizing his point, the helicopter pitched Cole in the direction of the open door. I'm gonna puke. Jackson grabbed Cole by the waistband and yanked him back. The co-pilot laughed. I always knew you hot shots were a bunch of wusses. Buckling in next to Jackson, Cole took in his friend's haggard appearance. Hang in there. I need you. Have you rappelled out of a helicopter before? The co-pilot shouted at Cole. Cole nodded, deeming it wise not to mention he'd only done it once in a training exercise. Despite his nausea, Jackson managed to raise his eyebrows at Cole. Get into this. The co-pilot tossed a 4-point body harness at Cole's feet. When Cole had the harness on, the co-pilot hooked a nylon rope to it and positioned Cole near the door. Beneath him, there was still no sign of life. I'm going to let you down slow. Try not to put your weight on the plane because we don't know how stable it is. You will not be going inside, copy? Cole nodded because that seemed to be what was required. If Rachel was unconscious, he was most definitely going into that metal kite stuck in the trees. Once you're there, let us know if the pilots are salvageable. Salvageable? If Cole hadn't been gripping his lifeline, he'd have gripped the co-pilot's collar. There will be survivors. The co-pilot ignored him. Whatever shape they're in, they have to come out in a harness. We can't extract with a cage. The plane is too unstable. Copy? Again, Cole nodded. He knew what the co-pilot was saying. If Rachel or her co-pilot had neck or spine injuries, it would be next to impossible to get them out without increasing their injuries or killing them. She's not dead. Cole glanced down at the crumpled metal shell that had flown through the sky less than an hour ago. No matter what, he was getting Rachel out of there. Ready? The co-pilot asked. Cole gave a tight nod and went to do his job. His dangling by a thread job. He gritted his teeth. He'd never been a good flyer. He'd never even liked swings as a kid. The wind taunted him. Blowing him beneath the helicopter, blowing the treetops, blowing at what was left of the plane. Blowing away his hopes of saving Rachel. Cole couldn't breathe. Correcting for wind. A voice over the headset. The pilot. The helicopter shifted and brought Cole over the cockpit. Or at least, in the general vicinity. When the wind wasn't blowing. Which was always and not always from the same direction. Dangling like a lure at the end of thin fishing line, Cole swore. What good was medical knowledge if you couldn't get to the patient? A few moments later, Cole found purchase with his feet on the plane's roof. Mistake. The branches beneath the fuselage cracked in protest, the sound nearly stopping Cole's heart as Rachel's fuselage swayed in the trees. Don't put your weight on it, the co-pilot chastised him through the radio. Cole gauged the distance to the ground with a start. It was a long way off, a fall to certain death. He had to get Rachel out of there ASAP. Sweating, Cole tucked his legs in and pulled himself forward until he was hovering over the opening where the windshield used to be, an opening filled with pine branches. Not dead. Not dead. He couldn't lose both Rachel and Missy. Status report. The crisp voice of the pilot. Cole peered into the cockpit. Past a sheet of shattered and twisted glass. Around pine needles and tree branches. And there was Rachel's face, looking fragile and white as a sheet. Her sunglasses hung awkwardly off one ear. Blood dripped from her temple, and cuts crisscrossed the rest of her face. Rachel, wake up. Her eyelids fluttered and she gasped as if in pain. She's alive. Cole extended one arm through the windshield, but he couldn't reach her. Too many branches were in the way, one of which, a thick, splintered shaft about 8 inches in diameter, pinned Rachel to her seat. There are supposed to be 2, the helicopter co-pilot reminded him. Can't see anyone else. The cockpit is covered with branches. Maybe the other pilot had been thrown out the window. Cole's stomach churned. Not the most pleasant way to go. We're sending down a second harness. Cole inched to the edge of the cockpit dash, but his lifeline prevented him from reaching Rachel. And he couldn't unbuckle her safety restraints from outside the plane. Come on, honey. Help me out here. Can you release your harness and scoot forward? Rachel didn't move a muscle. In fact, she seemed to have stopped breathing. She needed CPR. He needed to be in there. Now. Cole unsnapped his lifeline and slid into the cockpit headfirst. The plane groaned as Cole struggled to get his feet beneath him through a thick weave of branches. What are you doing? Put your harness back on. The co-pilot filled the airwaves with curse words and statements about Cole's sanity. Chainsaw. Jackson added his disapproval to the airwaves. Obey safety protocols. In a sec. Stumbling in place with no sure footing, Cole reached for Rachel. The plane continued to sway. Something snapped beneath him. Every fiber in his being was tense and urging him to grab the lifeline and get out. Rachel. His feet finally found something solid to stand on. He stood between the two seats, thigh-high in branches. Rachel. Cole tenderly put his gloved hands on her cheeks. Don't leave me. I'm getting you out. Her eyes opened a crack. Her lips moved. Danny? Your co-pilot? I don't see him. Cole glanced around again. The other side of the cockpit was covered in limbs. The seat empty. He recalled the slight, stooped old man he'd seen Rachel within the chow line last night. Cole tried shifting the debris, which only made more bad sounds happen as both trees and metal protested his movements. And yet, there was someone on the floor behind the seat. Cole touched a leg, followed the calf to a cold ankle. He searched for a pulse. Nothing. He's dead, Rachel. I'm sorry. Danny. Her eyes closed. Did we make it to the landing strip? No. We have to get out of here. Something clattered on the plane. Another harness. It's time to go. Can you move your neck or your toes? I hurt everywhere, she said weakly instead of answering his question. The groan of metal built to a shriek. No matter what her injuries were, they had to get out of there immediately. Cole yanked the branches away that pinned her to her seat, causing more sway. Hurry, the co-pilot snapped. I am. He continued clearing debris. Finally, there was just the big branch wedging her in. Sorry, Rach. With one hand on Rachel's shoulder and one on the branch, Cole pulled the shattered limb away from her ribs. Whimpering, Rachel slumped forward and then shot back in her seat with a cry, her face white. Rachel. Talk to me. There was blood in her hair. Lots of blood. Cole hadn't been able to see that side of her face through the branches before. He released the catch on his harness and yanked it off, and then unbuckled her seat restraints. We're getting out of here, honey. As gently as possible, Cole slipped Rachel's feet into his harness and tugged it up her body. She was in no shape to climb through the windshield. Cole hauled her to her feet, pulling the remaining straps over her arms and clicking the 4-point clasp home. The plane dropped a foot, sending them sprawling. Cole scrambled to get them both standing again. Rachel came to. She stared at something on the control panel. Can't go without that. She gestured toward the debris-covered gauges where a bit of yellow peeked out, a picture. Without looking at the photo, Cole plucked it from the panel and pocketed it. Anything to get Rachel to move faster. The plane tilted sideways. Get out of there, the co-pilot shouted. Chapter 4. Jenna would have answered Pop's cell phone before he did if she hadn't been washing dishes. Aunt Rachel called at the end of every day, and the sun was now setting. Aunt Rachel didn't fly after dark when she fought fires unless the fire was really bad. It had to be her. Hello? Pop winked at Jenna as if he knew it was Aunt Rachel, too. Then his voice got real serious. This is Brian. Not Aunt Rachel then. Jenna bit her lip in disappointment and handed Matt a plate to dry. Still on the phone, Pop turned his back to Jenna and sat down in a chair really quickly. Bad news. Even though she was only 10, Jenna had seen enough bad news to recognize it when it came. Something yucky crept up her throat. Where? Pop stood on his shaky, toothpick legs and scribbled something on a piece of scrap paper on the counter. He couldn't see very well and wrote letters and numbers bigger than Matt did. Jenna sounded out one of the big words from where she stood. Hospital. Pop glanced in the direction of Jenna and then away, flipping the paper over. Not Aunt Rachel. Jenna's hands sunk down in the soapy water as she stared out the kitchen window at the blue-pink sky. Without Aunt Rachel. Are we done with dishes? Matt stood on the stool next to her, super cute and totally clueless. Yes. Aunt Rachel always said Jenna had to be the big girl in the house, the responsible one while she was away. Matt was only 5 and Pop was super old and practically blind. Call us when you know more, Pop said gruffly. He hung up, sat back down, and stared at the wall. Who was that? Jenna forced herself to ask because that's what Aunt Rachel would have done. In the living room, the grandfather clock hadn't stopped its steady tick-tock. Outside, the sun was still setting. But that call, Jenna had a feeling it was going to change everything. Matt ran into the living room and turned on the TV. Who was that? Jenna asked again, this time in a whisper. Pop cleared his throat. There's been an accident. There's been an accident. Those were the same words Aunt Rachel had used when she told her mom was dead. No, not Aunt Rachel. Jenna ran for the back door, stopping only to pull on her cowboy boots. She was halfway to the hangar when she heard the screen door creak open behind her. Ignoring Pop calling to her, Jenna kept running, sticking her soapy fingers in her mouth and whistling. Once. Twice. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Not Aunt Rachel. God couldn't have her, too. Jenna's breath came in ragged gasps as she tried to whistle a third time, only nothing came out. Jenna sank to the ground at the corner of the hangar, hugging herself tight. Even shadow had left her. Stupid, stupid horse. She whistled again. This time, there was an answering whistle, clear and strong above the sound of thundering hooves. A dark horse stopped nearly on top of her. Jumping up, she grabbed a handful of thick mane, then swung herself onto Shadow's back and guided him out across the open prairie at a full gallop. But she couldn't outrun the fear that Aunt Rachel was dead. Chapter 5. You should get some rest, Jackson advised Cole, having driven the Silver Bend team's van and crew to the hospital to meet Cole. They were planning to leave as soon as they heard if Rachel was okay. You don't know how long this will take. I'll wait until we see the doctor, Cole said, stretching his legs out in front of him as he slouched deeper into the uncomfortable waiting room seat. By his estimation, Rachel had a concussion and a few cracked ribs. I still can't believe you took off your harness and crawled into that wreck, Jackson said, spinning his wedding band. Talk about a death wish. Victoria slugged his arm. He went inside to save a friend. You would have done the same. Cole gripped and red-ripped his hands. Although he hadn't seen Rachel for more than a decade, she felt more like family. Logan entered the waiting room with 4 cups of coffee balanced in his hands. Did you get in touch with her father? Or her husband? Father. Cole frowned at Logan. He hadn't thought about Rachel being married. He drew the crumpled photo she told him to save from his pocket. He'd forgotten about it after he'd stuffed it there. It was a snapshot of 2 kids, a little boy and an older girl. The little boy had Rachel's black hair and flashed a grin that promised a charm. But it was the image of the girl that sent Cole's heart pounding. It was Missy's face, but, no. The girl also looked like his little sister, Sally, when she'd been in the 4th or 5th grade. He squinted at the face. The same blue eyes, the same white blonde hair, the same dimpled smile. His mother had always said Sally was a throwback to their Nordic ancestry. Something dark and angry edged aside the worry that had took hold of his chest the moment Rachel was out of sight. It grabbed hold and squeezed until Cole had to gasp for a breath. With one bare toe, Missy sent the porch swing moving and snuggled deeper into Cole's arms. Someday, we'll have kids together and live happily ever after. Cole tried to remember the face of the guy Missy had planned to marry. Lyle had been tall with brown hair and eyes, average-looking, unremarkable other than being haughty and mean-spirited. Increasing outrage shortened Cole's breath. At least part of Missy's prediction had come true. This was his daughter. He was sure of it. Are you waiting for Rachel Quinlan? A doctor in green scrubs stood in the doorway. Is she awake? Cole asked. Because he needed answers to questions he hadn't even thought of yet. Rachel flew low through the forest. Branches whipped past her face too quickly for her to fend off. The wind was cold and there was snow on the ground. She was freezing. And scared. There's nothing like soaring far above the earth. Danny's voice, distant yet nearby. It's like heaven. Only, they weren't soaring far above the earth. A fleeting memory of smoke-filled sky, and then Rachel was plummeting into a green darkness with no end, being pummeled. Plunging. Rachel. Cole's voice this time, stern but comforting in the darkness. She forced open heavy lids, only to squeeze them shut against the bright light. Someone walked by, shoes squeaking. And voices were everywhere, urgent, loud, whispering, commanding. Echoing. She was inside. So, why was she so cold? Her toes. Her left hand. And her head hurt. A lot. She pried her eyelids up, determined to keep them open this time. The world pitched and rolled, like a plane riding unexpected turbulence. Rachel. Cole stood beside her looking grim. He held her hand. The turbulence subsided. She clung to him, taking in her surroundings. A hospital room. Serious machines. Tubes attached to her left hand. Curtained partitions on 3 sides. Her voice was rough. Was I in an accident? She tried not to panic, but this didn't look good. And Rachel couldn't remember, could barely draw breath herself without a stab of pain in her right side. Cole nodded. Do you know this man? A nurse asked, leaning closer to look deep into Rachel's eyes with a small flashlight, the light from which made Rachel dizzy once more. Her head lolled to the side. The need to vomit was intense, then faded as the nurse drew back. Cole is my sister's boyfriend. And she wished he was hers. Rachel's eyes drifted closed. Missy. Where was Missy? And Pop? She opened her eyes, finding only Cole. He was no help. His expression stoic. Had she been driving the ranch truck? Did it matter? Why couldn't he show some compassion? She felt like a beetle someone had crunched beneath their shoe. Rachel wanted to be comforted. She wanted her sister. She wanted. When had Cole developed such muscular shoulders? Where's Missy? Rachel had to gasp the words out. It felt as if someone were sitting on her right side. The nurse glanced at Cole, who stared down at a small picture in his hand. Was I driving to the wedding? Rachel didn't have her license yet, but she was a safe driver. Why couldn't she remember what had happened? And the wedding. Missy was getting married today. Worry threatened to overwhelm her. Please. Somebody say something. Cole blanched. That's when Rachel remembered that Missy wasn't marrying him today. She was marrying Lyle. You've been in an accident. The nurse stated the obvious. A little disorientation is normal. Just try to relax and I'll get the doctor. She patted Rachel's arm before moving away. Cole? Is Missy dead? She couldn't say the word, although she knew with cold certainty that Missy was gone. Cole's clothes were filthy. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth to say something, then glanced at the picture in his hand. The nurse returned with a man wearing green scrubs, a white coat and a stethoscope around his neck. He came to stand on her right side with a friendly smile. Miss Quinlan, how are you feeling? I thought it might help to wake up with a familiar face after that plane crash, but I hear that bump on your head has you a bit disoriented. Concussions can sometimes do that. How long do you think she was out? He directed the question to Cole. Plane crash. The sharp, staccato images of green branches whipping past returned. Cockpit. She'd been in the cockpit, but the wind had been brutal, and something pressed against her ribs, making it hard to breathe, hard to move, impossible to handle anything other than the stick. Keep the nose up. Danny yelled as they went down. As we went down. Rachel's entire body was cold now. Danny. He hadn't sounded afraid, even at the end when they'd plowed through the treetops, even when Rachel had been certain they were going to die. She wasn't 15. She hadn't been in a car accident. She was 26 and had been flying over a fire with Danny. People were trapped, and she'd made that pass through the smoke to save them. Danny, she whispered in a half-croak. He didn't make it, Cole said quietly. He was gone when we got there. Rachel didn't remember. But she knew that Danny would have wanted to go that way. Quick. In the air. While saving others. A hero. That didn't stop Rachel's eyes from tearing up, or her nose from stinging as she tried not to cry. Had she been to blame? Could she have done anything differently? She couldn't think. Couldn't process. But one thing she did know, Danny would want her to remember his hair-raising tales about his military career, or the way he could skin the privateer mere feet above a lake without popping a drop of sweat. He probably wouldn't want her to remember how he loved to visit local parks to feed the ducks, or the way he could read Matt a bedtime story with an arsenal of funny voices. But Rachel would remember it all. She wiped a tear away with her right hand. I remember. She remembered more than she wanted to. We're back in the present. Good. The doctor pulled up a chair. You've been here at St. Patrick's in Missoula for several hours. I don't know how much you know about concussions, but it's an injury that attacks your equilibrium and takes a long time to heal. When those bruised ribs of yours are better, you might still have some residual effects from the head wound. So, I'll live to fly again. Fear, not her aching ribs, kept her lungs from filling with air. I am never flying again. Rachel turned her face away from Cole as more images of the crash threatened to shatter what little calm she had left. She'd faced death. How can I ever enjoy the freedom and beauty of an airplane again? She had to fly. That's how she made her living. Yet, for the first time in her life, Rachel didn't want to take to the air. Not that she had an airplane to fly. Or a way to pay the bills. Rachel blinked heavily, suddenly worn out. Too tired and beaten to dwell on fear. Are you drowsy? The doctor asked. Yes. She was incredibly sleepy. Now that she knew more about what had happened, it was hard to keep her eyes open. The doctor patted her hand. We'll be taking you to X-ray soon. And you'll have to bear with us if we wake you up a lot. We don't want to lose you after such a daring rescue. You have this gentleman to thank for that. He gestured to Cole. Cole had rescued her? Her knight in shining armor. Rachel sucked in a shuddering breath. She'd thought that's who Cole was once. I need to call home, she said, blinking back the tears again. She didn't like hearing how badly she was hurt or how close she'd come to not making it. At least if she talked to Jenna and Matt, she'd be able to pretend everything was okay. I talked to your dad when we got here, Cole said, his voice unaccountably cool. And base camp would have notified the next of kin for your co-pilot by now. Rachel mumbled her thanks, though she knew Danny had no next of kin. It was up to the Quinlans to do right by him and his memory. Knowing Pop, he'd have already begun notifying the flying community about their loss. Rachel wanted to call home, wanted to talk to Pop and Matt, who'd make light of the crash, wanted to talk to Jenna, who'd think this was the end of the world. But she couldn't press for the call now, not in front of Cole. She gave in to the exhaustion and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, Cole was gone. The doctor says you can go home tomorrow. Cole stood in the doorway of Rachel's hospital room, shoulders sagging as if he was spent. But at least from the look of him he'd showered, shaved and changed into clean, comfortable clothes, while Rachel had been wrapped for days in the same paper-thin hospital gown, confined to a bed. She hadn't seen Cole since she'd woken up in the hospital 3 days ago. During those days, she'd had to deal with bandages and bedpans, bossy nurses, X-rays and MRIs. There'd been some concern about the swelling in her brain. And some concern about potential damage to her lungs and spleen. It was hard to stay awake, and harder still to breathe without stabs of pain from her cracked ribs. She'd called home, but she wasn't as good as she thought she was at convincing her family she was fine. She could hear the worry in Pop's voice and Jenna's halting sentences. Rachel was ready to get out of there, and a bit irritated that Cole had found out about her release before she had. "I thought I'd make sure you got home all right," Cole announced. "You know, drive you back to Eden." "No." Rachel experienced a jolt of vertigo. She grabbed the bed rails. He'd suspect that Jenna was his. He'd try to take her niece away from her. "Cole called me," Missy had told Rachel in a whisper 5 years ago. "I'm going to him. He'll make everything all right." It's the middle of the night. Rachel had sat up in bed and pushed her hair out of her eyes. "Is it still snowing? You can't leave." But Missy had been adamant, happy even, which was a blessing considering she'd been so depressed since Matt was born. Anguish pressed on Rachel's chest, making it impossible to breathe. Missy had driven off that night and Rachel had never seen her alive again. Nor had Cole called to find out why Missy hadn't come to him. He was no one's knight in shining armor. "I've made other plans, Cole," Rachel said firmly. Like pestering the nurse until she called the bus station for the time of the next bus to Wyoming. Cole lifted one eyebrow before coming into the room and settling his large frame in the small plastic chair next to her bed. "I returned to Silver Bend with my crew in the van and came back in my own truck just to get you. I'm driving you to Eden." Classic Cole. Barge right in and tell people what the plan was. Frowning created a stab of pain in her head. "Cole, I insist." He stared at his hands. "I'm taking you home." Gone was her anguish. Swept aside were her physical aches and pains. Rising to replace everything was anger. He had no right. "I don't want to go with you." She didn't try to sugarcoat her feelings. "I won't. Not after what you did to Missy." "What I did?" He leaned forward in his chair, dark eyes ablaze. "Yes." How long had she been waiting to chew Cole out? 5 years? 11? It didn't matter. She believed you loved her, but you didn't. "After my sister died and I graduated, there was nothing for me or my family in Eden." He swallowed thickly. "Missy chose to stay with you. And Lyle. I couldn't stay." He looked away. Not in the town where his beloved kid sister Sally had burned. That's what Rachel thought he was trying to say. Rachel understood the courage it took to drive past the physical place a sibling had died. She understood that the calluses on hearts weren't reliable, that they sometimes softened and let the ache of loss back in. A wisp of scent from a summer rose, a shaft of sunlight through a window of the room that used to be theirs, the laughter of a child whose voice sounded so much like hers. "I stayed," Rachel said gruffly. "You offered to take Missy away 3 times and yet your demands on Missy led to everything bad that happened to her. Even her death." Cole fell back in his chair. 3 times? "Yes, 3 times. Do I have to spell it out for you?" Rachel was winding herself up. Every muscle in her body ached in time to her rapidly beating pulse. And her head, it felt like it was going to explode. "The first time was when you left after high school graduation. The second was on her wedding day. And the third was 5 years ago," he asked in a soft but deadly voice. "Yes," she gasped. She'd taken too deep a breath. Pain lanced through her rib cage. Cole leaned forward again. "I haven't talked to Missy since her wedding day. I haven't called. I haven't messaged." The room began spinning. "But Missy said." Missy's eyes were glazed and she held weak old Matt loosely, as if she was exhausted and dead on her feet. Rachel's heart pounded harder. Her breath came in shallow gasps. "Tell me what Missy said." Cole pulled out a bent photograph from his pocket and stared at it for several seconds of strained silence. "And while you're at it. I was wondering," he turned the photo around so that it was facing her. Matt's cherubic cheeks and Jenna's bright smile couldn't keep Rachel's skin from feeling clammy. "Whose daughter is this?" "Don't tell Cole." Missy's plea on the morning of her wedding to Lyle. "Don't tell a soul I'm pregnant." Pushing a computer kiosk, the nurse came in to check the tubes and machines connected to Rachel and take her pulse. "You're upsetting her." She glared at Cole over her portable computer table. He glared right back. "She's upsetting me. If this continues, I'll have to ask you to leave." The nurse made a note in her computer and then walked away on her squeaky Crocs, pushing the computer stand. Cole glared at Rachel. The truth. She'd never lied to him before. When they were kids, she'd worshipped the ground Cole walked on because he was brave and daring and handsome. Only later had she figured out he wasn't all he seemed. Except now, who had lied? Missy? Rachel's head felt fuzzy, unable to work through the events and words of the past. Her sockless feet stung with cold under the thin covers. I owed the truth. Was he? If Missy lied about Cole wanting her back, maybe he was. He certainly deserved to know his daughter. Just don't take her from me. Rachel blinked back tears. 5 years ago, Missy told me you called. She said you'd patched things up and that she was driving to be with you in Idaho. She implied you'd return together, married, and decide where you were going to live. Rachel stared at Cole without seeing him. Instead, she saw Missy's face. The gauntness. The vacant expression in her eyes. Looking back, I realized she had postpartum depression after Matt was born. She died in a car accident the night she left. Thank goodness the kids hadn't been in the car. If Missy wanted to be with me, why didn't she call? Cole rubbed a thumb over the photograph. There was no longer anger in his expression. There was tenderness in his eyes. Love. For Missy? Rachel had to look away. The weariness pressed in on her. She wanted to close her eyes. But shutting Cole out wouldn't make him go away. What's my daughter's name? Cole turned the photo Rachel's way again. Jenna. Rachel's fingers found a snag in the blanket and she tugged at it. She's mine, Cole. Please don't romanticize fatherhood. You're gone 8, 9, 10 months out of the year. Cole's eyes narrowed. And you aren't? I call every night. Did she sound as guilty as she suddenly felt? I have to leave to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. Let's call a spade, Rachel. You and I are a lot alike in character and the professions we chose. Something had darkened his eyes, probably the same something that had him rising to his feet and looming over her bed. Anger. Anger at being deceived. Anger at the implication that he wasn't father material. You could just as easily have crashed on top of the hotshot team during that risky dive-bombing stunt you made. And then where would Jenna be? With my father in a town she knows. Rachel fumbled for the bed controls, not caring if shifting upright would increase her dizziness or the movement sent ribs screaming in pain. And that stunt saved the lives of 20 men and women. Someone from the Forest Service had come to check on her yesterday and told her as much. But it cost your co-pilot his life. Dizziness, guilt, and pain blinded her. Rachel clapped her right hand over her eyes and willed her stomach to settle. Danny would have done the same thing, had he been at the controls. Rachel blinked back the tears. Stubborn old coot. The accident is under investigation. You could be cited or banned from getting any further contracts. Cole's voice sharpened. But that's not the point. The point is that this little girl is mine and no one saw any need to tell me. Did you want her? Rachel snapped, hand still over her eyes. A machine beside her beeped like there was an error somewhere. You didn't love Missy enough to stay in Eden. What would you have done with a child? What would you do with one now? Before Cole could answer, the nurse came squeaking into the room. That's enough. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Fine, Cole growled. I'll be back tomorrow to pick her up. No, you're not. Despite her protest, Rachel broke out in a cold sweat. It's fine to be offended because you didn't know about Jenna. But remember this, Missy sacrificed everything because she loved you enough to make sure you lived the life you wanted. Are you willing to make as big a sacrifice for a little girl who doesn't even know you exist? Jackson? Cole struggled to hold it together, hoping that the roar of his truck's air conditioner would cover the sound of his ragged breathing over the phone. For October, the day was unseasonably warm. Or he was sweating because he was a father. Chainsaw? Hang on. A door opened and closed. What's up? Did you make it back to Missoula okay?
Yeah.
I'm here. How is Rachel? She looks like she lost a bar fight. Her complexion was pale. The cuts on her face had begun to scab. But despite the beating her body had taken, Rachel still had fight in her. She'd defended Missy's decision not to tell him about Jenna. And she'd challenged his intent to be an involved father. And the girl in the picture? Jackson asked quietly. She's my daughter. I mean to do the right thing by her. Who was Cole kidding? In a few weeks, he began a years-long stint at med school in Antigua. What kind of father could he be 3,000 miles away? And they hadn't even talked about financial support. The debt he carried. The debt he was taking on with medical school. His determination to avoid family ties and responsibilities. Everything he was trying to do and trying to be roared in his ears like a runaway fire. But his meltdown couldn't change one fact. He was a father. That wasn't an obligation he could easily turn his back on. Cole rested his head on the steering wheel. She's 10. The age his sister had been when she died in the fire. That was 14 years ago. And the aftermath, his father's distance, his mother's inability to cope, even Missy's clinging affection, had impressed upon Cole that his happiness and stability would only be achieved if he lived his life on his terms. Cole felt hollow inside, as if everything he'd been a week ago, all his dreams for the future, all his plans, had burned to ash. Chapter 6. There she is. Aunt Rachel. The day Rachel was to be released, Matt ran on stubby legs across the gray linoleum to Rachel's bed, flinging his arms and a bouquet of flowers over her waist before resting his head on the mattress. He didn't land on her with much force, but Rachel's muscles contracted around her bruised ribs, momentarily sending waves of pain through her. When Rachel could breathe again, she ran a hand over Matt's dark, silky hair and smiled as best she could through sudden tears at the sight of her father hobbling through the door with one hand on Jenna's shoulder. What a surprise! Here was her out with Cole. But only if they could leave before Cole showed up to take her home. Rachel buzzed the nurse on the bed remote. There's my girl, Pop said, without looking at her directly. He'd married late in life and was pushing 70. Since macular degeneration had decreased the clarity in the middle of Pop's vision, he'd taken to looking at things sideways. We're here to take you home. We brought you clean clothes, Matt added, plucking at the sleeve of her hospital gown. Looks like someone stole yours. This is what you wear in a hospital. How was your trip? Rachel lowered her voice to a whisper meant only for Matt. Did you have any accidents? He was having a bit of trouble remembering to go to the bathroom in school. Nope. The little guy gave her a thumbs-up sign. Jenna's face was pale. She looked thinner than normal and remained rooted in the doorway, gripping a suitcase handle. Unlike Matt, who had the appetite of a teenager, Jenna didn't think much about food. Rachel wanted to gather them all close, but knew if she sat up too fast, she'd keel over, scaring the daylights out of them. She settled for reaching out to Pop. How did you get here? Her dad wasn't allowed to drive long distances or at night, but he'd figured out how to get their family to Montana from Wyoming. Rachel wished they hadn't surprised her. She would have preferred to get some of the tubes out of her arms so that she didn't look like such an invalid. We took the bus, Pop said in a gruff voice, taking Rachel's hand and holding on tight, his bony fingers still strong despite his age and failing health. Couldn't stomach you being here alone another day. What happened to your head? Jenna asked in a strained voice. It got banged up in the crash. With effort, Rachel held her smile in place. She knew she looked scary because the nurse had walked her to the bathroom for the first time today. With a bandage on her head and scabs all over her face, she hardly recognized herself in the mirror. Matt peered at her. Are you going to look like that forever? Of course not. Good, he said, grinning. What's the word on the privateer? Pop asked, sitting gingerly in a chair. Can we salvage it? Hating to disappoint him, Rachel avoided his gaze. There's nothing left. You saved the most important thing on board, Pop said, squeezing Rachel's hand. I made arrangements for Danny's memorial for a month from now. I thought it'd take us that long to contact his military and aviation buddies. And don't you worry. We'll find an even better plane. I'll call a couple of people when we get home. Pop's smile and words were meant to reassure. But Rachel's throat closed with fear. How was she going to find the will to get in the air again? Jenna stood at the foot of the bed, arms wrapped tightly around her torso, looking as uncertain as Rachel felt. Oblivious to the emotions of those around him, Matt bounced against the mattress a couple of times. I hope we get a really fast plane next time, because Pop says I can start flying when I'm 10. His dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Would there be a next plane? A next flight? There had to be. Flying was the only way Rachel knew to pay the bills and keep her family together. Flying was the only place where Rachel felt free. If only Rachel's heart didn't pound apprehensively at the thought of taking to the air. I need to give you instructions before you all leave. Lost in thoughts of Missy and what might have been, Cole almost didn't stop at the nurse's station. Instructions? Yes. The nurse eyed him assessingly. Don't let her walk on her own. Forever? Cole tried to make light of things. Future doctor humor and all. The nurse wasn't biting. Don't let her walk on her own until she's no longer dizzy, which could be next week or next month. Rachel wasn't going to be happy about that, both the dizzy part and the no walking on her own rule. She was going to like his decision to stay in Eden for a few weeks even less. But he wanted to get to know Jenna and for her to get to know him. And perhaps if he helped Rachel regain her strength, they could reforge the bonds of friendship. The nurse tapped the tip of a pen on the counter to reclaim his attention. For the next few days, no unassisted walking. Not even to the bathroom. Every time her head rises above her feet, she'll feel as if she's just gotten off a tilt-o-whirl. That means even sitting can be a problem. Nod if you're up to the task. He nodded, a slow grin building. Since Rachel needed such delicate care, she wouldn't be able to send him away the moment they arrived back in Eden. He'd been planning to camp out or stay at the Shady Lady if the weather turned bad, but staying with the Quinlans would check so many boxes. Don't go smiling yet, the nurse chastised. I know she's pretty, but I'm not done. Be careful of her ribs when you help her up and down. Bruised ribs are no fun. She swatted at him with the sheet of instructions. I can see how it is. I lost you at pretty. Let me rephrase. She's pretty stubborn, pretty determined, pretty independent. If you're not up to the task, I should waste my breath on whoever is. Nodding, Cole's grin widened. I'm up to the task. And surprisingly, he believed he was. And, the nurse interrupted his meandering thoughts. She might have nightmares from the pain meds. In any case, if her condition changes over the next 2 weeks, take her directly to the emergency room. The nurse shifted into his line of vision. When she gets home, she'll need constant assistance and lots of sleep. Let her rest. Feed her protein and make sure she hydrates. Nod if you understand. Cole nodded. The analytical part of him that wanted to become a doctor was intrigued by Rachel's symptoms and excited about caring for her. The sensitive part of him that had been terrified Rachel would die and was daunted by fatherhood was ashamed at his enthusiasm. And then the sentimental part of him that had enjoyed Rachel's spunk and laughter and had fond memories of Eden was looking forward to this extended reunion. The nurse looked him up and down. You won't upset her the way you did yesterday, will you? Coming back down to earth, Cole rubbed the back of his neck. You've seen what kind of patient she is. She doesn't like just lying there or taking orders. Do you honestly think anyone caring for her won't upset her? The nurse grinned. You'll do. Let's go get our patient. She pushed the wheelchair briskly down the hall to Rachel's room. This is unnecessary. Rachel eyed the wheelchair her nurse pushed into the room. I can walk out of here on my own. She planned on leaning on Jenna. Honey. The nurse scoffed. Young or old, weak as a kitten or strong as an ox, hospital rules state you get a sweet ride from your bed to the front door. Shoot. Cole appeared in the doorway. Rachel stiffened. Double shoot. Her family was getting something to eat at the cafeteria and were due back any minute. She had to get rid of him. Cole glanced from Rachel to the wheelchair and then back to Rachel. And in that moment, she knew what he was thinking. Rachel needs me. I don't need anybody. No, she said to him. Where were you when I got a flat tire on a bare stretch of highway in the mountains during a snowstorm? Where were you when Reggie Kovacs dumped me for Carrie Daniels at Mariah and Steve Esquivel's wedding reception? Where were you when Matt had colic at Missy's funeral? What brought that on? The nurse asked. Past history and present attitude. Rachel tried to glare at Cole, but he raised his eyebrows as if to say, really? And Rachel couldn't contradict that look because she knew she needed help of some sort. Not to mention, it was perversely endearing. He used to flash her that expression when Missy said something that was ridiculous. And then he'd follow it up with a smile that melted Rachel's heart. She waited, holding her breath. But there was no smile. I don't need a wheelchair. Rachel tugged self-consciously at the wrinkled t-shirt her family had brought her. I'm much less dizzy today. No need for you to drive me back, Cole. I can take the bus home. Much less dizzy, huh? The nurse swung Rachel's booted feet slowly around until they hung off the side of the bed. She'd helped her dress earlier. That means you're still unstable and need a chair ride outta here. You wouldn't want me to get in trouble now, would you? No. Rachel stared at the dark splotches on her boots and tried to swallow back the fear the bloodstains awakened. Fear of flying. Fear of dying. Fear of letting everyone who depended upon her down. Inexplicably, Rachel's gaze was drawn to Cole. Do the right thing, Rachel. Cole stood in the doorway. He had every right to look down upon her because she hadn't done the right thing 5 years ago. She hadn't contacted him. But he didn't look at her disparagingly. Would his expression change if Jenna walked through that door right now? I'll agree to the wheelchair. Rachel looked away. But I'll find my own way home. Cole, you can go. Cole grinned at the nurse. Stubborn, determined and independent, just like you said. They shared a laugh that made Rachel grit her teeth. Jenna entered the room, silently coming to Rachel's side and sitting on the bed. Her appearance wiped the grin off Cole's face. I couldn't keep Pop from ordering biscuits and gravy. Well, you tried. That was the thing about Jenna. She tried to care for everyone. Rachel ran a hand over her blonde hair. Cole was no longer scowling. He was drinking in Jenna the way a parched man took in water. Jenna, this is Cole. Rachel wasn't ready to define Cole's context to her niece. He fights fires, too. Jenny acknowledged him with a soft, hey. And otherwise paid him no attention. Let's get you in this chair. The nurse waved Cole closer. Jenna scooted to the end of the bed, making room for Cole on one side. The nurse stood on the other side. They grasped Rachel's arms and helped her stand. Once on her feet, Rachel listed slightly to her injured right side. Neither the nurse nor Cole let go. I guess I wasn't as steady on my feet as I thought I'd be, Rachel admitted, inching her way into the wheelchair with their help. Kudos to you for admitting the truth, the nurse said, setting her feet on the leg rests. Kudos to Rachel, Cole murmured, staring at Jenna, who noticed his intense regard and inched further away from him. Don't stare, Rachel whispered. That's creepy. I know creepy, Cole whispered, still staring. I'm not creepy. Jenna got up and went out to the hallway. Case closed. Creep stir. Rachel clutched at Cole's t-shirt. It was warm and soft in her hand. She wanted to run her palm up to his shoulder and hang on. Rachel forced her hands and eyes down. She didn't need help. She didn't want help. She didn't want Cole. Matt and Pop appeared in the hallway next to Jenna. Matt, this is Cole, Rachel said through teeth clenched against a wave of dizzying nausea. Pop, you remember him? Who's he? Matt stared at the big man. Trouble, Pop said, giving Cole the side eye. The nurse left to get the rest of her paperwork and the few meds they were sending her home with. Cole went to school with your mom, Matt. Rachel spoke with great care, somehow managing to control the conversation even if she couldn't control her body. I'm the one who pulled your aunt out of the airplane, Cole spoke matter-of-factly, no trace of pride. Was Aunt Rachel heavy? Matt surged forward, hungering for details. Was the plane on fire? Was the engine still running? Were there bears? He paused, brown eyes wide. Aunt Rachel weighed a ton, Cole said straight-faced. The plane was not on fire. The engines were dead. And there were no bears. Cole leaned down to whisper in Rachel's ear. Is he always like that? Always, Jenna answered from the doorway because Cole's whisper had carried. He and his questions are the worst. Yep. I'm the worstest. Matt didn't seem to care about his label. I'm the worst at eating my vegetables. The worst at cleaning my room. The worst at getting up in the morning for school. Matt recited all his flaws with pride. I'm the bestest at being the worstest. He scrambled onto Rachel's bed. TV. He powered up the remote. Rachel couldn't raise her gaze above her knees without putting her equilibrium at risk, but she could hear the smile in Matt's voice. Pop sat next to Matt on the end of the bed. Check the weather, Matty. I like cartoons, Matt said stubbornly. A good-natured argument commenced. And what about you, Jenna? Cole asked softly, turning his back to Pop and Matt. What does Rachel say you're good at? Riding horses, Jenna had drifted back in the room. Cleaning house. Taking care of the boys. And, do I have something on my face? She rubbed her nose and stared back at Cole with a look of confusion. Ignore Cole, Rachel said quickly. He's tired. People stare when they get tired. She latched onto the hem of Cole's shirt and gave it a reproachful tug. Stop doing that. 10 years, Rach. I'm allowed, Cole shot back. Pop harumphed. He knew the truth. The nurse returned. Time to go. She handed Cole a plastic bag with Rachel's blood-stained clothing and then pushed her out the door. Is it time to go back on the bus, Aunt Rachel? Matt slid off the bed and ran his hand longingly over the wheelchair armrests. Yep, it's time to go, sweet cheeks. Rachel sighed, closing her eyes as a wave of motion-induced dizziness struck. I want to ride, too. Matt scurried in front of her. When the nurse stopped, he climbed up into Rachel's lap. On to the bus. I'm driving you home, Cole said firmly. I've got enough room in my truck for everyone. You'll be more comfortable with me than on a bus. Do you have movies in your truck? Matt asked. No. A bathroom? Matt asked. No. A big horn that goes wah-wah-ha? Matt asked. No. I choose the bus, Matt said. Rachel couldn't agree more. Truck or bus, I need to get you to the front door. The nurse stopped at the nursing station. You'll see that she gets to her doctor within a week? Yes, ma'am, Cole said, surprising Rachel and everyone else in the Quinlan family into silence. I'm going to stay with the Quinlans until Rachel can move around safely on her own. I just finished the fire season and I'm headed to medical school in January, so I have time on my hands. Great, Rachel said weakly. I'll go on ahead and pull to the front door. He hurried down the hall. He's staying with us? Pop grumped. You didn't ask me. He didn't ask me either, Rachel said. The nurse gave them both a stern look and a shake of her finger. You need a strong man like him around. If Rachel falls, she'll be right back in the hospital. Apprehension shot through Rachel. You should be independently mobile in about 2 weeks, the nurse continued. Until then, you'll need all the help you can get. Forget the bus. Chapter 7. Why is it so bright outside? What time is it? Rachel mumbled when she woke up as they traveled south on Interstate 15. The way she fell asleep so easily and slept so deeply scared Cole. Scarier still was the way she bounced back to awareness fully alert, as if she'd never napped. It's 7. Here. Try these. Cole handed her his sunglasses, keeping his voice down because Rachel Quinlan and Missy's kids were asleep in the back seat. He could see Jenna in the rearview mirror. His brain was still trying to reconcile the combination of Missy and his sister Sally in his daughter's face. Or you can use the ones the nurse gave you. The rolled strip of plastic? Trace chic. She took Cole's sunglasses and then held her hands on either side of her eyes. The sun is still too bright. Do you have the nerdy nurse ones? Cole handed her the disposable sunglasses and took his back, accelerating to pass a semi. I can't believe you didn't get out of Eden. You always wanted to leave. Correction. I always said I wanted to leave, but that's only because you said you wanted to leave. She heaved a sigh dramatically, the way she used to as a kid when things didn't go her way, and shifted closer to the center console. The cuts on her face were healing, revealing the bone structure that was so like Missy's, the high cheekbones, the slender nose, the gentle bow of her mouth. Rachel had grown into the promise of beauty she'd had as a teen. What does it matter? I'm gone most of the year anyway. Or I was. I'm not sure I'll be in business next year. The insurance should cover the plane. It'll cover most of it. Enough to pay off the loan I took out to buy and convert it. Maybe enough for a down payment on another plane. But you can't just go out and purchase a firefighting tanker at a lot. You buy a plane and then spend tens of thousands of dollars modifying it. I had planned to expand next year with a second plane, but I'll be lucky to replace the privateer. Her brow furrowed. You've got a concussion. Now isn't the time to think about your finances. Not when she was still on pain meds, which could cause paranoia. The furrow gave way to lowered brows. When will be the right time? When the sheriff shows up with an eviction notice? Were the Quinlans in such desperate times? Cole considered the worn look of Jenna's clothing and decided they were. You're going to medical school? Rachel used her hands to shade her eyes as she looked at him. What brought that on? A love of science. A passion for saving and healing. A need for retribution after being unable to save Sally, who died of smoke inhalation. I've enjoyed my time on the front lines of firefighting, but I want to take it one step further into the emergency room. You've given this a lot of thought. Was that respect in her tone? I have. He'd had a plan. One that didn't include being a father. But from the moment he'd seen Jenna's picture, he'd known he wanted to be involved in her life. And now that he'd seen her in person, he sucked in a breath. I don't want to fight. Rachel leaned over the center console, long dark hair falling around her shoulders. Why do I sense a but coming? Cole nodded. They'd always read each other so well. Because I'd like to talk through my role with Jenna and hear about Missy. Her marriage, her divorce, her death. Rachel jerked as far away from him as she could, bumping into the door on her side. She scrunched her eyes shut. Not with the kids in the back. That's okay. We'll have plenty of time to talk when we get to Eden. He had at least 2 weeks to figure out what was best for him and Jenna. Look, I know you told the nurse you were hanging around until I'm better, but that won't be necessary. I have Pop. The man who I practically had to lift into the truck? The man who's got to be legally blind? The man who took care of his daughter while Rachel flew planes? He growled his refusal. No. Matt stirred in the back seat, yawning softly. We'll talk about everything when we get to Eden. He wasn't taking no for an answer. I hate this, Rachel said as Cole walked up the front walk in the dark, hip touching hers and his large hands wrapped around her elbows. It was so intimate. Cole didn't give her an inch of breathing room. It had been the same in the restaurant where they'd eaten a late dinner. Rachel couldn't move without Cole directing her every step. It was a dance and she was sure Cole didn't find it sexy or romantic the way her heart and body wanted to. You'll get your legs back soon, Cole said, misreading her frustration. Rachel was so incapacitated that even Pop had ambled up the porch stairs before her. She hated being so exhausted and too unsteady to stand by herself. A week ago, she'd been strong and independent, able to shoulder the responsibilities she carried. And in the meantime, who'll watch out for the family and the business and the ranch? Me. Cole moved at Rachel's pace, slowly, and with a maddening patience she'd never seen in him before. He'd had no tolerance for anything that wasn't fast as a teenager. Today, he put up with her crankiness, doled out her medicine and walked at the speed of a 90-year-old. If he had his way, it would take weeks before she walked under her own power. Weeks of Cole's arms encircling her body. Rachel sighed. Nirvana. Weeks of Cole's questions. Rachel gnawed on her lip. Purgatory. In the blackness of a moonless night, something moved around the corner of the house near the hangar. Rachel flinched, which caused all kinds of hurt. What is that? Cole asked, leaning out of the doorway to peer into the night. Jenna's horse. Shadow, she said. Why did he make you flinch? Cole asked. Because I'm scared of the dark. Rachel refused to finish her sentence. She continued inching forward until Cole had no choice but to let her fall or follow her. I'll put Matt to bed, Pop called from the hallway. Matt was already nowhere to be seen, having been half awake when he stumbled into the house and now most likely sprawled across his small bed. Jenna stood uncertain in the living room. Where's Cole sleeping? On the couch, Rachel said, at the same time that Cole said, on the floor of Rachel's room. Rachel's jaw dropped. Pop turned in the hallway, a disapproving frown on his face. Even Jenna seemed to disagree with her father. Cole returned their regard with equal disbelief. Rach, you can't get up in the night and walk to the bathroom by yourself. Somebody needs to be near you at all times. Pop and I can help her. Jenna stepped forward but sounded uncertain. We'll sleep in her room? I've never allowed a young pup to sleep with my girls under my roof and I'm not about to start now. Pop staggered back into the living room, looking as unsteady on his feet as Rachel was on hers. Cole urged Rachel forward, but she didn't budge. I sleep alone. Instead of arguing with Rachel, Cole focused on Jenna and Pop. Look, guys, neither one of you can support Rachel's weight. You don't want her to fall and hit her head again. Do you? Jenna tightened her arms about herself. I won't let her fall. Noble, but not probable given her small frame. The expression on Pop's face shifted, his allegiance transferring to Cole as he realized the truth in his words. Okay. Intellectually, Rachel understood that she had a mobility challenge. Emotionally, she rejected everything Cole suggested. She was a woman used to taking care of herself. And she valued her independence and privacy, particularly at night when her childhood fears returned. You two go on to bed. I'll be fine until morning. She'd figure out a way to convince Cole he wasn't sleeping within earshot once she was safely in bed. I'm glad you're finally seeing reason. Cole's breath brushed her ear, sending shafts of unwelcome heat through her body. Despite her best intentions, Rachel swayed, bringing her closer to Cole. Can we argue about this after I sit down? Fine. Are you still in the bedroom down at the end of the hall? That's my room, Jenna said righteously. How do you know which room used to be Rachel's? Pop demanded. Jenna. Pop, Rachel said, trying to calm her family. It's all right. Go on to bed. I'm in the bedroom off the kitchen, now, Rachel said to Cole. Jenna stalked off down the hallway. After a moment more of glaring at Cole, Pop did the same. As one, Cole and Rachel stepped together, shuffling across the worn brown carpet and across the scuffed black and white linoleum. "When did you move into this room?" he asked. "When Missy moved back in. When I'm home, I get up early and come in late. Less chance of disturbing the family this way." When Rachel was settled on her bed, propped against the headboard on 4 pillows, Cole tilted his head as he regarded her. "Are you comfortable?" "Yes," she lied, as irritable as a wet cat because his touch made her want things she had no time for, a man of her own, one who loved, flaws and all, and who'd be there to support her through the good times and the bad. She shut her eyes. But even with her eyes closed, she could easily recall Cole's body surrounding hers. The warmth of his hands. The strength of his arms. The caress of his breath over her ear. She didn't just want any man. She wanted Cole Hudson. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes, because women who kept families together couldn't afford to be weak. She had to stare her kryptonite in the face and deny her attraction. "So much for my thinking my attraction to him disintegrated back at fire camp." Cole turned on the television and handed her the remote. "Will you be all right if I bring in my things?" "Of course." Rachel watched Cole as he left the room, noting the play of muscles beneath his t-shirt and his purposeful steps when she should have been watching the Weather Channel. She closed her heavy eyelids and tried to think about what needed to be done. Contact the bank. Contact the insurance agent. Check on Danny's memorial service in case Pop forgot something. Just thinking about Danny. His bark of laughter, his joy in flying, his knowledge of airplane engines. Could she have done anything differently? She tried to relive those moments but fear welled up inside, threatening to spill over in tears. "Rachel." She startled at Cole's voice, sending a spasm of pain through her ribs. She squinted at him. "What?" Cole stared down at her with compassion in those dark eyes. "I'm going to take a shower. Do you need anything? Bathroom break? Water? Pain pill?" "I'm fine." And so was he. Mighty fine to look at. Was it wrong to hope he'd take his shirt off before he took that shower? Stop it. Rachel closed her eyes against temptation. Why did her imagination still function when her equilibrium was on the fritz? A door shut close by. Rachel's eyes flew open. He'd gone into her bathroom. Yikes. Rachel squeezed her eyes shut but she couldn't stop her mind from visualizing that broad chest with water sluicing over it. "Get a grip." "It's the meds," she mumbled, trying to focus on the report of a weather system developing over the Dakotas. The Weather Channel played the least sexy content on TV. When that didn't erase the image of his broad chest, Rachel tried to add up her monthly bills. But she was too groggy to remember them all. It was only when the shower had been running for a few minutes that Rachel realized Cole had put his bag on the floor by her closet. The only way she was going to sleep in something other than the clothes she was wearing was if she changed now while Cole was busy elsewhere. Rachel inched herself to an upright position. The room shuddered in and out of focus. Her dresser was a few feet from the end of the bed. Not that far to traverse. She gritted her teeth. Easing her feet off the edge of the bed, Rachel held her breath until the worst of the dizziness subsided. She was going to prove she could do something on her own. She pushed her torso away from the pillows and tried to scoot her bottom toward the foot of the bed. But the room started to spin. Rachel willed herself to hold it together, digging her fingers into the paisley print coverlet, letting her eyes be captured by the blending of patterns. The paisley went round and round with no end. Mistake. That made her even dizzier. Somehow, she managed to scoot to the end of the bed without falling off, but she was exhausted. Unfortunately, her goal was still a few feet away and out of reach. The shower fell silent. Cole would be out soon, telling her that she shouldn't be trying to move on her own, telling her exactly what to do and when. The memory of Rachel's mother's commanding voice clawed its way to the edge of her consciousness, as chilling as it was vivid. "Move from that spot and you'll regret it." 6-year-old Rachel stood still, as she had been for hours, soiled and exhausted, but afraid to move as the bedroom door closed, leaving her in darkness. Defenseless. Rachel groaned. She would not be defenseless. It was now or never. She took a deep breath and tried to stand. But when she set her feet down, they didn't meet the ground. And then the pain was so intense that Rachel couldn't see anything but black. Rachel. Criminy. Do you want to go back to the hospital? Cole scooped Rachel up off the floor, rousing her out of the darkness. If only his solid embrace could soothe her humiliation. I leave you for 10 minutes, and what do you do? Try to get up. Do you want to explain that to me? I wanted my pajamas. Rachel couldn't keep the defeat out of her voice as he gently placed her back on the bed. Don't trap me here. Trap you, his voice softened. I would have brought you your PJs. Yes, but I can't get into them myself, Rachel said miserably. How am I going to slip out of my pants and unhook my bra? There's no nurse here to help me this time. Do you see a nurse? Or another woman? Anywhere? Her voice had risen to a hysterical crescendo. Unshed tears made it hard to see. It had been years since anything, or anyone, had made her feel so weak and helpless. She risked a glance at Cole. He stood silently above her, wearing a pair of worn, baggy sweats, a green Forest Service t-shirt, and a concerned expression. We'll get your pajamas on, he said gruffly, moving to the dresser and opening drawers until he found the one with her underthings. Rachel could feel her cheeks burning as he touched panties and bras, finally pulling out a silky leopard print shift that she'd won at Mariah's bachelorette shower. Rachel dressed in jeans and boots every day and slept in boxers and a t-shirt, never anything as provocative as that. She should have told Cole what to look for. She should have stopped him from rummaging in her drawers. Somehow as the nightgown slipped between his fingers and dropped to the floor, Cole gave up on whatever he'd been about to say. He frowned at the wall behind Rachel, then his gaze dropped to her. Let me see if Jenna's still awake. He spun away and padded out the door, returning a few minutes later with her niece, who wore a flannel nightgown and a concerned frown. Cole shut the door, giving the two females some privacy. Jenna took one look at the animal print nightie and went to the dresser for a t-shirt and pair of boxers. I can sleep in here. I know, but Cole's right. He already picked me up off the floor once. I need him if I'm going to get better. And once the world didn't spin, she'd regain her love of flying. She had to believe that. Jenna helped her get changed in silence, helped tuck her into bed, and then bid Rachel good night. Cole entered the bedroom without saying a word and turned off all the lights. Rachel sat up and listed to one side, squeezing her eyes shut. The bathroom light has to be on. Cole flipped the switch, flooding the room with light. But it hurts your head. Yes, but, how to say this without wounding her pride? There was no way around it but to tell him. I'm afraid of the dark. Lying on top of his sleeping bag, hands propped behind his head, Cole stared up at the faux stars in the speckled ceiling above him. It was after midnight, yet the glow from the bathroom was keeping him awake. That was a lie. He was thinking how fragile Rachel looked in bed. How stubbornly she fought his help. How her voice had trembled when she'd admitted her fear of darkness. Cole remembered he and Missy on the Quinlan porch one sultry summer evening after high school graduation. She'd worn cutoffs and a white lacy blouse with thin straps that showed an enticing bit of cleavage. Her blonde hair had flowed over her shoulders, and he couldn't wait to kiss her. Come out with me to the river, he'd said, smiling as he reached for Missy. She'd been distant since he'd told her he was going to train to be a hotshot after high school graduation, although she'd kept telling Cole that nothing was wrong. I can't. Pop's not home yet. Missy stepped back. You know Rachel gets scared when she's alone. We can take the little hellion. You know she'll behave for me. He liked Rachel. A couple of quarters for the video games at the pizza parlor and he and Missy would have a dark booth to themselves for a while. Long enough for Cole to steal a kiss or two, perhaps slide his hand over that smooth skin. They never fought when they touched. Sometimes I think you like Rachel more than me. Missy was backed against the door now, no longer smiling. It doesn't matter, though. I don't have permission to go anywhere. Neither do I, but I came over anyway. He rarely asked his parents for permission. Cole doubted they cared where he was most of the time. Just this morning, they told him they were selling the house and moving to Idaho. Someplace where no one would know of their heartache over losing Sally. Cole frowned at the ceiling. He couldn't come back to Eden and not visit the plot of land where Sally had died. He'd get some flowers and lay them where her bedroom used to be. Maybe he'd find out where Missy had died and bring flowers there as well. He imagined Jenna might want to do that with him. If he could navigate the tricky discussion of who he was. Rachel thrashed her legs. Then she made a sound, a muffled plea for help. The pain meds must be giving her bad dreams. Rachel whimpered as if in pain. Cole sat up. Are you okay, Rach? She stilled. His words seemed to calm her. He sank back onto the floor. The house was quiet. Maybe now he'd get some sleep. Don't, Rachel yelped a few moments later. She made a small mewling sound, like a weak kitten. If this was a nightmare, she must want it to end. Rachel, wake up. Cole sat up again. Don't leave me here, Mama, she wailed in a fear-filled voice. Rachel, wake up. Cole held her hand. It was clammy. Rach. Her eyes snapped open on a gasp, searching the room, particularly the shadows. What happened? Where are we? You're home. Cole moved his thumb over her wrist, feeling her pounding pulse. You were having a bad dream. You called for your mom to help you. With a wavering hand, Rachel wiped at her forehead. I wasn't calling for her to help me. I was begging her to. Rachel looked at him with wide eyes as if realizing she'd said too much. And then she said nothing at all. Rach? Cole was shocked. Everyone in town knew Rachel's mother had abandoned the Quinlans. But no one had ever told him why she'd left. What happened with your mother, Rachel? She pressed the heels of her hands over her eyes. I don't want to talk about her. Did she do something to you? When Rachel didn't answer, Cole gripped her shoulders. Rachel, whatever happened was a long time ago. He smoothed the hair away from her face, being careful of her stitches and cuts. And when that didn't seem to settle her, he kissed her forehead. I don't want to talk about her, Rachel repeated in a louder voice. Cole lowered his. Not even with me? He slid his palms down her arms, coming to rest with a soft touch on her hands. Rachel shivered, but didn't yank her hands back. She wanted to tell him, he was sure of it. Otherwise, she would have pulled away. Cole turned on the bedside lamp and drew her into his arms. See? There's nothing here. No ghosts. Just you and me. Cole looked at her steadily, at rich brown eyes that darted about and lips that wavered as if fighting off past hurts that were still sharp enough to wound. What was your mother like? She was happy with me one minute and angry the next. Frowning slightly, Rachel stared past Cole at nothing. Her eyelids dipped slowly, as if she were fighting exhaustion. I promised Missy I wouldn't tell. You're good at keeping secrets, honey, but there comes a time when secrets have to end. She drew a deep breath and turned her head, tucking her face into the crook of his neck. My secret is no secret. I love you. I always have. And then she went slack, as if she'd fallen back asleep. I know, honey, he said tenderly. If she'd have confessed her love for him when he was a teen, Cole would have squirmed with embarrassment. But now, he gathered her closer. Not because she felt good in his arms, okay, there was that, but because he loved her, too. Just not the same way. And he wanted her to feel safe and loved, not scared of the dark or the past. Rachel snuggled against him, as if they had no secrets between them, as if she needed his strength to keep the nightmares at bay. As if they were lovers. She fit in his arms, her nooks to his crannies. So familiar, yet so new. A feeling stole into his chest. An emotion he hadn't felt for years. A feeling of home. Cole tried to bury the thought. Eden wasn't home. And Rachel. She shuddered. Don't. It's okay, honey. And he was going to make sure everything was. Chapter 8. Sunlight streamed through Rachel's bedroom window as Cole stretched out the knots he'd acquired from dozing upright with Rachel using him as a pillow. A run would feel good, working out the kinks. Jenna poked her head into the room. She wore green leggings and a gray sweatshirt. Her blonde hair was in need of a brush. Is Aunt Rachel okay? She looks like she's been crying. Cole reached over to brush a hand across Rachel's hair. She had a bad dream. Oh, those. Jenna wrapped her arms around her torso. She gets them when she's tired. Cole didn't like that his daughter knew of Rachel's nightly distress. Rachel mumbled something unintelligible, fear in her tone. It's okay, honey. I'm here. And in that moment, nothing could have taken him from her. Brian shuffled up behind Jenna. He wore blue jeans and a well-worn checked shirt. How's my girl? Sleeping. Cole lowered his voice. Dark hair poking every which way, Matt stumbled in and climbed into bed. What's for breakfast? It's cereal again. Rachel's father turned around in the tight space, holding on to the wall for support. Don't want cereal, Matt said softly. Me neither. Jenna stared at a soundly sleeping Rachel and sighed wistfully, as if a hearty meal was a luxury, not a necessity. With Jenna's skinny arms and legs, she looked as if she could use a big breakfast. I'll make you guys a deal, Cole said, grabbing a clean pair of socks. You two kids watch Rachel and I'll cook breakfast. Sweet. Matt grinned. Thank you. Jenna climbed onto the opposite side of the bed from Matt and snagged the remote from the bedside table. You makin' coffee, too? Brian asked when Cole entered the kitchen. Rachel's dad was slumped over the kitchen table, looking too worn out for first thing in the morning. I could use some. Cole's steps slowed as his sluggish brain kicked into gear. Hungry kids. An old man who looked like he could use some sunshine and a hearty meal. He took stock of the pantry, ignoring the worn and cracked linoleum and the cobweb-draped kitchen windows. Rachel meant well. Cole knew she did, but from the state of things on the property, she needed help. The refrigerator held outdated milk, a variety of condiments, chocolate syrup, shriveled grapes, some block cheese, vanilla ice cream in the freezer, and little else. Those kids couldn't have had cereal if they'd wanted to. Cole discovered a can of Spam, instant mashed potatoes and condensed soup in a cupboard. Coffee beans that had lost their aroma sat on another shelf, along with a grinder and an electric coffee pot. The sugar in the sugar bowl was hard as a rock, as was the powdered creamer. Grim, but not a total loss. Given the rundown condition of the old ranch house and the frailty of the old man left in charge while Rachel worked, Cole had expected worse. I haven't been to the store in a few days, the old man mumbled. It's tough raising kids alone. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? No, Cole shot Brian a dark look over his shoulder. But I would have, if someone had told me. What's this? Matt turned up his nose at the plate Cole put in front of him for breakfast. Jenna peered at her plate from as far back in her seat as she could get. Cole didn't look happy to have the food he'd made questioned. I made cheesy potato pancakes and fried Spam. Jenna poked her potato pancakes with a fork. Yuck. She didn't want to eat these things. Pop stared into his coffee mug. Why's my coffee such a funny color? It's mocha latte. People pay a lot of money for flavored coffee like that. Why not give it a try? Cole's smile looked forced, like he was smelling something worse than potato pancakes. I made the kids hot chocolate. Jenna liked hot chocolate. She peeked into her mug, but it wasn't the hot chocolate Aunt Rachel made. There was a big lump of something white on top and it wasn't whipped cream. No one ate or drank but Cole. He frowned. Look, I spent last winter working as a short-order cook in Silver Bend. I know how to make do with what I have. It's good. He took another bite. Matt stared at Jenna. Jenna stared at Pop. Pop made a funny face. No Quinlan touched anything. But Cole didn't give up. You like potatoes, don't you? And cheese? He stared at Jenna when he spoke, the way he had when they'd first met in the hospital. And you like hot chocolate, don't you, Jenna? That's what's in the mug with the ice cream. Ice cream for breakfast? Matt grabbed his mug and took a sip, leaving a brown mustache on his upper lip. It's good. He picked up a potato pancake like it was a cookie and took a bite. Tastes like cheesy fries. Pop drank a little of his coffee. It'll do. Jenna used her fork and her finger to tear off a small bite of the pancake, then put it on the tip of her tongue, ready to spit it out if it tasted yucky. Matt was nearly finished with his and staring at hers as if he wanted more. But the pancake tasted pretty good. Like crusty mashed potatoes and cheese. After Rachel wakes up, I'll go to the grocery store. Cole dug into his food. The next time we sit down at the table to eat, everyone needs to wash their hands and brush their hair. I think this is my house, young man, Pop said. It is. Cole nodded. And it could use a good cleaning, sir. Everything in it. His gaze touched on everyone at the table. He didn't understand how things worked here. Not at all. Jenna took care of the house when Aunt Rachel wasn't home. And just as soon as Jenna finished breakfast, she was going to talk to Aunt Rachel and make her make sure Cole knew it. Only when she tried to make Aunt Rachel take control a short while later, Rachel told Jenna to pick her battles. What was that supposed to mean? This is every woman's fantasy. Rachel woke up to Cole dusting her bedroom. A man cleaning house. From the bed, she could see Jenna and Matt in the kitchen putting away dishes. A vacuum ran elsewhere in the house. I rallied the troops and got everyone cleaning. Cole wiped the windowsills. If he cleans the toilet, he's a keeper. Rachel sighed. There was no escaping her infatuation. With a shallow breath, Rachel pushed herself gingerly into a sitting position. The world only tilted slightly on its axis. I appreciate the help. Would you appreciate the truth? Cole came to stand next to the bed, rearranging the pillows behind her with a nurse's skill. Your father isn't in any shape to be a caregiver to children. Can I choose anything other than the truth? She avoided using the word dare in the sentence with the same skill as she avoided melting at his help and staring at him with adoring eyes. But the word came up anyway. Honey, you could offer me the choice between truth or dare, and I'd always go for the truth. The world shifted again, as if Rachel was the bottle doing the spinning during a teenager's kissing game. Without realizing it, Rachel grabbed onto Cole's arm for balance. I knew this day was coming. And she'd probably put off the realization for too long. I have lots of hard decisions ahead. Decisions she'd face alone. Cole peered into her eyes impersonally, the way a doctor might. And here I thought you'd argue. If I've learned one thing from life, it's that everything changes. She sighed, releasing Cole's arm and sinking back in the pillows. You can't bank on tomorrow. You couldn't even get a loan. Cole ran his fingers through her hair, drawing the strands away from her face. Let's take a closer look. Yes, Dr. Hudson. She tried to make light of him being close enough to kiss. About last night, this time when he looked into her eyes, he seemed to really see her. Don't tell me. I snored. You had nightmares. We should talk. No, Rachel tried to sit higher in the hopes that she'd feel more capable of running the Quinlan family without admitting to any weakness or error. And those nightmares of hers were a weakness. But pain in her ribs tunneled her vision and stopped her cold. Your silence is what feeds those nightmares, Cole said bluntly. You need to talk to someone about them. Is that your medical opinion, Dr. Hudson? She couldn't look at him. It is. You know that whatever bad parenting or abuse your mother inflicted upon you isn't your fault. My past is none of your business, Cole. Especially not the most painful part of her past. What had she said in her sleep that gave him such an accurate impression of her childhood? Missy would be horrified. None of your business, she repeated, glancing up at him. Just like wondering about the texture of his lips was none of hers. Cole straightened, towering over her with those broad, capable shoulders. Staring at her with those dark eyes that seemed to see right through her. I'm ready to listen any time you want to unlock the door to those skeletons in your closet. Duly noted. And ignored. Aunt Rachel? Jenna stood in the doorway. Can I help you to get dressed? Or brush your hair? Yes, and yes. Rachel's body may have been battered and her spirit nearly broken, but her womanly pride? It had suffered no shrapnel from the crash. Cole marched out, back ramrod straight. Rachel released a breath she hadn't known she'd been holding. She wanted to look good for Cole, inside and out, even though he'd never stay. Even though he'd never be hers. What's going to happen to us? Jenna asked Aunt Rachel after Cole left to go to the grocery store and she'd helped Rachel get dressed. I know I look like the bride of Frankenstein, but don't count me out. Rachel lay back on the pillows. Quinlans aren't quitters. Jenna kind of knew who Frankenstein was because Bobby Mosser had dressed as him last year for Halloween. But she'd had no idea Frankenstein had a wife. With her face covered in cuts and bruises, Aunt Rachel did kind of look green. You don't have to be brave for me, Aunt Rachel. I'm 10. 10 going on 70. Rachel gave Jenna a kind smile. Focus on being a kid, Jenna. Ride your horse. Play checkers with Pop, tease your brother. She chuckled softly. On second thought, don't tease Matt. I know you don't like change, but just leave the big decisions to me. Jenna wanted to. But at the same time, she was scared. Aunt Rachel didn't look as if she could handle making a grocery list, much less get things going without a working airplane. Matt stumbled in and climbed into bed with Aunt Rachel. I'm done cleaning. Did you make your bed? Jenna asked. No. Did you put your dirty clothes in the hamper? Jenna asked. No. Jenna put her hands on her hips and demanded, Did you dust your room? No, Matt lay flat on his back. Geez. Can't I just be a little boy? Little boys have to do chores, Aunt Rachel said gently. See? Jenna crossed her arms over her chest. I wish I'd been born a bunny. Matt drew his hands and feet up as if he were a rabbit. Then I wouldn't have any chores. True, Aunt Rachel said. But you'd have to forage all day long to eat, run from foxes and wolves, and you wouldn't get to watch television. Face it, buddy. You've got it good. Jenna wished that were true. She wished it something awful. Driving down Main Street toward the grocery store, Cole was assaulted by bittersweet memories. The narrow street was still lined with diagonal parking spaces filled with beat-up trucks. His barebones, 2-year-old Chevy truck was high class by comparison. The lumberyard was at the end of the street by the railroad tracks, just down from the Shady Lady Motel, which was looking a lot shadier than when he'd last stayed there with Missy. But it wasn't Missy occupying his thoughts. It was Rachel. The cuts on her face were beginning to heal, but the bruising. Knowing what had caused it, having seen the wreckage. It was difficult to look at her and not want to gather her close again and reassure himself that she was fine. She continued to tell him so, wanting him to believe it. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. He wanted to know the truth about Rachel, every last slight and pain life, and her mother, had tossed her way. Cole drove past 2 kids out in front of the ice cream parlor laughing and eating cones. In the summer, he and Sally had done the same thing. Later, he and Rachel had eaten ice cream while waiting for Missy to have her hair cut at the beauty parlor next door. She'd always been a chatterbox and easy to be with. At times, she was easier to hang out with than Missy had been. There'd been no demands about appearances. No worries about what folks in town would think. Cole pulled into the small parking lot at Marnie's grocery. He'd spent more than one summer stocking shelves and bagging purchases at Marnie's with her daughter Nikki, who was currently out front sweeping the sidewalk. When Nikki saw him, she dropped the broom and flung her pregnant self into his arms. Wait until I tell Granny what the cat dragged in. She'll use it as an excuse to come in the store and rearrange the spice section. Unexpectedly pleased at his reception, Cole took a step back. How is Marnie? Impatient with retirement. Excited to be a great-grandma for the 5th time. Nikki patted her baby bump, grinning. And no, this isn't my 5th. It's my 1st. Everything all right with you? You and the baby are doing well? Cole picked up the broom. I'm great. Baby's a kicker. She encircled her baby bump with both hands. But why are you here? Cole briefly explained Rachel's crash and reassured Nikki she was all right. I'll swing by this week and check on her after you're gone. Nikki paused, studying Cole's face. And then she chuckled. Or I can visit while you're still in town. You always did have a soft spot for those Quinlans. Wouldn't be surprised if you ended up staying this time. Determination worked its way up his spine. I'd be surprised. I start medical school in January. What? Nikki grabbed the broom, chuckling again. I guess Granny and I were both wrong. She predicted you'd work your way to the top of the firefighting chain. I always thought you'd open a body shop next to Rachel's car repair garage. Neither of you thought I was doctor material? Or at the very least, science teacher material? As tight as you were with Rachel and Missy? Nikki sked. Granny was certain Missy would do both your books. They both fell silent, letting the weak October sunlight try to warm their shoulders. It was good seeing you, Nikki, Cole said slowly. Same. She nodded. Cole selected a cart and began shopping the produce section. The old store was still part grocery store, part drugstore and part hardware store. Cole? Cole Hudson? A man with a receding hairline and a beer belly flagged down Cole as he passed the alcohol section. Ain't this a kick in the head? An image of a younger face bearing the same slick smile clicked in Cole's memory. Missy's ex-husband hadn't aged well. Lyle Whitehall? Yeah, Lyle snorted the way others laughed. When did you get back in town? Last night. I gave Rachel Quinlan's family a ride home from Montana. Yeah, I heard she was in a crash. She survived, huh? Grinning, Lyle showed no concern for his former sister-in-law, making Cole wonder if Lyle had grieved for Missy. Lucky for those kids. Those kids? Cole echoed hollowly. Yeah, Lyle hitched up his pants. Matt and Jenna. I know they're not mine. It's why I refused to give Rachel child support after Missy died. Refused the DNA test, too. Cole kept silent. It was coming back to him now. Lyle Whitehall was, and had always been, a jerk. Setting fire to other kids' gym lockers. Slipping a hand under cheerleaders' skirts. Spinning donuts on the school lawn. And his daddy had always bailed him out. I suppose you'll be taking Jenna when you leave. Lyle waved a hand. Go with my blessing. Been hoping Matt's father shows up someday, too. Something nodded in Cole's gut. Something a lot like anger. His hands fisted as he watched Lyle walk away. Jenna. Matt. They were good kids. They both deserved fathers who loved them. Fathers who stepped up to their duty emotionally and financially. Cole vowed to do a better job with Jenna than Lyle had done. He vowed to be a role model for little Matt. But how would Rachel react to his intentions? And how did all that fit into his dream of being a doctor? We don't eat green stuff, Matt said later as he helped Cole carry in the groceries. The little boy had come out on his own with a sunny smile when he heard the truck pull up. Is that corn? We don't eat that neither. Matt slowed as he peered into the bags. Where's the chips? The cookies? You didn't buy any food. Just get the groceries into the kitchen, Cole urged, juggling too many bags as he slipped inside, noting Brian napping in the living room recliner. I bought food to help Rachel get better and you to grow strong. You don't want to be the worst est forever, do you? Aunt Rachel and me will feel better with chocolate chip cookies, Matt said, sticking to his sugary guns. Only in the short term. The body needs good fuel the way an airplane needs good gasoline. That got the little boy thinking. You'll be surprised how much energy you have with a good meal in your belly. That had been Cole's approach to firefighting when the days were long and arduous. Now you sound like my teacher Ms. Hadley. Matt sat in a chair at the kitchen table and lay his torso across the tabletop. I just wanted a cookie. Just one cookie. Did you clean your room? Cole put groceries away. I could make cookies if the house is clean. Clean room. Clean face. Clean hands. Matt slumped in his seat. Why do grown-ups always want something? Did Jenna finish cleaning? I don't know. But she went riding. Cole stopped searching for a flour canister. On a horse? At a friend's house? On Shadow. Matt made motorboat sounds. Cole craned his neck to look out the kitchen window. But try as he might, he couldn't see Jenna or a horse. Where does Jenna ride? In a pasture? Cole hurried to finish putting perishables in the refrigerator. On a trail? God, please, don't let her be riding down by the creek. It had a tendency to flash floods. He looked out at the horizon to make sure it wasn't storming in the nearby mountains. Jenna just goes, Matt said unhelpfully. If I clean my room, can I have cupcakes? My terms were clean house for cookies. Cole finished putting food away and marched toward the door, heart pounding in fear. That sounds like Aunt Rachel's timeout voice. Matt sighed. I'll do my best. But I'm the worstest at cleaning. Cole burst out the door, letting the screen bang shut behind him. From the front porch, he could see the large metal hangar and the fencing that separated the yard from the dirt airstrip. There was a light breeze, but there was no horse. No Jenna. His pulse pounded in his temples. Jenna was 10. She shouldn't be out and about without supervision. He called for her. He waited, listening. Nothing. He called again. Cole. Rachel's voice drifted to him from inside. Cole? He marched back inside, through the empty kitchen and into Rachel's room. I can't find Jenna. Matt says she went riding, but I can't see her. She'll be back soon. Despite having bedhead, bruising on her face and stitches in her temple, Rachel still managed to be beautiful. And she loves me. Cole quelled the thought. Now wasn't the time. I'm allowed, no, I'm entitled, to worry about her. Rachel made a weak gesture with her hand. She stays on the property. Your 50 acres? Cole put his hands on his hips. I wouldn't want her riding around alone if it was a 1-acre pasture. And neither should you. The house wasn't clean. The cupboard was bare. And my niece roams unsupervised. Rachel sked. Next thing you'll be telling me is I'm not a good guardian. Cole pressed his lips together to avoid saying just that. But what he really wanted to do was go outside and find his little girl. It's easy to cast stones when you haven't been working that field. Rachel patted a spot next to her. You want a chance to be a father? I should tell you that Jenna doesn't respond well to commands, particularly shouted ones. How alike you are. Cole glanced over his shoulder toward the front door. And then he shut Rachel's bedroom door and came to sit next to her. I can imagine how Lyle bullied her. I saw him today. He hasn't changed. I don't know what Missy ever saw in him. She saw a way to help Pop manage his debt. Rachel stared at Cole levelly. Don't forget, you told her you didn't want kids. You told her you didn't want to get married. Or stay in Eden where she was needed. Why am I the bad guy here? And then he said the thing that had been eating at him since he'd seen Lyle. Who is Matt's father? Lyle. Rachel sounded annoyed he'd think otherwise. After Jenna, he refused to believe Matt was his. It's hard to imagine, but when Matt was born, he was a blonde, just like Jenna. Just like me. Not that anyone would guess it now. In the winter, his hair darkened to nearly black. Lyle moved Missy's things here before she and Matt came home from the hospital. Rachel's fingers fisted on the comforter. Imagine being married to that man. What she must have suffered. Not that she shared all the details with you. Cole eased her fingers from the material, brought her hand in the circle of both of his. You Quinlans hold secrets more dear than the gold in Fort Knox. But I could have been here if one of you had called me. But we didn't. And you weren't. Rachel stared at their joined hands in a way that had Cole's heart pounding for a different reason. You can't change the past. And if you're only staying a few weeks, you can't change the future either, Dr. Hudson. Jenna needs to know I'm her father, Rachel. His words sounded hard in the small room, especially hot on the heels of that endearing look she'd given their hand clasp. Yes, she does, Rachel agreed, giving his hand a squeeze that somehow managed to squeeze his heart because he hadn't expected her opinion to align with his. But that won't change the fact that you're leaving, and we'll still be in Eden. Rachel would be here alone, squeezed between the needs of 2 children and an old man. Cole tore his gaze away from her face, turning his attention back to the task at hand, ensuring his daughter was safe and well supervised. But not without one more question. How are you going to earn a living? For your daughter, you mean? Rachel was many things, but she wasn't obtuse, not even with a concussion. I'll find something. Before he could suggest she move to Silver Bend to do so, to be near his parents and support, a horse whinnied. Chapter 9. Jenna sprawled face down across Shadow's bare back, arms and legs dangling. She stared at the sparse grass beneath Shadow's hooves. The privateer was wrecked. There was no working plane in the hangar. Aunt Rachel wouldn't be leaving anymore. It was what she'd always wanted. Maybe she'd become a teacher or work at Marnie's. Not that she minded taking care of Matt and Pop. She may be 10, but she knew Aunt Rachel needed to work to keep the ranch. She'd heard her tell Pop that many times. Shadow blew out a breath. His withers were damp from sweat. They'd galloped across the pasture like they were finally free from worry. The wind had blown Jenna's hair into a tangle. She hadn't cared. Aunt Rachel was home for good. Shadow whinnied again. He wanted a handful of oats. He needed to be cooled down. What are you doing? Cole's voice wasn't a shout, but it wasn't a dinner table voice either. He marched across the grass that needed mowing toward the fence that separated them. Shadow shifted just as Jenna slid to the ground, almost making her fall. I was riding. Jenna patted Shadow's sleek black neck. She started walking toward the hangar and the tub of oats, Shadow at her heels. You went riding alone? Without a saddle? Or reins? Cole walked next to her on the other side of the fence. Yes. Jenna raised her chin. Shadow doesn't like that stuff. I'm the only one who can ride him and he only lets me ride him natural. You could fall. Cole passed a hand through the air. Anywhere. And no one would know where you are. But I don't fall. Shadow wouldn't let me. That wasn't exactly true. But it was a good enough answer for Cole. I want you to tell me when you ride. Jenna recognized that tone of voice. It was the same tone used by her teacher, the principal, and Aunt Rachel. That tone said behave. She kept walking. I want you to use a bridle and a saddle when you ride. What was up with him and all these rules? Can't. Shadow doesn't like them. I don't care what Shadow doesn't like. Jenna risked a glance at Cole. His cheeks were red and he was huffing the way the sparrows bull did when they rode too close to the fence line. Cole met her gaze and blew out a breath. I'm sorry. I'm worried. He ran a hand over his face. I'm worried about Rachel and your grandfather and you and your horse and, he ran a hand around behind his neck. And Matt. And how clean the house is, Jenna said because she'd been paying attention this morning during breakfast. And how clean I am. She stared at her dirty hands. But you aren't the boss of me. His jaw worked and then he stopped, hands on his hips. She stopped, too, facing him with Shadow at her back. Aunt Rachel says that I can't let other people bully me, even if they're adults. He chewed on his bottom lip. And then he leaned on a fence post as if he'd been the one to run across the pasture. I'm not trying to bully you, Jenna. I just want you to be safe because, I'm your father. Jenna stumbled back against Shadow, as bad on her feet as Aunt Rachel since the accident. I don't believe you. She knew Lyle wasn't her dad. She'd heard him shout it often enough when Mom was alive, but this. You're lying. But it didn't feel like a lie. It felt like the truth. She flung herself up on Shadow's back and galloped down the dirt runway, mind leaping ahead. But not to the path they were taking. She was thinking that Aunt Rachel didn't have a plane. No plane meant no money, which meant no food on the table and no roof over their heads. It meant she might have to move away from Aunt Rachel, Matt and Pop. Cole was her dad. The Quinlans needed a new plane. You rock the boat, Brian called to Cole from the front porch, standing guard before the front door in that wobbly way of his. You've got no right. Cole turned to stare out at the cloud of dust that marked Jenna's continued retreat. I have every right and you know it, old man. Brian shook himself the way a rooster did when its feathers were ruffled. If I was 10 years younger. You might realize that I'm right. Cole took the porch steps slowly. I loved your daughter, sir. But we were young and we both made mistakes. Looks like you're still making them. Brian stuck his gray stubble chin out. You scared her off. She needs time alone to process. Although she was 10, Cole had to believe that. She was a watchful kid, an old soul given all the tragedy she'd lived through. She should have been more like Sally. Happy, carefree, innocent. You didn't have to tell her, Brian groused. She's happy here. Is that why she rides off alone on that horse? Because she's happy? Yes, Brian groused some more. You don't know her. But I will. Cole walked around the old man and into the house. And nothing you or Rachel do will stop me. You created a ruckus. Rachel hadn't heard what Cole said to Jenna outside, but she'd heard thundering, retreating hooves and the rumble of angry male voices on the porch. It's bad enough Jenna rides alone, but bareback? No reins? Cole entered Rachel's bedroom and shut the door. He looked magnificent when angry. Shoulders back. Eyes flashing. I could get used to him being in here, angry or not. That's foolish, even for you Quinlans. His chest heaved. Rachel wished she could stand and fight him nose to nose. Or in her case, her nose to his sternum. Come here. Closer, where they'd be on more even ground. That's your timeout voice, Cole said coldly. Rachel shook her head. A mistake. The world shimmied in and out of focus. Come here and let me explain. His boots stayed planted near the door. Always the hard way, Rachel murmured. Taking shallow breaths, she moved her feet toward the edge of the bed, intending to sit on the edge. Cling to the edge, if need be. She would not have this argument on her back. Don't you dare, Cole snapped, coming to her side and moving her feet away from the edge. All that movement made her dizzy. She clapped a hand over her eyes and willed her stomach to settle. Sit. Please. She felt movement on the bed, felt his hand rest on her calf. She wanted him closer, laying beside her so they could stare at the ceiling and fight on even turf. Or maybe that was infatuated Rachel, wanting to store memories for when he left again. She needed to be responsible Rachel, the adult who juggled all the Quinlan balls and gave Jenna a measure of independence. Rachel opened her eyes. Shadow showed up here one day about 4 years ago in October. He was so thin, and his tail and mane tangled. Jenna was just beginning to blossom without her parents, but she was lonely. It's not like she can walk down the street and play with kids her own age. She'd need a ride into town. Matt was still a baby and not the kind of company a little girl needs. The frown lines on Cole's face softened. For the two of them, it was love at first sight. I'd be working on an engine and the next thing I knew she'd have snuck out with her dolls to play in the pasture where Shadow was. This isn't making me feel better about my daughter's safety. Like you don't remember what it was like to grow up on a remote working ranch? Rachel gently chastised. Country kids tend to roam earlier than city kids. Cole gave a reluctant nod. So she just hopped on him one day and you didn't bat an eye? Heavens, no. I saw her on his back one day and freaked. About the same way you did, I imagine. And I called around for a horse trainer because the only time I rode horses was when you saddled up old Seaweed for me. I loved that old nag, but continue. He almost smiled. Whenever the trainer tried to put tack on Shadow, he freaked. And when he freaked, Jenna would have a meltdown. I see where this is going. Cole was back to looking grim. The only other time Shadow acts wild is when there's a thunderstorm. Then we shut him up in the enclosure by the hangar. It's the only time he's happy to be fenced in. Rachel hoped Cole could understand how important the horse was to Jenna. The trainer ended up working with Jenna on how to ride naturally. She took to it like a fish to water. Cole. You should be proud. I'm scared to death. He crossed his arms over his chest. Rachel felt for him. She really did. She was also heartened that he'd care for Jenna's well-being after only knowing her a few days. Here's the thing about parenting, Cole. You aren't always going to like the choices your child makes or the passions they're drawn to. I'm sure your mother agonizes over your safety every time you deploy to a fire. This is different. Jenna's just a child. His words were as stiff as his posture. I can't allow it. I won't. I'll give you 2 reasons why you can, Rachel said, as gently as she was able. She hadn't wanted it to come to this. I'm her guardian and your name isn't on her birth certificate. Asterisk. I have a dad. After the initial shock, Jenna had remembered finding a small stash of photographs in her mother's dresser after she died. Pictures of Mom when she was a teenager, so beautiful it hurt to look at her. But she wasn't alone in the photos. Aunt Rachel was there. And someone else, too. A cute guy with a great smile. She remembered wishing cute guy was her dad. She wanted to sneak back in the house, find those pictures, and see if it was him. Cole. After the second good gallop of the day, she turned Shadow back to the hangar where she brushed him down, fed him oats and a flake of hay, and kept an eye on the house. Cole didn't come out, not even to the porch. Lyle would have been sitting outside watching, waiting, shouting. Is he really my dad? Cole had told her he didn't want her to ride Shadow bareback. But he wasn't charging out here to yell at her for disobeying him. That's what Lyle would have done. Maybe he was no good at this dad thing. Her best friend Susie's dad drank too much beer. He forgot Susie's birthday and lost his job last summer. He sucked at being a dad. But then there was Tommy Thompson's dad. He was the greatest. He coached Tommy's Little League team and brought pizza to school for their parties instead of cupcakes and cookies. He told bad jokes and had this great, booming laugh, kind of like Santa Claus. What kind of dad was Cole? Was he the kind that wanted to raise her? Or not? Jenna was surprised to feel disappointed at the not part. Almost the same way she'd been disappointed when Lyle didn't want her and Mom anymore. Aunt Rachel would say there was only one way to find out. Chapter 10. Cupboard doors opened and closed with just enough care to tickle Rachel's parenting radar and wake her up. Someone was in the kitchen searching for something to eat. With effort, Rachel pried her eyes open and squinted at her bedside clock. Late afternoon. Not the best time for a meal-spoiling snack. Another cupboard door closed. She was facing away from the door and couldn't see who was out there. What are you doing? Cole's voice was tinged with just the right amount of authority to bring the sneaking snacker in line without scaring them off. No one answered, which told Rachel that someone was most likely shrugging, the universal sign for guilt. No telling whether it was Jenna or Matt out there. I'm going to start dinner. No more snacks. Cole was firm. What is this potato doing on the counter? Cole had parent potential, all right. What if he used his charm to win over Jenna and then left for another 11 years? Jenna would be heartbroken. Not to mention the damage to my heart. I was going to microwave a potato for dinner, Jenna said, sounding meek, the way she did when they encountered Lyle in town. Only one? Didn't you think the rest of the family would be hungry? Cole teased. Sorry. Look, I'm making lasagna for dinner and I could use some help. We'll have potatoes tomorrow, Cole offered. And I won't even talk about what I told you outside earlier. Silence. What the heck had he said to Jenna outside? How Rachel wanted to be able to walk out there and ask. But she couldn't get out of bed and it seemed wrong to admit she was eavesdropping and interrupt by shouting. Get out here, squirt. 16-year-old Cole had stopped kissing Missy and lifted his gaze to the bushes where Rachel had been hiding, surprised by how intently the pair had been kissing without tumbling off the porch swing. Rachel? Missy's cheeks were redder than a ripe tomato. I was just coming back from the hangar. Rachel came out from around the bush and shoved her hands in her back pockets. But then she remembered what she'd been doing in the hangar and rushed up the porch steps. Pop and me are taking apart a PBY engine. He says we might be able to get it started again. She wedged her skinny butt between Missy and the arm of the swing. Rachel, go inside and unload the dishwasher. Cole reached across Missy's shoulder to nudge Rachel's. Why? I didn't interrupt nothin'. You weren't talking. But now her cheeks were heating. Cole made a low growl in his throat, reached over Missy and began tickling Rachel. I'll teach you to announce yourself if I have to tickle you every time you don't. The memory made Rachel smile. She missed those easy times with Cole. The adult version of her teen crush would never tickle her, cracked ribs or not. But he wouldn't let the fact that she was eavesdropping pass either. I don't know how to make lasagna, Jenna said in a soft voice. That's okay. It's one of the first meals I learned to make. You grate cheese and boil noodles and brown hamburger, Cole said, and Rachel wanted to kiss him for trying to win Jenna over. It's something you can make for the family when Rachel and I are gone. Okay. Such a small voice. Rachel wished she could wave a magic wand and give her niece the kind of confidence Danny had in the cockpit. For that matter, she could use some of that chutzpah herself. Okay. Well, first we have to wash our hands. And then we can lay out all our ingredients on the counter. Something in Cole's voice sounded different than it had the past few days. His words struck a cautious but excited note. Not because he was ecstatic over making dinner. Not because he was happy in his role as Rachel's home nurse. But because he told her. He told Jenna he was her father, although he hadn't admitted it during his earlier meltdown regarding Shadow. Rachel could feel the truth of it in every word he spoke. That explained Jenna's hesitation. Her tentativeness toward his offer of a cooking lesson. So much for worrying the truth would rock the boat. Tears pressed at the back of Rachel's eyes, blurring her vision and making her want to hug someone tight, maybe Cole, maybe Jenna, maybe both. Jenna was more resilient than Rachel gave her credit for. And Cole? The Cole in her kitchen had the same big heart as the boy she'd ridden horses with as a girl. He was showing Jenna the same kindness and patience he'd shown her. He was winning her heart the same way he'd won Rachel's all those years ago. And that little heart would break when he left town again, as sure as hers had. As sure as hers would again. Why didn't you tell me you claimed the title of father? Rachel surprised Cole when he emerged from the bathroom after his evening shower. She'd been asleep when he'd entered the bathroom. Cole rubbed his hair dry with a towel. It wasn't top of mind earlier. I was angry about the horse. Right. Rachel didn't look angry. She lay propped on the pillows, her dark hair spilled out over them as if the silky locks had just been brushed. And you nag me for holding back personal information. This is different. She ran away when I told her. I was afraid for her on that horse. I'm not going to lie. I still am. But until we made dinner together, I was second-guessing telling her. Is that what you wanted to hear? He'd been on edge all afternoon. You're lucky she's such a good kid. Rachel's expression softened. She's been dreaming of a father who cares about her for years. Cole sat on the bed near Rachel and took her hand, resting the damp towel in his lap. It was easy to hold on to Rachel. They knew each other so well. You're afraid I'll take her away from here? Yes. Rachel nodded. And then she shook her head. No. I know you're going away. You're afraid she'll put her trust in me and I'll hurt her. Rachel nodded again. Do you remember what it was like to be 10? To fall in love with someone who paid you the right attention? A teacher? A coach? And to be crushed to the point of tears if you were reprimanded or disapproved of by that same person. Imagine what Jenna will feel like when you leave. Cole frowned, feeling the damp from his towel seep through his sweats, feeling understanding dawn in regards to her reference. When you talk about the past and falling in love, are you talking about me? The pink in her cheeks contradicted her words. I could have been. You hung the moon for me. Her grip on his hand tightened. And then my world crashed when you left town after graduation. I blamed Missy. I blamed Pop. And then when I was older, I came to blame you. Is that what you want Jenna to go through? Rach, he didn't know what to say. Again, he chose to deflect the issue of his daughter and focus on Rachel. When I left Eden, both times, I assumed only Missy was heartbroken. Dude, don't kid yourself. You can be charming. You're good-looking. And you aren't Lyle. Rachel shook his hand gently as she gave him a half-smile. But don't get hung up on silly teenage me. I'm fine and over you. Knowing that wasn't true, Cole gave her hand another squeeze. Jenna is going to fall for you so hard that when you leave, she's not going to understand. You're underestimating her, Rach. She's tough. Just look at the way she rides that horse. Oh, I sense someone is coming around to my way of thinking. Rachel grinned. But back to the topic at hand. You're underestimating yourself. You're easy to love, you big lug. Easy to love. The words hung between them like stalled clock hands when its battery ran out of juice. Rachel stared deep into Cole's eyes, and despite her denial, her love was there for him to see or reciprocate. Or ignore. He'd loved one Quinlan to ruin. Whatever feelings Rachel had for him were based on a girl's teenage dreams. He couldn't lean forward and kiss her. He couldn't let her love into his heart. It was as unfair as the situation with Jenna. He was leaving. And so he didn't move. Tell me about Missy's marriage, he said softly. Rachel drew a deep breath and drew her hand away, shuddering the warm glow of love in her eyes. Immediately, Cole felt bereft. What do you want me to say, Cole? You can imagine how hard it was for Missy. Rachel closed her eyes and gingerly touched the stitches at her temple. The honeymoon ended very quickly. Lyle wanted to keep up appearances, but he resented her pregnancy, the same way he resented you. Hated her, more like, Cole said, thinking about his meeting with Lyle at the grocery store. They'd been the same age in school, he and Lyle. But Cole had always been the quarterback, the point guard, the goalie. While Lyle had taken on the dirty work on their school teams. The defensive end, the center, the aggressive midfielder. There had never been any love lost between them. Lyle made her life miserable and he tried to make Jenna's life miserable, too. Rachel's gaze collided with Cole's. Being Jenna's shield wore Missy down. She lost weight. And that gentle spark she'd always had? It went out. Rachel's voice dropped to barely a whisper. When she finally got pregnant a second time, Lyle refused to believe the baby was his. Cole fisted his hands. She could have reached out. I would have come. You told her your terms, Cole. No marriage. No family. There was no accusation in Rachel's voice. She might just as well have been telling him how to operate his truck's navigation system. Missy had Jenna. Missy wanted to be your wife. The night Sally died, Cole cleared his throat, needing to explain why he shunned marriage and family, although he'd never stated his case to Missy. There was something to his desire to peel back the layers with he and Rachel, but now wasn't the time to explore it. We left Sally home to go to the movies. We left a 10-year-old alone. She made a blanket fort in the living room, which would have been fine, except she lit Mom's candles and brought them inside. Cole. Rachel's hand sought his. Supportive. Forgiving. He deserved neither. Hear me out. I know you've heard or read about the fire, but I've never told you. He met Rachel's gaze without flinching, even though inside he wanted to shrink back, to turn away, and forget. I asked to go to the movies. I wanted to see the latest action hero show. You knew Sally. She liked books and dolls and, his throat nearly closed. His little sister. She liked dressing up and playing house. Our ranch was in the woods. Remote. On the drive home, we could smell smoke, but we never realized. He swallowed back the guilt and grief. It wasn't until we made the turn that Dad knew it was our house that was burning. He made the call to 911 and we raced up the drive. Cole pressed Rachel's hand to his cheek. Sally must have fallen asleep and kicked the candles over. Dad raced inside and I remember thinking I didn't want to lose him, too. He couldn't look away from Rachel's sweet face. How selfish is that? I wasn't hoping Sally would be alive. My first thought was for myself. You were a kid and scared. That's no excuse. I was selfish. He shook his head. It wasn't until Dad carried Sally out and she coughed that I prayed she'd survive. And later, after she died, I was filled with so much self-loathing. And what was left of our family? My father turned distant and my mother couldn't stop crying, even years later. Family, marriage, I just couldn't. It wasn't your fault. That's what my brain wanted me to believe. But my heart said something different. Rachel opened her arms and it seemed so natural to sink into them, especially since he'd held her through the previous night. My parents are still married and still grieving. They should just separate and move on, but that piece of paper keeps them together. They destroyed the illusion of what marriage is for me. To love. To honor. To cherish. Through thick and thin, and sickness and disaster. I don't believe one person can be the een to someone's yang. You should have the freedom to move on without recrimination. Giving up without a fight. Rachel's touch was as gentle as her words. That doesn't sound like you. I don't enter the ring. He couldn't say it any plainer except to state his case. I will never get married. He'd never said the words and felt like they were a cop-out before. So you rejected marriage and family because you carry the blame for Sally's death, the same way your parents do, Rachel said quietly. Have you ever wondered if they stay together because they love each other? Because they need the strength of someone who carries the same emotional scars to carry on? He didn't. All he saw was their unhappiness. Rachel let that point go. And because of Sally, you didn't want to be responsible for a child. Yes. In case disaster strikes again. Rachel understood him too well. That connection should have shaken him. It didn't. They had always known each other on some level, perhaps more so than he and Missy had. The urge to admit the fear he'd felt watching Jenna ride that horse today was nearly overwhelming. She'd gone off without the safety of a saddle or reins. He couldn't protect her from falling or being trampled. Rachel drew him closer. What you believe about marriage and parenthood doesn't change the fact that Jenna is your daughter. On some level, you must know this. It's why you told her who you are. With sudden clarity, he was afraid Rachel was right. On some level, you want to be in her life, maybe you've even imagined raising her. Rachel choked on these last words. Cole kept himself very still, the way a man freezes when startled into facing the heart he didn't realize he had. His thoughts had kept turning toward the possibility of fatherhood, of marriage to an adventurous dark-haired beauty, but he'd closed those thoughts down quickly with the reminder of the road ahead, medical school. Family, fatherhood, it's impossible for me right now. You should leave Eden, Rachel said in tones as tender as a declaration of love. For your daughter's sake, not yours. Jenna's going to fall in love with you and you can't be the father she needs. It's just a dream. Cole's voice penetrated the fog of Rachel's sleep. Dimly, she was aware of the light peeking through the drawn bathroom door. And then of Cole's warm breath against her hair. And his strong arms wrapped around her. She dreamed of moments like this as a girl, forgetting about the hurt it might cause her beloved older sister if Cole finally realized he loved her more than Missy. In unguarded moments after Cole left, she dreamed of being in his arms, hoping that Lyle and Missy's marriage would turn out better so that her sister would be happy when Cole found love with Rachel. It's just a dream. Rachel must have had another nightmare. The harshness of her mother's once gorgeous face tried to rise up in her mind. Cole's arms tightened around her, chasing the fear away. Tentatively, she reached up, brushing her fingers through his thick short hair, resting her palm on his stubbled cheek, feeling her heart swell with longing for this moment to stretch, for this man to stay with her, for Cole to love her. Why can't I have the one thing I want? Because he'd already charted a lonely path that took him far, far away. And a man like him, one who had wrestled the pain in his past and pinned it firmly in place, wouldn't allow Rachel or Jenna or Matt room in his heart. And they were a package deal. Rachel had to turn her energy to healing her body and spirit. She had to shut out the temptation to imagine Cole's embrace meant more than a friend's attempt to comfort. She had to come out of this place of weakness and lead her family back from the ashes. But for tonight, she'd draw on his tenderness and his strength, and let her heart pretend he was hers. Chapter 11. Have a good day at school. Cole waved to the kids as they walked to the bus stop in the crisp October morning air. He closed the front door, feeling inanely like a stay-at-home dad. Dad. Despite his talk with Rachel the other night, the label gave him an unexpected thrill. It was a title he hadn't aspired to and had no time for. This morning, he'd counted down the weeks to his departure to Antigua, 9 weeks give or take. 65 days. He felt like it wasn't enough time. This was day 3 of his stay at the Quinlan ranch. He broached the prickliest topic, fatherhood, and had made inroads with Jenna. They'd made dinner together twice. He'd caught her sneaking out of the house to go riding bareback once. Just watching her ride away had tested his mettle. He'd grown up with horses. He knew how unpredictable they could be. He couldn't demand she gear up before riding off. Only a father who planned on staying had that right. He wanted the privileges of fatherhood without the ties. Even he knew that wasn't possible. Medical school was a grind and he'd be 3,000 miles away. It wasn't like Rachel was going to put Jenna on a plane to visit during spring break. Or that he could afford to buy the ticket to bring her to him. To keep his mind off the decisions that lay ahead, he'd cleaned gutters and toilets yesterday. Swept the front porch and mopped the kitchen. He'd baked cookies for Matt and taught Jenna the basics of how to read a recipe. And for 3 nights, he'd held Rachel through her nightmares and caught troubled sleep with the light on. This trip was supposed to be. He wasn't sure what it was supposed to be. But it was nothing like he'd expected. He enjoyed Jenna's gentle personality and Matt's boisterous one. He was flirting with the idea of fatherhood but cognizant of Rachel's warning not to break Jenna's heart. And he looked forward to holding Rachel and being the one to soothe her fears. But he knew Rachel would regain her strength and equilibrium. Soon there'd be no reason to stay unless he was willing to give up on his dreams of being a doctor. He couldn't imagine doing so. Morning, Cole said to Rachel's father when he entered the kitchen. He poured coffee for them both, added the requisite dose of sugar and milk to his, then wiped down the counter. It was clear the 2 men weren't going to be best buddies. Brian spent most of his time out on the porch calling his buddies or in the living room dozing with the television news on. When Cole turned around, he was surprised to see Brian hadn't disappeared. Instead, he'd sat down at the table with a couple of prescription bottles and a weekly pill organizer. There was an odd assortment of pills on the table. He cocked his head to one side and leaned down to peer at them, his nose inches away from the tabletop. Cole had visions of Brian taking the wrong pills in the wrong combination and dying. "Do you need some help?" "Of course not." Brian exhibited his stubborn streak, which he'd passed on to Rachel. Leaning against the counter and drinking his coffee, Cole watched the old guy roll the pills around the table, study them and basically looking lost. He sipped his coffee in silence, reminding himself that however the old guy wanted to take care of himself was none of Cole's business. But about the third sip, when Brian had yet to figure out his pill assortment, Cole caved. "It looks like you could use a good pair of eyes to sort those suckers out." Cole set his coffee cup out of the way on the far side of the table and sat down next to him. "I told you I don't need your help." But Brian wiped at his mouth the way some people did when they were trying to take a stab at a decision. "I've got nothing better to do. Except the man's laundry and putting the pot roast on the stove. I'll sort these by size and color." Without waiting for permission, Cole quietly set about his task. "Which ones are you supposed to take in the morning?" Mr. Quinlan rattled off the names of 3 different medicines. Cole found 2 that were stamped with the name. It took them a bit of debate to find the third. "Did you get these filled at the drugstore in town?" "Yes. There's a pretty young pharmacist who smiles every time she sees me coming, because she knows I'll be emptying my wallet." Brian laughed. "It takes a lot of pills to treat a heart condition, high blood pressure and macular degeneration." The old man blinked. "How did you?" Cole explained about his college major and acceptance into medical school. He glanced at his watch. "Why don't we give the pharmacy a call when they open and ask them to identify all the pills you're taking?" Brian drew back. "I know which pills are which." "I'm sure you do," Cole agreed. "But I don't. You wouldn't want me to make a mistake with these and give you a heart attack or something, would you?" The skin on the old man's face paled. "Thank you," he finally managed to mumble. "Nothing like the possibility of death to bring out manners in a man. I'd hate to see your grandkids go through any more upset than they've already had. They need you to be healthy." Cole pushed back his chair. "Can I get you some breakfast? As long as it's not those potato pancake things you made the other day." Cole kept up the easy banter as he pulled the egg carton out of the refrigerator. "I told you that I make do." The old man was quiet while Cole prepared the pan and scrambled some eggs. Finally, he said, "You're not the same as before. I like to think I've matured some since I lived in Eden. I was just a kid then. You didn't do right by my girl." Turning, Cole met Brian's lopsided gaze. "I had my own burdens to bear." "That's the truth." The 2 men sipped their coffee. Brian cleared his throat. "I heard you're upset about Jenna and Shadow." "That's an understatement. He'd lost sleep last night worrying about it. I ventured out to the pasture this morning and Shadow wouldn't have anything to do with me." Brian scoffed. "Can't fault that horse's taste. It'll make me feel better if you confess that horse hates you, too." If the horse didn't have the run of the entire pasture, Cole might have begun befriending him. "He doesn't hate everybody," Brian said, almost cryptically. "I noticed you bought carrots. I happen to know Shadow is very fond of carrots. And apple slices. Really? He's a persnickety beast." Brian was smiling now, warming to the topic. "But he's also nosy. Likes to come around the pasture to the porch side of the house and see what's going on. He sounds like a barn cat. Friendly when it pleases him. When you've got carrots." Brian nodded knowingly. Cole finished his coffee, rinsed his cup, and took the bag of carrots outside. "Carrots, my eye." Cole leaned on a fence post. Shadow stood about 20 feet away. He had his back to Cole but occasionally swiveled his ears around as if listening to what Cole was doing. "You and me need to come to an agreement, boy." Cole took a carrot from the bag and crunched into it. Shadow swung his head around and looked at Cole. who crunched on another bite. Oh, now you're interested in carrots? Cole kept chewing. Shadow eased around, staring at Cole. I don't know why you're nervous. I'm on this side of the fence. And it wasn't like he had a halter or a bridle in his hands. You love my little girl. You're going to have to learn to tolerate me. And if you do, he took another bite of carrot. I'll take good care of you. Carrots and apple slices every day. He may have to make that part of his parenting agreement. Shadow ambled closer, stopping just out of reach. He snorted. My offer still stands. Cole held a carrot in the palm of his hand. Shadow sniffed his palm, drew back, eyed Cole some more. And then he took the carrot. Someday, you and I are going to be friends, Cole promised. Shadow tossed his head, although it wasn't clear if it was a yes or a no. I want to be a pirate for Halloween, Matt said as he climbed into the back seat of Cole's truck after school. And not the kind of pirate with a plastic mask. Jory says those stink. Okay. What about you, Jenna? Cole asked when she'd climbed into the front seat. Both carried their jackets instead of wearing them and stuffed backpacks at their feet. What do you want to be for Halloween? A Disney princess? Jenna pulled a face. Witches and Harry Potter wizards are always a safe bet. Cole gave her an encouraging smile. She was Captain Marvel last year. Matt stuck his tongue out at some of the kids waiting for their rides. Don't do that, Cole told him. Those are his best friends, Jenna said. They act stupid all the time. Do not. Do too. It took Cole a few minutes to calm them down. Where are we going? Jenna turned in her seat to look back. You missed our turn. I thought we agreed. Not really, but Cole was going with it. We're headed to Marnie's to shop for Halloween costumes. The holiday was just over a week away. That is, if you tell me what kind of costume you want. It's stupid. Jenna sighed. I want to be a she-wolf. What's that? Matt asked before Cole could. A female werewolf. Jenna fiddled with her backpack straps. They won't have that at Marnie's. I suppose I could go as Mrs. Frankenstein. Hey, don't give up on the she-wolf. Cole slowed as he turned into Marnie's parking lot. If they don't have it, we'll try and find it online. Because if his little girl wanted to be a she-wolf, she was going to be the best she-wolf ever. For the first time in days, Rachel could sit up without immediately keeling over. She'd eaten dinner in bed and Cole had closed her door over an hour ago. It sounded like he was making cookies or something in the kitchen with the kids. There was much laughter. Rachel wanted to join in. Instead, she decided to take this opportunity to walk to the bathroom without hollering for someone to help. A woman didn't need every person in the household knowing when she needed to pee. Cole wouldn't approve. Jenna would be worried. But her bedroom was like an island of safety railings, so to speak. There was her dresser, the small desk, and a small wheeled office chair. If she could reach the office chair, she could use it like a walker. Rachel made it to the bathroom and back without mishap. Independent peeing. It's the little things that make me happy. And then there was the chorus of laughter in the kitchen. That made her happy, too. She settled into her nest of pillows and was just about to change the weather channels running of Why Planes Crash when the door to her bedroom opened. Everyone in the house crowded into her bedroom amidst shouts of, "Happy birthday!" Jenna carried a cake with far too many burning candles in it. My birthday was weeks ago. She'd been working on a fire. But you weren't home, Pop said. They sang over her protests. Make a wish, Matt demanded when they'd finished. I made the cake from scratch. Jenna smiled up at Cole. He helped me. He, not Dad. A frown flickered across Cole's face so fast that Rachel almost missed it. There was still hope that Jenna's heart wouldn't be broken when Cole left, but it was a toss-up whether or not Cole's heart would be crushed when he left. Whose idea was it to make me a cake? Rachel didn't know why she asked. She knew the answer. Cole's. Jenna beamed up at him, nearly spilling the cake into Rachel's lap. Okay, maybe it was too late to save her niece some heartbreak. Well, it's a wonderful surprise. Just the cap she needed for a successful day of recovery. Rachel leaned forward and tried to blow out the candles. But people with cracked ribs shouldn't lean over or try to fill their lungs with air. She fell back onto her pillows. Easy now. Cole was there to steady her before anyone else. Can't have the woman of the hour overexerting herself. Blowing out candles might be a stretch for you today, the same as walking on your own to the bathroom is. He caught her eye, arching his brows in a way that was way sexier than he probably realized. Oh, he knew she'd been testing her wings. And oh, she liked testing his patience, too. Every patient heals differently, Dr. Hudson. She tried to pull in enough air to blow out the candles. I'm going to need an assist, people. In the end, everyone took a turn blowing the candles out. Even Cole. And when the cake was cut and they discovered it wasn't cooked in the middle, they ate around it. Best belated birthday ever. Was I dreaming? Rachel snuggled into Cole's arms in the middle of the night. Yes. Her bad mama dreams. Cole was almost grateful when they began. It gave him an excuse to get off the floor and gather Rachel in his arms. Want to talk about it? No, Rachel's hand drifted back and forth across his chest. Why didn't you apply for college and get it done? Is that a roundabout way of saying it's taken me too long to get my undergraduate work done? No judgment from me. Her hand kept moving, leaving soft trails of heat over his heart. Silence stretched between them. Her breathing was as steady as the slow back and forth of her hand. If you must know. I must. He could hear the smile in her voice. I didn't think I could do it. Come on. Her fingers gathered his t-shirt and gave it a tug. You can do anything. Her confidence in him was touching. I'm just a firefighter from a small town. Guys like me don't become doctors. That's like saying girls like me don't become pilots. Or own their own planes. Or work on their engines. I suppose. You suppose. She scoffed. We defy the odds, you and me. You and me. He liked the sound of that. He liked it too much. Saturday would be perfect. Brian ended his call and came to sit at the dinner table. Rachel had eaten early and was resting. She'd gotten up too much the past few days, testing her limits and Cole's. He'd much prefer she stayed in bed a while longer. Once she was back on her feet, there'd be no excuse for him to stay. Who was that Pop? Matt was like the Energizer Bunny. Once he woke up in the morning, he was a non-stop talker until he passed out at night. And he loved to talk to Cole. Twice the little guy had fallen asleep in the living room mid-sentence and Cole had carried him to bed. That, my boy, was an airplane salesman. He's bringing an air tanker by on Saturday for us to look at. Brian dove into his mashed potatoes with gusto. Saturday? Cole set his forkful of green beans to rest on his plate. Why would he bring it on Saturday? Because deals like this don't last. Brian spoke as if Cole were too young to understand. If we want the plane, we have to act on it now. Cole had a bad feeling about this. Don't you have to fly a plane before you buy it? Like a test drive? Of course. Brian scowled. Who's going to fly that plane? Surely the old man didn't think Rachel was up to the task. Brian's thin chest puffed out. I am. Cole bit back a curse. Jenna's eyes widened and filled with tears. At least the 10-year-old realized that her grandfather had a snowball's chance in Hades of flying something as large as an air tanker. Cool. Matt said. Pop's gonna fly. Can I go, too? No, Cole leaned across the table toward the old man. You can't be serious. In my day, I was quite the pilot. So proud. So naive. In your day you could probably see a field mouse on the ground while flying a mile above him. Cole couldn't stop his voice from increasing in volume. Surely the old man realized. I can still. You can't. Cole stood, picking up his plate and Jenna's. And if you think somebody who's trying to sell a plane for tens of thousands of dollars would let you try, then you haven't been taking the right medications. Brian's face contorted in a layer of angry, red wrinkles. I can always have Rachel fly. Cole couldn't stop the loud, sharp bark of laughter at the absurdity of the old man's solution. Barely a week ago Rachel almost died and you want her to operate heavy machinery? Call up the salesman and push this test flight back a week. Or better yet, 2. This is my house and my business. You have no right to butt in. Brian held a knife and fork. Both shook with what Cole assumed was anger. I have every right. Cole glanced significantly at Jenna, pushing to put the flying issue to rest, even if it meant threatening to take Jenna away, even if he was sure his life would be a struggle if he had to stand behind the threat. And if you don't act more responsibly, I'll have more rights than you do. Rachel woke up with a jolt and a tremendous sense of disorientation as 2 small bodies bounced onto the bed on either side of her. She tensed, sending the muscles around her bruised ribs spasming and stealing her breath. Jenna and Matt snuggled up against her without even reaching for the remote. Uh-oh. They were in trouble. Less than a minute later, looking ready to explode, Cole barged into the room, studied Rachel, his irritation oozing from every pore, then pointed at the kids. You two, out. Rachel, I need to talk to you, alone. Rachel raised her eyebrows at him, amazed when the gesture didn't hurt. She must be getting better. Jenna sat up. You won't let her do it? No, Cole brushed a hand over Jenna's hair as she scurried out the door. Matt moved a little slower, grinning tentatively at Cole. You won't forget we're making cookies later? Do your math worksheet, first, Cole countered. Matt raced off in that wobbly, endearing gait of his, looking happy. Amazement seemed to freeze time. Rachel hadn't expected Cole to step into a fatherly role, particularly with Matt, who he had no biological connection with. Rachel pushed herself into a sitting position. The world only tilted a little and her ribs only protested with one stabbing jolt. Progress. But the better her equilibrium, the stronger her yearning for Cole. She risked a glance at him, at that obstinate chin and sturdy shoulders. To her, he'd always be movie star handsome. Her heart beat double time for no reason other than he was near. Do you know what your father did? Cole blurted, sitting beside her. He rested his knee on the bed near her leg. No, Rachel could feel his heat. She almost patted the spot next to her near the headboard. Brian's talked to a salesman about an airplane for you. They're bringing it by on Saturday. Cole tossed his hands. Fear clenched Rachel's belly. She forgot about longing and lonely hearts. They'd expect her to give the plane a test run, put it through its paces. Flickering images of the crash burst through her mind's eye. The sour taste of fear coated her mouth. Saturday? Yes. 4 days from now. Pop stood in the doorway, looking as belligerent as a man way past his prime could, with his hands fisted on his bony hips and a scowl on his face. Don't you worry about it. I'll fly the plane when it comes. You? Her father hadn't flown in over 3 years. You can't fly. Yeah, I told him that, too. Cole had a smug look, clearly pleased with Rachel's reaction. In a way, Rachel was grateful that Cole was watching out for her family. Unfortunately, she suspected Cole lacked the tact necessary to make her father see reason. More than likely the 2 men had embarked on a pissing contest of who could yell louder, which would explain her niece and nephew running in here. Who says I can't fly? I've still got my license. Pop was adamant. I can't let you do that. It's too dangerous, Rachel said. Cole crossed his arms over his chest and cocked an eyebrow. Rachel half expected him to tell her father, I told you so. Missy's voice seemed to echo in Rachel's head with a similar message. I had a headache this morning, Cole. It's a sign. It's too dangerous for Rachel. He was about to take Rachel on the back of his motorcycle. I don't want my little sister to take Moe's curve with you. Too many kids and drunks die on that cliff. Ready to see what all the hullabaloo about Moe's curve was, Rachel had jumped on behind Cole and ridden anyway. They'd run out of gas and had to push the bike back to town, which Missy took as proof they should have heeded her signs. Rachel, this S2 tracker comes at a rock-bottom price. We can't afford to let someone else get it. Pop named a figure that was too good to be true. The S2 tracker was a Navy plane, most likely built in the late 1950s. It wasn't on the air tanker retirement list and probably wouldn't be for 10 years. But it also offered less than half the gallon capacity of her beloved privateer. If it hadn't been fitted with slurry tanks, it would be a collector's dream. If only there was good money in restoring an already operational plane. Thinking about collecting and restoring old airplanes didn't upset her stomach the way the thought of flying did. But what neither man knew was that the doctor had told her not to drive for another 2 weeks. Cole had taken her to the appointment, and she hadn't let him come inside with her. Still, something about the offer nagged at her. Pop, the price is too low. What's wrong with it? He shrugged. It's the end of the year. Someone can't meet the payments. The owners are getting a divorce. How would I know the specifics? We'll see come Saturday. At such a low price, Rachel could understand why they needed to look at it quickly. You won't take it for a test flight. Rachel hoped she sounded firm but not hurtful. Her dad was in no condition to take out a big wheel, much less something as large and powerful as the S2. Like I am? I'll leave that to you. Pop smiled triumphantly at Cole before making his exit. Cole muttered an oath. Neither of you is flying on Saturday. Rachel hugged a pillow to her chest. Could she really fly again so soon? Less than 2 weeks after the accident? Her head seemed clearer than it had in days. She could walk at the pace of an 80-year-old. But flying these old planes could be more physically demanding than driving a car that didn't have power steering. Was she up to it? Fear clung to the back of her throat. She had to be. Don't even think about it, Rachel. You can call this sales guy and put him off a week or so. That's what I'd do. I can't. The price is too good to pass up. If we don't take it, someone else will. Rachel shook her head slowly. The world remained in focus. But her mind couldn't shake the fear. Didn't matter. She had a business to run and mouths to feed. Try to understand Cole. Without a plane, I can't earn a living. This is a sign. A sign? Cole scoffed, getting to his feet. We both know Missy's signs were malarkey. If you read your horoscope, it would say Saturday is no good for flying. I've got 4 days to heal. Her smile felt weak. Have a little faith. She was going to need it. Cole put his fists on the mattress and leaned closer, pushing buttons that had nothing to do with her desire to fly, and everything to do with her desire for him. Then I've got 4 days to talk you out of it.
Aww.
Come on. That's not fair. Rachel eyed the ice cream sundae that Cole put in front of her a half hour later. You used to tell me you'd do anything I asked if I'd buy you an ice cream. His smile was grim. Unless I see a sign, I'm going to fly that plane. She tested a spoonful of sundae before diving into it with gusto. Can we talk about something else? Sure. Cole sat down at the end of the bed. Tell me about your mom and those nightmares. Rachel choked on her ice cream. Why? I thought I knew you and Missy, Cole said slowly. I didn't understand when you didn't want to be alone in the house that there was more to it than a childhood fear. It makes me wonder what else I didn't know about you. What other fears do you have? Fears? Her heart pounded as her mind went to the terror of flying again. If he knew she quaked inside at the thought of flying. Fear of the dark? Fear of your mom, he clarified. Relief replaced the apprehension that she'd given herself away. But what could Rachel say? Talking about her mother in the darkness, about what she'd done to Rachel, might make Cole feel better, but it would make Rachel feel worse. She could do anything if she stuffed her fears deep inside. Start at the beginning, Rachel. Start at the middle or the end. It's probably not as bad as you think. From what little you've told me, she sounds bipolar. Rachel set the ice cream bowl on the nightstand and drew her knees up to her chest. Cole placed one hand on her foot. Why do you have bad dreams about your mother? Because Rachel couldn't choose just one reason. Can't you let it go? No. Why not? Because she's been gone for years and she haunts your dreams so much you're afraid of the dark. Rachel's breath hitched as she recalled her mother locking her in the bedroom after taking all the light bulbs out. And if I'm being honest, I don't do well with silences. I had enough of those growing up after Sally died. We're close, Rachel, but you're holding something back from me, just like my parents do. He tugged out his wallet, his voice dropping as he removed a picture from its folds. I've been carrying around this picture of the two of you all this time because I loved you both. He loved me. I can't bear the thought of you suffering through something alone. He looked pained. The unknowns eat me up inside. You. Jenna. Missy. And suddenly, Rachel remembered something that might ease his mind. Missy left a note. She mentioned you in it. Do you still have it? Yes. Rachel stood with careful steps and retrieved the envelope from her dresser. I had to use it when I went to court to secure custody. She reread it sometimes when she felt overburdened by her responsibilities. He opened it and read out loud. Dearest Rachel, I can't do this anymore. It's your turn. Watch the kids and pop for me. I can't live without Cole. Love always, Missy. Cole's fingers curled around the paper but he said nothing for what seemed like several minutes. Rachel. As part of the pre-med curriculum, I took a course about suicide. No, Rachel's legs gave out, sending her too quickly to the bed. That's not what that is. Rach, she says she can't live without me. She tells you to take care of the family. His voice shook. This note has all the classic tells. This, he raised his dark gaze to hers. This is your sign. You can't risk your life by flying until you're ready physically. Don't go jumping to signs before. Rachel demanded the letter and read it again from Cole's perspective. I don't want to believe it. But now I can't read it without the impression that she wanted to die. Tell me about the accident. Cole's voice was so clinical. How could he remain so detached about Missy? It was snowing. She lost control of her truck on Moe's Curve the night she left. Moe's Curve. The point in the road where a too-fast trajectory could send you over a cliff. Was she drunk? No. Lyle was the drinker in the family, not Missy. Rachel was miserable. Not suicide. What was she doing on that road in the first place? Cole snatched the note and read it again. He sank down on the bed next to her. If Missy was coming to me in Idaho, she would have been on 191. Maybe she was lost. Rachel's eyes widened and she started shaking her head slowly. She couldn't. She wouldn't do that. To me. To her kids. But she had. The ache in Rachel's chest couldn't refute Cole's claim. I should have known. I should have seen. I was gone a lot, and I knew Missy wasn't happy. But what could I do? She wouldn't let me help her. In fact, when she was with Lyle, she blamed me for the way her life turned out. Rachel wrapped her arms around her legs, letting her forehead sink to her knees. She didn't mean to blame you, Rachel. She loved you, Cole said quietly. She was just unhappy and then the postpartum hit. She'd like to think so. That last week, Missy didn't seem very excited about anything, not the new baby or Jenna. Do you really think Missy drove off Moe's Curve on purpose? She asked again because she wanted him to tell her no. Yes. Cole stared at the letter. How many times did someone fly off that corner when we were kids? They were usually teenagers feeling invincible from booze. Not mothers who pined after a lost love. Cole grimaced. But what about a woman who had sacrificed so much for others? Someone who lost hope in her own dreams? He rubbed a hand over his face. I thought I meant everything to her once, yet when it came down to it, she wouldn't leave her family for me. You said she only wanted me to be happy. And when things soured with Lyle, she stayed for Jenna. You can only sacrifice yourself so much before you break. Rachel no longer held back tears. Cole put his arms around her. You know this is one of Missy's signs, Rach. You need to keep your feet on the ground. Rachel rested her head on his shoulder. Missy said it was my turn to take care of the family. She had to fly to do that. Chapter 12. You got a certified letter. Pop hobbled into Rachel's bedroom and handed her the slim envelope. Can't quite make out who it's from. Rachel was sitting at her small bedroom desk, paying bills online. It was Thursday. 2 days since Cole had suggested Missy had ended her life. 2 days before the S2 tracker was scheduled to arrive. Not the best of weeks. The letters from NIFC. Apprehension made her hands tremble. Last paycheck? Pop asked, sitting on the bed. Cole was picking up the kids from school. The house was quiet. Rachel glanced at her father, at his sweet face lined with age and his thinning white hair. She hadn't had the heart to tell him Missy might have committed suicide. But Pop being Pop, he might have had a few suspicions of his own. Too bad Pop was wrong about the contents of the envelope. It's the preliminary crash findings. Her checks came in an envelope with a window and were printed on green paper. Rachel turned the envelope over but couldn't bring herself to open it. The contents might find her guilty of Danny's death. Pop reached for her hand. His fingers were slender, but his grip was still strong. Every pilot knows they're defying the laws of nature by taking to the skies. We weren't born with wings. But every pilot loves to fly more than they fear the risk of falling. He shook her hand. No matter what that letter says, I know you and I knew Danny. Whatever actions you took were the right ones in that moment. Danny wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you. Whether the government blamed her or she blamed herself was another story. Thanks, Pop. Rachel opened the letter, scanning the thick paragraphs. Her heart pounded and her breaths came in staccato gasps. Phrases caught her eye. Too fast. Too steep a descent. Proper precautions and flight procedures not taken. Flight orders ignored. Combined, these actions contribute to the death of co-pilot. The room began to swim. Rachel couldn't read anymore. Danny. She'd forever be marked as being responsible for his death. The letter dropped from Rachel's fingers. I'm sorry, Rachel, Cole said after reading the letter from NIFC. It's practically impossible to adhere to procedure when lives are at stake. They do mention you saved the lives of 20 hot shots. After which, they terminated my eligibility for future government fire contracts. She'd been down since he and the kids had returned from school. You know this is another sign, Cole said softly. You don't need to buy that plane. What makes you say that? Rachel finally met his gaze. I still need a way to make a living. I can go back to running air freight. Something was off about her tone, but Cole couldn't put his finger on it. Jenna stood in the doorway, watching them and shaking her head. Disappointment wrapped itself around his chest and gave a squeeze. Disappointment in himself. He'd promised Jenna that Rachel wouldn't fly. Dads should keep their promises. Especially newly anointed dads, like Cole. Thanks for confirming. Please bring it out on Saturday. With calm, modulated sentences, Rachel spoke with the airplane broker, though deep inside tremors were building, threatening to shake her until she could no longer hold it together. Cole shot her a scowl, but Rachel ignored him as she disconnected the call. For a few minutes neither one of them spoke. It had been almost 2 weeks since the accident, and Rachel was still unsteady on her feet. It was Thursday afternoon. She had less than 2 days to pull herself together. "Hey, Aunt Rachel." Jenna opened the refrigerator but didn't select anything. "Can we look at your fire pictures tonight?" "Not tonight." Rachel couldn't bring herself to do their year-end ritual. "But tomorrow night for sure." Jenna closed the refrigerator door. "Dressed up and everything?" "Dressed up and everything," Rachel promised. "I'm afraid I didn't bring my tuxedo," Cole said. "Does that mean I can't join you?" "Of course not." "Could you hand me that bowl full of papers on the counter?" Rachel asked Cole. She didn't feel steady enough to get it herself. Cole did as she requested, then returned to what she was coming to think of as his spot, the V where the two counters came together in the L-shaped kitchen. He had a way of leaning into the counter and crossing one booted foot over the other, looking superior and sexy all at the same time. Rachel kept her gaze carefully averted and dug through the coupons, gift cards, and odds and ends in junk bowl until she found what she was looking for, the privateer's insurance card. She called her agent, who was located on the East Coast, and reported the loss. He was polite about it, but Rachel could tell that she'd be getting notification soon about raised rates or dropped coverage. Cole had disappeared while she was on the phone. He returned with her father's cane. They stored it in the closet because he didn't like using it. He said it made him feel old. "What's this for?" Rachel asked. "You. The next thing you're going to do is go out to the hangar." He sounded just as unhappy about it as she was to have to go. "How did you know that?" "Because I know you, Rach. You've switched on your business cap. You're done with convalescing." She forced herself to look him in the eye. "Yes. Please, tell me there's not a plane in that hangar, Rachel, because I will lock you inside your bedroom before I let you fly today." Rachel ignored the way Cole's words created vivid pictures that would never be. "There's a plane out there." Cole swore. "But it doesn't have an engine inside." She was almost done rebuilding the old C-119 for a collector in Nevada. She owed the man a telephone call to tell him her work would be delayed. But she couldn't quite remember what still needed to be done on the engine. The doctor had warned her that until she was fully recovered sometimes simple memories or calculations could elude her. It was frustrating nonetheless. "You don't need to go out there, Rachel," Cole grumbled. "I do," Rachel insisted. "I won't get paid until the work is done. The insurance won't cover the full replacement cost of the privateer. I've been sitting on my duff long enough." She nodded toward the pile of bills Pop had left for her on the counter. "I have responsibilities here that I can't ignore just because I've had a setback." "A setback?" For a moment Cole didn't speak. He sat in front of her, worry lining his face. She wanted to comfort him, to reassure Cole that she'd suck it up and get by, like always. But nothing she said or did, short of not flying the plane tomorrow, was going to placate him. Still, she had to try. Rachel cradled his face with one palm. "I've faced worse and kept on going. These kids, my dad," she wanted Cole to understand that she wasn't a fool, yet she couldn't wait until she was 100% better, not with mouths to feed and a mortgage to pay. "I need to keep moving forward even if it challenges me personally." Cole's hand came up to cover hers tenderly. His touch was heavenly. But Cole's lips were compressed into a firm line. He removed her hand from his cheek, but he didn't let go of her. "Give yourself time to heal, honey. That's all I'm asking. Look around. You know I can't wait." Rachel set that cane aside. "You can either help me or get out of the way." Cole didn't look around. He only had eyes for her. "Tell me what you need. You know I'll always have your back. Come with me to the hangar. I need to make a list of what needs to be done and it would be nice to have you by my side." He shook his head. "I knew it would come to this." "What?" "Me following you around like a whipped puppy dog." Him following her implied affection and wanting, and a ton of other things that Rachel knew weren't possible. Have you been around babies much? No. Why? Some babies want to be cuddled and coddled. From the moment Jenna was born, you could tell she only tolerated being held. Rachel walked carefully across the kitchen. She'd lean into you, but her eyes were always looking around at what was out there. Then, when she was about 10 months old, she started trying to walk. It became impossible to carry her. She wanted to grip someone's fingers and walk all the time. "You can grip my fingers," he said softly. His words warmed her as she walked into the mudroom. When Matt came along, he was the exact opposite. He wanted to cuddle all the time. I don't think he took a first step until he was about 15 months old. He was comfortable just being cocooned in someone's arms. "I think I've proven what a good cocoon I can be," he said, referring to the nights she'd spent being comforted in his arms. They'd reached the mudroom door. Cole held it open, and Rachel went out onto the porch, feeling fresh air on her face for the first time since she'd come home. It was enough to keep her going past his innuendos. She went carefully down the porch steps and onto the gravel path to the hangar. Shadow stepped out from around the house, more interested in people who weren't Jenna than she'd ever been before. "I asked the doctor if I should be concerned with Matt taking to walking slower than Jenna had, and he told me that everybody is different in the way they learn. Some kids buck the so-called rules and walk at 10 months. Some kids take longer. The key factor is their will to do something. A toddler needs to want to walk bad enough to risk falling. And you want to keep this family going badly enough to push your body's limits. Maybe it's time we had a talk about my financial contribution to this family. This test flight isn't just about money." She waved him aside. "Ask any veteran war pilot and they'll tell you that if they could walk, they could fly. You've seen me from the crash until now. You know I'm getting stronger every day." But the fear of flying wasn't receding. Shadow sidled up along the fence and kept them company on their slow journey to the hangar. "You're asking me to have faith in your judgment," Cole said as they reached the corner of the aluminum building. "I see you walking. I realize you're steadier every day. But something feels off, Rach. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's that I sense you're keeping all your emotions from the crash stuff deep inside. Maybe." Rachel clapped a hand over Cole's mouth before he became all doom and gloom again. Her ribs protested, but it was worth it since his warm breath tickled her palm and for once it was her actions guiding his. "Contrary to what you believe, I do realize the severity of what I've been through." She withdrew her hand. Being near him was a sweet torture. She was close enough to kiss him. "I've always had to look forward, because looking back just reminds me of all the pain. Like with your mom." An image of Missy on the kitchen floor next to Rachel, scrubbing the linoleum with a toothbrush, snuck past Rachel's defenses. She'd never been able to brush her teeth after that without feeling gross. To erase the memory, Rachel focused on Shadow, watching the way his ears perked up as if to hear their conversation. "Yes, like memories of my mom," Rachel spun the chamber on the combination lock. "Maybe that's my way of protecting myself from signs. I compartmentalize everything. And by doing so, I keep moving forward." Cole wrapped his arms around her and pulled her near as if she were made of the finest china. Breakable. And perhaps she was. "You're admitting you're human," he said softly, as if even the words he spoke had to be gentle. "I consider that a sign." Without thinking, Rachel turned, needing to see his face. And then he was kissing her, offering his warmth, while she sought his. This man was worth the wait. This man. Missy's man. Rachel stumbled into the still closed door. "I am so sorry. That was my fault." No. No. I have dibs on apologizing." She had the door open in record time and was motoring across the hangar before one or both of them admitted that kiss, that much longed for kiss, was a mistake. Nice place. Cole wandered into the hangar, wrestling with his feelings in the aftermath of Rachel's kiss. His most painful and his fondest memories were of Eden. For the longest time, he'd been in love with Missy. But over the years, that love had faded into something that didn't create agonizing longing. His heart ached over the news of her death, but his heart hadn't broken. And an amazing thing was happening during Rachel's convalescence. His feelings for her were deepening, growing, filling his heart with something that had been missing for 11 years, love. Everything about it was complicated. The timing. The awkward fact that he'd loved her older sister. The fact that Jenna was his. Cole wasn't a naive teenager. He knew love didn't always last. His hotshot friends, the ones who'd found what he'd consider the forever kind of love, had discovered it when they were older and settled. Cole had yet to be settled. It wasn't wise to embark upon a romantic relationship when he had years of medical school ahead of him and then not a clue as to where he'd end up practicing. It was selfish, this wanting. It was greedy, this need. Rachel had a life here. Unsettled, it was true, but a life nonetheless. And yet, the idea of the two of them together felt right. Has it changed much since you were here last? Rachel had boarded the denial train. For now, Cole would tag along but only until he sorted through his thoughts and feelings. He looked around the hangar. There was room inside for 2 planes, but only one rested in the bay. It was another old warplane. Its metal hull was dull with age and, unlike the plane Rachel had lost, this one had 2 propellers, not 4. There were posters on the wall of clear blue skies and airplanes rising above clouds. There was also a bulletin board with pictures of Jenna and Matt, articles about wildland fires, and a picture of Missy holding a newborn, cheeks hollow, eyes gaunt. But there was also a picture of Rachel and Missy when Rachel was around Jenna's age. They mugged for the camera like goofs, their arms looped around each other's shoulders. Cole plucked that photo from the bulletin board and carried it over to Rachel. When was this photo taken? Rachel sank onto a stool, looking as if she'd seen a ghost. A lifetime ago. When Rachel didn't expand on her remark, Cole realized she must be feeling some of the same mixed emotions he wrestled with over their attraction. It's weird, isn't it? You and I without Missy? Rachel drew a hand over her eyes. Maybe weird isn't the right word, Cole said, peering at Rachel, trying to read her reaction. Maybe something like, surprising. Was that why he'd let Missy marry Lyle all those years ago? Because deep inside he'd known what he felt for Missy was superficial and physical? Surprising? Rachel finally spoke. Cole nodded as memories tumbled fast and furiously through his mind. Like the time Rachel had dared Cole to jump off the high dive platform at the school pool and then followed him. They'd gone again and again, laughing so hard they'd been unable to jump anymore, while Missy looked on from a bench, unwilling to get her hair wet. Or the time Cole and Rachel had raced on horseback across the gully while Missy followed at a more sedate pace with the rest of their friends. Or the many times they'd spent entire weekends taking apart Cole's truck engine and putting it back together, their coveralls splattered with grease while Missy shopped with friends. Missy may have satisfied his hormones, but almost any high school girl could have done that. It was her spitfire of a sister who had set Missy apart from the other girls. He felt alive when Rachel was around. I am such a fool, Cole muttered. Rachel blushed crimson. Oh. No, not about that kiss, about you. Go figure. He was falling for the most independent, frustrating, beautiful woman on the planet. Instinctively, he knew now was not the time to profess his love. Meanwhile, Rachel stood. I need to uncover that engine over there. She led him to a large engine held up on a wheeled metal stand. Cole helped her uncover the engine, kept silent while she poked around it. He was totally unprepared for the burning need to wrap his arms around Rachel and kiss her again. Only the rigid set of her spine kept him from doing so. Rachel pointed at an old oil stain on the concrete. I remember fixing that leaky gasket from the privateer. Then Rachel looked up, as if the plane's wing should have been there. She swayed into him, then tensed and inched away. I think we need to forget that kiss ever happened. No. Not in a million years, sweetheart. Just remembering the feel of her lips on his heated Cole's blood. I don't want to be one of your many secrets. You loved Missy. I was just your surrogate little sister. Rachel's voice seemed strained. You've been taking the news about Missy really hard. I kissed you in a weak moment. I'll understand if you can't stay here anymore. You want me to leave? Just when Cole was starting to see clearly. No, yes. I mean, you can go if I've totally overstepped the bounds of our friendship. Cole turned Rachel to face him. You have leapfrogged over the friendship line, Rach. And I don't much care. Tears spilled over her cheeks. You're not making this easy. Why would I? I wanted that kiss as much as you did. Gently he wiped away her tears. This is new territory for me, but maybe it's where we're meant to go. Meant to go? Rachel couldn't think straight for a moment because Cole thought they might be destined for more than friendship. Had she heard him right? Now, as they stood in the hangar, his arms wrapped around her supportively, Rachel could imagine Cole pulling her closer, kissing her deeply, whispering words of love. Cole brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. Something in his hand caught her eye, the picture of Missy and Rachel. Missy gripped Rachel's hand in the hospital room after Matt was born. When Cole comes back, don't forget his dreams. You know he doesn't always think things through, and you two are so alike it scares me. She'd thought at the time that Missy was talking about Cole and Jenna. But her sister's advice could just as easily apply to Cole and Rachel. She gripped his strong arms. Cole. We can't cross the friendship line. Medical school is no cakewalk and I've got all of this. They'd charted courses in different directions. Like her sister, Rachel had fallen in love with Cole. And like her sister, Rachel was going to have to find the strength to let him go. Chapter 13. Where are we going? Matt kicked the back seat of Cole's truck. And why are there flowers back here? Jenna sat in the back with Matt. She lifted a bouquet and smelled the flowers. Where's Aunt Rachel? Dad. She wanted to say his name out loud, but since he and Aunt Rachel had been acting weird the past few days, she hadn't worked up the courage. For now, he was you or him or he or Cole. Your Aunt Rachel is resting. Cole had picked them up from school, which had made Jenna feel special all week, no hour-long school bus ride home. We're going to put flowers on the place where your mother died. 2 bouquets? Matt kicked out again. Aunt Rachel only brings one for Mom's grave. We're going to the place where your mother had her accident. And then we're going to the place where my sister had an accident. The second bouquet of flowers is for her. Jenna exchanged a glance with Matt and shrugged. She knew nothing about Cole's sister. She knew nothing about this trip. Suddenly, it wasn't so fun being picked up from school. Was your sister in the car with Mom when she died? Matt asked. Because, you know, Matt could never just sit and wonder what the heck was going on. No, Cole said. Did she have an accident at the same place? Matt again. No. Did we know your sister? No. Are you gonna be sad when we get there? Cole didn't answer for a second. Yes. At which place? Matt tossed his hands. Both. I'm not gonna be sad, Matt said, earning a dark look from Jenna. Don't look at me like that, Jenna. I don't remember her, okay? I do. Jenna turned to look out the window. She taught me how to tie my shoes. She used to sing me to sleep. And at Christmas, she always liked to look at the lights, the colorful ones. But she was afraid that the memories of Mom faded more and more every day. Would they just disappear completely? Matt made a noise of disgust and crossed his arms. I'm not gonna be sad. And you shouldn't either. Aunt Rachel and Pop taught you the important stuff. How to ride a horse. How to read a map for flying. How to drive the old ranch truck. I can't wait until I'm 10. Then they're gonna teach me how to fly and how to drive. Your mother had a big heart, Cole said before Jenna could toss in a good "I hate you," getting a word in when Matt took a breath. She wanted to have a house full of kids. She loved Eden and the ranch, and she wanted to stay here forever. But she died before I ever got to meet her, Matt grumped. He was always touchy about the subject of Mom. The anger drained out of Jenna and she felt sorry for her little brother. She loved you, Matt. When she was pregnant, she'd rock and sing and tell me what a good big sister I was going to be. Matt huffed. I wanted to meet her. I wanted a mom. But you've got your Aunt Rachel, Cole said in a serious voice. He slowed down and pulled the truck off the road. Jenna pressed her nose to the window and looked over the edge down the side of the cliff. She couldn't see the bottom. Is this? Yes. Cole stared straight ahead. Moe's curve. Matt unbuckled his seatbelt and got to his knees to look out. Whoa. That's far. I'm not getting out. Jenna sat back in her seat and stared the same direction Cole was. Which happened to be at a metal guard rail that was broken, creating a big enough hole for a car to go through. Jenna swallowed around a big lump in her throat. Do you think, Matt began with his questions? No, Cole cut him off. I think your mom loved you both very much. But I think when it happened, she was scared. I'm scared, Jenna whispered. Cole reached around for one of the bouquets. Stay here in case a car comes by. He got out and walked to that hole in the rail. He kneeled, pressed his palm to the ground, and bowed his head. We should pray, Jenna said in a voice that sounded too loud for the truck. You can't pray unless you go to church, Matt said, craning his neck to watch Cole. You've been to church for Mom's funeral. And they were going for Danny's memorial. Cole left the bouquet on the ground and returned to the truck. Fasten your seatbelt, Matt. He turned the truck around. No one spoke for a long time. Where are we going? Matt asked. Jenna shushed him. There's a ranch across the river from yours, Cole said in a deep, sad voice. There used to be a house there. Did it burn? Matt sighed, as if expecting the no adults were always giving him an answer to his questions. Yes. Holy mackerel, Matt said. Don't cuss, Jenna snapped. But that means, Matt gasped. Was your sister in the house when it caught fire? Yes. Do we have to go? Jenna asked, scared even though she knew there was no fire today. I think I'm carsick. We're almost there. Cole hit a switch and Jenna's window rolled down. Stare straight ahead and breathe deeply. Were you in the house when it caught fire? Matt asked, breathless. No. Jenna wanted to slug Matt and make him shut up. Matt must have known it, too, because he sat back in his seat and stuck his tongue out at her. Cole turned down a rutted driveway. Trees towered over them on both sides of the road. Does anybody live down here? Matt leaned forward in his seat. Or is it haunted? Matt, stop. Jenna pushed him back in his seat. If you had died in that fire, I'd be sad. She picked up the second bouquet and bopped him on the head with it. You'd have to do the dishes all by yourself, Matt said. And take out the trash. You'd have no one to nag. Those were his chores. The driveway ended but there was no house. Only a big square of concrete where a house should be. Cole's face was a big ball of sadness. He gripped the steering wheel and didn't do anything. He missed his sister. He missed her something awful. If you died in that fire, Jenna said quietly, still sick to her tummy. I'd miss you, Matt. She handed Cole the bouquet. He walked up to the concrete and bent down on one knee. Again, he placed one hand on the ground. Again, he lowered the bouquet slowly to rest. We should really pray, Jenna whispered. Thank God we haven't had a fire at our house, Matt said. That'll do. Because Jenna didn't know what else to say. Is everything okay, now? Matt asked when Cole got back in the truck. I don't know why we had to come. Cole turned around and looked at him. Because everybody should be remembered after they die, Matt. Whether you loved them with all your heart or you didn't know them well, you should think of them every once in a while. A spike of fear jolted through Jenna. Is Aunt Rachel flying tomorrow? She'd heard Cole try to talk her out of it. Cole nodded. Unless we can stop her. Everything about their drive became clear to Jenna. After Aunt Rachel died tomorrow, Cole was going to leave. It'd be up to her, Pop, and Matt to put flowers on the spot where she passed away. "Where've you guys been?" Rachel asked when Cole got back from picking the kids up at school. They were over an hour late. She leaned on the knob of the open door to greet them as they came in. Not that she wanted to show off, but she was walking 10 times better today than yesterday. "We've been visiting dead people." Matt headed straight for the living room and the TV. He dropped his backpack and carefully lifted the remote from his napping grandfather's hand. Rachel looked to Jenna next. "You went to the cemetery?" "Moe's Curve." Jenna barreled into the kitchen, dropping her backpack on a kitchen chair. "And Cole's old home." Cole stopped in front of Rachel and bussed her cheek before she knew his intentions. "Everything all right? With me?" Rachel frowned. She wasn't the one out visiting places her loved ones had died. "We delivered flowers and thought about people who'd passed away." Cole moved around her and joined Jenna in the kitchen. "Do you have to fly tomorrow?" Jenna had the refrigerator door open. She didn't look at Rachel, but she didn't seem to be looking at the contents of the refrigerator either. "I don't want you to." "We're a flying service," Rachel said absently, touching her cheek where Cole kissed her. "We need an airplane." Jenna flounced around to face Rachel. "What if the plane is no good? What if it crashes like the last one? What if you don't come back this time?" Her eyes widened and she ran out of the kitchen, down the hall, and into her room. "You know, the seller is having the plane flown here," Rachel called after her. "You know," Cole said, mimicking Jenna's stance at the refrigerator. "There's a difference between what the head knows and what the heart knows. Jenna's scared to death you're not going to come back this time or next time." Rachel carefully closed the door and walked even more carefully into the kitchen. Cole wasn't done. The heart trumps facts more easily than facts can convince a heart. "Are we talking about me flying tomorrow?" Because it was an easier conversation to tackle than the emotions between them and her reasons for holding back. "We can discuss whatever you want to." Cole took out chicken breasts, cream, cheese, and broccoli. "But we'll talk about it later." He glanced over his shoulder to the bedroom. "I think we can talk about it now." She sat heavily in a kitchen chair, the way Pop did. She didn't want to think about what that meant. "Most of the people in this house don't want you to fly tomorrow," Cole said, banging pots and pans. "You don't have to fly it yourself. Let the salesman fly it for you." Cole's disappointment bled through his words. "You can be a passenger and evaluate the plane. Heck, your father can go up with you. You aren't going to be able to keep him on the ground either way." She rubbed her arms, trying to hide the fact that she was scared of flying behind frustration that no one had faith in her ability to fly. "I'm going to fly. You wouldn't buy a car you hadn't driven. Something else will come up later when you've had time to fully recover. Some plane that's just as good." Cole turned, leaning in the kitchen's V. "Don't make this into a test about our relationship. I have complete confidence in your flying ability when you're 100%. "Relationship?" He nodded. "I'm assuming your last wishes are in order." Cole turned again, banging around those pans. "Oh, Rachel had last wishes, all right. They involved loving a handsome man till death do they part. She just didn't have a will." Jenna stared at herself in the mirror over her dresser. She had to be the strong one for the family. Wasn't that what Rachel was always telling her? She had to convince Rachel not to fly. The last time she'd worn a dress had been for school pictures. Mrs. Solomon had brushed her hair, which she'd had down for once, not in a loose ponytail. And the nice photographer had encouraged her to smile and say, "Cheese crunchies." On picture day, Mitch Tanaka had told her she looked like a mermaid. She turned away and grinned so he couldn't see. She liked mermaids. Mermaids were pretty. But then Sissy Rutley had said mermaids had red hair and didn't ride horses or have brothers who wet their pants at school. Sissy Rutley made Jenna think of bad words. Sissy said mean things to everybody, even though Mrs. Peterson told her not to. Aunt Rachel said Sissy picked on people because she was unhappy. She said you could tell because Sissy never really smiled right. Jenna picked up the photograph of Mom, Cole, and Aunt Rachel she'd dug out of a drawer. They sat on horseback. Cole and Aunt Rachel were smiling like it was Christmas. Mom's smile wasn't as big. It wasn't as joyful. It wasn't right. Jenna tried smiling at her reflection. It wasn't right either. She was afraid Aunt Rachel was going to die flying that plane tomorrow. Jenna, come to the kitchen if you want to help with dinner, Cole called. It was their end-of-the-season tradition to dress up and look at the photographs that Aunt Rachel had taken during the fire season. She and Pop would talk about planes and flying, and the entire family would decide which photographs went into the Fire Angels photo album. Jenna had gone into Aunt Rachel's phone and with Cole's help had sent her pictures to the photo print machine at Marnie's grocery. They'd picked them up yesterday after school. Jenna liked Cole. He took good care of them. If Aunt Rachel was nice to him, he might stay. He might ask her to call him Dad. But Cole and Aunt Rachel weren't getting along so well. And then, of course, there was this feeling that Aunt Rachel was going to die. Jenna hurried into the kitchen. Cole was a good cook and a good cooking teacher. He taught her how to boil noodles so they weren't mushy, how to cook scrambled eggs so they didn't dry out, and how to steam vegetables instead of microwaving frozen ones. If he didn't stay and if Aunt Rachel didn't die and they got a new plane, Jenna would be able to do more than heat up frozen things for dinner. You look nice. Cole sat at the kitchen table putting Pop's pills in his pill box. We need 8 cups of water in the pot we use to cook pasta. Bring it to a boil before we put everything in. I know that. Did he think she hadn't been paying attention this past week? I'm just reminding you in case your mind is still on that horse. She'd been out riding earlier. Shadow made her smile. Shadow made her happy. Shadow made her forget bouquets placed where people had died. Jenna got the pot out of the cupboard and then stood there holding it. You don't smile like before. Before? He glanced at her. When you lived here as a kid. The words came tumbling out. You've seen a picture of me back then? Yes. Should Jenna have told Cole that? Would he want to see the picture? Cole tried to smile, placing Pop's pill bottles in an old shoebox. He's going to leave. You don't talk much about horses. Jenna lurched on with the conversation. But I've seen pictures, she felt at a total loss. Just yesterday, they'd been talking up a storm. My family used to raise horses and cattle at that ranch we went to today. He sounded sad. I rode bareback some. Not quite like you do. Riding used to make you smile. Jenna held the pot to her stomach as if it was a teddy bear. My teacher says when we think about adult jobs that they should make us happy. You want to be a doctor and take care of people. You've been taking care of Aunt Rachel. That means you should smile. Aunt Rachel leaned against the doorway of her bedroom. She wore blue jeans and a sweater, the green one Jenna and Matt had given her for her birthday. When you're with people who make you happy or doing something you love, you should smile. Cole stared at Aunt Rachel, not smiling. But there was something familiar in that look. Just a feeling Jenna recognized. Cole looked at Aunt Rachel the way Jenna sometimes looked at Shadow, like if he wasn't careful his chest would burst with love. Jenna put the pot on the stove and grinned. Cole, Dad, was going to stay. Now all she had to do was make sure Aunt Rachel didn't fly anymore, which was the entire point of dinner. She could save Aunt Rachel if she could just make her look at the pictures. Thunder rolled across the valley. Oh, no. Jenna glanced out the window. Shadow was nowhere to be seen in the darkness. She pushed past Aunt Rachel and turned on her TV to the Weather Channel. But Jenna already knew the forecast. Thunderstorms. She could hear the big drops fall on the roof. Jenna? Cole stood with his hands on Rachel's shoulders. They both faced her, staring. What's wrong? Understanding dawned on Rachel's face. Jenna. I didn't shut the gate. She'd been too distracted after dropping off flowers. And now she felt sick because Shadow bolted during thunderstorms. She ran for the mudroom and her boots. Jenna, wait! Cole shouted, catching up to his daughter outside the hangar near the small paddock that served as Shadow's shelter. It was empty. Jenna stopped. The rain had already drenched her hair and dress. I have to find him. He gets scared, like Aunt Rachel. And then he runs and, she swallowed thickly. Horses don't see well in the dark. I have to find him. Wait. Put these on. Cole handed Jenna a pair of jeans and a rain slicker. Rachel had insisted he bring them along. He snapped on a flashlight. I'll help you find him. Jenna tugged on the extra layers of clothing. If Cole had his druthers, he'd be searching for the horse alone. He had experience on mountain rescues, just not equine ones. But he knew his daughter was as stubborn as Rachel. There was no way she was going back to the house until they found Shadow. They trudged across the runway as the rain pounded and thunder rumbled angrily. By Cole's estimation, the lightning was miles away. He'd been counting the gap between thunder and lightning. The gap seemed to be longer, implying the storm was moving away. Jenna took his hand and tugged. This way, she shouted, leading him to an open gate. The tree line started not far beyond that. She whistled through her fingers and then cocked her head as if listening. A horse has to be pretty foolish to run through a forest. He's afraid of the noise. She whistled again. Just like Aunt Rachel is afraid of flying now. What? What makes you think Rachel's afraid to fly? She hasn't talked about planes or flying at all except when Pop brings up the S2. Jenna whistled again. Come on. He might have gone to the river. We go that way a lot when we ride. The thick trees offered some shelter from the wind and rain, blocking some of the sudden storm's fury. We can't stay long down here, Cole shouted above the ruckus. The possibility of a flash flood was very real since the storm had come from the direction of the mountains and was moving toward the plains. Jenna didn't answer. She whistled again. The trail narrowed, but it was still wide enough for a horse to pass. Or a bear, had one been lumbering through the storm. A branch in the canopy above them cracked and tumbled, falling in their path. I'm going to take you back. It was too dangerous for Jenna to be out in this weather. There he is. Jenna half leaped, half tumbled over the branch. And sure enough, Shadow stood at the water's edge. Cole dragged the branch off the trail, clearing a path for Shadow to safely pass in the darkness. He stumbled over rocks as he made his way down the steep bank to join them. The trees were spaced farther apart here, forced back from erosion and flooding. The rain came down in sheets as if intent upon flooding the entirety of Wyoming. Shine the light on his legs. Jenna ran her hands down each of the horse's legs. I don't see any blood, but he won't move. The horse trembled and his eyes rolled wildly at every noise. It's okay, buddy. Cole stroked his neck and then walked around him, checking for puncture wounds in places other than his legs. I don't think he's hurt. Just terrified. Shadow shifted, hoofs clicking over rocks. Rocks. A riverbed. Cole glanced back up the way they'd came. The trail had eroded and given way to a rocky shoreline. In the mountains, rock near riverbeds meant one thing, a high water mark. Cole lifted his head, trying to listen. We need to get out of here. Come on, Shadow. Jenna took hold of his mane, but the horse refused to budge. His ears swiveled back. Upriver. I don't get it, Jenna said. Isn't the storm moving away? The thunder and lightning were, but the rain continued to dump on them, so loud that Cole couldn't discern the sound. Shadow's ear movements clued him into a flash flood. Enough of this. Cole lifted Jenna onto Shadow's back and put the flashlight in her hand. Get home. Now. Jenna's eyes widened, but she nodded, leaning forward and squeezing Shadow with her legs. He won't go. A rumbling that wasn't thunder grew in volume. It's a flood. We have to go. Now. Cole swatted Shadow's flank and yelled, "Yah!" The horse bolted toward the trail. But. Dad! Jenna shouted. Cole ran after them, scrambling for purchase on the slippery rocks as the sound of the rumbling river grew louder and louder. At the front door, having seen the flashlight by the hanger. She dragged them in the door and yanked off their wet jackets, thrusting warm towels at them. "Is anybody hurt? You or Shadow?" Pop sat on a kitchen chair he'd dragged near the door. Matt had fallen asleep in the living room. Banged up a bit but no worse for wear. Cole covered his head with the towel and dried himself off. Rachel got a good look at them. "Oh, my word. You're covered in mud." He was by the river. Jenna's teeth were chattering. Her dress clung to her thin frame and her jeans dragged on the ground. She had the towel wrapped around her shoulders, which did nothing to stop the dripping of her hair. "And the river flooded," Cole said tightly. Rachel's pulse pounded in fear. She took another good look at them. "You both need a hot shower. Now." She turned them each in the direction of their respective bathrooms. Jenna dragged her feet. "Can we see your fire pictures? I think we've had enough excitement for one night." One day, if Rachel counted kissing Cole this morning. No, Jenna didn't budge. "We have to look at them tonight." She shivered nonstop and looked near tears. "Okay," Rachel relented. "If you shower and put on warm clothes." "I'm for bed," Pop said. "I'll look through the Fire Angels photo album tomorrow before the S2 arrives." Right. The horse emergency had made Rachel forget the plane was coming tomorrow. It was a good thing she had to look at the fire season pictures. They'd bolster her courage. Or not. A short time later, Rachel, Cole, and Jenna sat at the kitchen table with the Fire Angels photo album and a stack of new pictures. Rachel couldn't bring herself to look at them. "You pick out the good ones," she told Jenna. No, what had gotten into Jenna tonight? She was cranky. She held a picture in front of Rachel. "Tell me about this one." Rachel stared at the clean kitchen sink, the clean kitchen counters, the clean table surface. She'd stress cleaned while waiting for the searchers to return. "It's a bright orange fire," Cole said quietly. "As orange as the wig you made me wear the year I took you trick-or-treating and you talked me into being Raggedy Andy to your Raggedy Ann. Missy went as a punk rocker." Heart-pounding, Rachel could see the fiery photo out of the corner of her eye. "What about this one?" Jenna thrust a photo near Rachel's face. "There's Fire Angel one on the tarmac with, like, 5 other air tankers." "I bet you can tell us what kind of planes those others are," Cole said encouragingly. "I took you to an air show in Cheyenne once and you named every plane. Remember?" Rachel did. But there was a roaring in her ears. And her mouth felt as if it had been stuffed with cotton. "I can't decide what to pick." Jenna spread photos across the table. On every surface. The edges pressed against Rachel's forearms. "Here's one you took on a run with Danny in the pilot's seat. How fast do you think you were flying?" Rachel shut her eyes and shook her head. "Stop. Please, just stop." Cole murmured something Rachel didn't catch. And then he was cradling her face in his hands, pressing gentle kisses to her eyes, her nose, her lips. "It's okay. Open your eyes, honey." Rachel kept them shut tight. "It's not okay. It's so far from being okay that I don't know whether to laugh or cry." Jenna took the pictures away. "Rach. Open your eyes. Look at me." She obeyed. There was Cole's dear face. He pressed a glass into her hands. The roaring receded. "I was hoping for something stronger than water." She drank the glass dry. "All of it. And no, I don't want to talk about what just happened." Why would Rachel Quinlan want to talk about her compartmentalized feelings created by a recent crash? He took her glass and filled it again. returning to sit close, to reassure her with gentle caresses. You're having episodes I might classify as PTSD. Temporary. People who suffer car accidents battle the same fears. Most get back behind the wheel. I can get back in the pilot's seat. Heat sked. You've done your research. Then perhaps you know recovery takes self-awareness and time. You know I don't have time. I can swallow my fears and do this for my family. He laid his hands over hers. This is a sign, Rach. Like that kiss today. And you want to ignore both. She stood, almost without a wobble. They weren't signs. Yours especially. Signs don't lead you to dead ends. Cole raised his brows. Dead ends? Think about your word choice, honey. Think about which signs presented today can do mortal damage. Your fear of flying or your fear of loving me. Rachel escaped to her room, closed and locked the door. She knew what Pop and Danny would do if they were in her shoes. They'd laugh in fear's face. But in a standoff involving love, Rachel could do nothing but stay the course. Rachel thought a relationship with Cole was a dead end. A lesser man might have packed up and left. Cole was camped out on Rachel's bedroom floor, waiting for Rachel's nightmares to commence. They'd had more intimate discussions on her bed than they'd had in all the years they'd known each other. But midnight came and went without so much as a whimper from Rachel. Maybe he shouldn't have been surprised. Jenna had told him Rachel had nightmares when she was tired and she'd had almost a week of rest. Cole. It seemed like he'd just fallen asleep when Rachel said his name. What's wrong? Another nightmare? He scrambled up onto her bed. No, I rolled over and you weren't holding me. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't need her to ask. He brought her into the circle of his arms. I was thinking. Me, too. She pressed her fingers to his lips. I should have told you earlier how much I appreciate all your help and care. I should have told you that I love you and I always have. Cole drew her closer and kissed her palm. I love you, too. But. No buts. But, we can't be together because you're leaving for medical school. A long-distance relationship should be the last thing on your mind. And yet that's exactly what I'll have with my daughter. He blew out a relieved breath and then made a bad joke. I thought you were going to say because we can't find common ground about your flight tomorrow. That, too. Her laugh sounded forced. I'm kidding about the flight. I'm not kidding about being convinced that you shouldn't do it. He tangled his fingers in her long, silky hair. Why is a long-distance relationship out? You're a pilot. Where are you going to school? The Bahamas? Rachel sked. You don't want to be saddled with a daughter and a girlfriend, plus Matt and Pop. Whatever direction my flying business takes, I have to make some changes in how I watch out for my family. I'm proud of you, honey. But you'd be prouder if I crossed the S2 off my list of possibilities. Only if you want to fly tomorrow. Everyone in this house sounds like a broken record. It's a sign, Cole deadpanned. Honestly, when will a piece of logic be a sign for you? It's like the right pair of shoes. I'll know them when I see them. They settled into a comfortable silence. I wish I could chase all your fears away. Cole pressed a light kiss to her forehead. I've been thinking about you and me and Missy. You loved her, Rachel said simply. But I don't think I would have stayed in love with her, Cole voiced what he'd been thinking all day. She was what I wanted when I was a teenager, but we had nothing in common. Or at least, not near as much in common as you and me. We've both continued to spread our wings and thumb our noses at death with jobs that aren't safe. I can't imagine life without you. And what if you're wrong, Rachel said in a small voice. What if what you feel for me fades, just like the love you had for Missy? What would that do to Jenna? Cole searched his heart, but he knew the truth. She was his soulmate. Do you know what I love about you? She shook her head. I love that you won't back down from your fears. You're still rattled by the crash, but I know you'll rediscover your love of flying. Nothing makes you happier than to be free, like Jenna and Shadow. You and Jenna told me you miss my smile. Well, I miss your laughter. I hear the rhythm of your chuckle in Matt's. I'm in awe of what you've been juggling here, a pilot, a mechanic, the needs of a family. You're a lot like your father. He's got a big heart and a stubborn streak to match yours. I love all of you. Your obstinance. Your independence. Your big heart. I only wish you kept room for me in it. I'm touched, Rachel said in a soft voice. I was just going to say that I've loved you forever. Can't top your speech. I'd settle for a kiss. Behave. She nudged him with her shoulder. But I don't want to be the one you look at 30 years from now and wonder why you chose me instead of becoming a doctor. No matter what happens tomorrow or when you leave us, you know that we'll always have love to bind us, love and memories of Eden. We just won't have each other. Not in real life. Cole tucked her closer while he still could. Rachel drifted off right away. But sleep didn't come easy for Cole. He worked through the problem of a relationship with Rachel. Long distance was out. He wanted to be near Rachel and Jenna and Matt. But the medical school application process was long and drawn out. If he bailed on Antigua, he'd have to find a school with the right financing options, apply, and hope his application went through. He wasn't willing to give up on his dream of becoming a doctor. Where did that leave them? He worried the problem through the night, stroking Rachel's hair, pressing soft kisses to her crown, and hoping he hadn't backed his heart into a corner he couldn't get out of. Chapter 15. Would you read to me? Matt asked on Saturday morning, pushing a kitchen chair next to Cole's seat and climbing carefully into it. He thrust a dog-eared book in Cole's direction. Is this a homework assignment? Cole asked, half listening for the sound of an approaching airplane. Matt scoffed. I don't do homework on a Saturday. Across the kitchen table, Jenna rolled her eyes. Oh, my gosh, I got over that book when I was 4, Matt. Matt thrust out his bottom lip. I like it. It's Aunt Rachel's favorite book. She knows it by heart and so do I. Cole peeked at the title, The Sky Tower. There was a castle on the front, set against a bright blue background. With wide puppy dog eyes, Matt shoved it at Cole again. Please. Who could resist that look? Not Cole. With a sigh, Cole took the book, opening the frayed, worn cover to the title page, where someone had scribbled a name in crayon. Cole expected to see Jenna's or Matt's name. But the messy scrawl started with a big pink R. Curious, Cole flipped to the first page and began reading aloud. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess. And the princess had a younger sister, also a princess. Cole spared a glance at Matt. Are you sure you want me to read you this book? It's good. Matt defended his choice. Okay. Cole turned the page. The younger princess knew she'd never be the queen. She didn't let it bother her. The younger princess wanted to be a knight in shining armor. Her sister's knight. Cole turned another page. But to be a knight, she had to be brave. He tapped the page. She's fighting a dragon. I know, Matt said. Get to the good part. Cole thought that was the good part. And she had to be quick. The illustration showed the young princess running a race. Cole turned the page. And she had to be wise. The princess sat at a desk with books stacked to the ceiling of the castle turret. Cole glanced at Matt. Is the good part coming? He nodded. And while the younger princess studied to be a knight, her older sister was crowned queen. Matt yawned, a sure indication that this wasn't the good part. And when she became queen, an evil witch with a magic black hat came for a visit. She gave the queen a choice. I have heard that your sister is strong and brave and wise. I will kill everyone in the kingdom unless you agree to let me lock your sister away in the Sky Tower. Cole paused to check in on Matt. Is this the good part? He nodded. The queen agreed to sacrifice her sister. And Alakazam. The younger sister found herself locked in the sky tower with a bowl of stew and a bed covered with the finest sheets. She stared out the window and wondered how she was going to become a knight and protect her sister from the sky tower. A large black eagle flew through the window, circling the chamber and eyeing the princess and her dinner. It saw the princess and flew away. Cole turned the page, silently agreeing that it was the good part of the book. The princess knew what she had to do to escape. She had to be brave. She had to be quick. And she had to be wise. He turned another page. This is the best part ever, Matt said. Jenna rolled her eyes again. The princess hung a sheet out the window and set her dinner plate on the sill. And when the large eagle returned, she tied the sheet around his feet and hung onto the ends. Cole turned the page. The eagle flapped its wings and flew away with the princess clinging to the sheet. She doesn't die, Matt reassured him. I'll have to turn the page to find out for myself. And Cole did just that. The big black eagle flew back to the palace and landed in front of the queen. The eagle turned into the witch and spun to kill the tiny princess. Cole turned another page. But the princess was brave and quick and wise. She took the witch's magic hat and threw it in the fire. The witch ran away, never to be heard from again. And the queen thanked her sister for saving the kingdom by making her a knight. The only way it would have been better would have been if there was blood, Matt said. Cole studied the cover. The younger sister really carried the kingdom on her shoulders, didn't she? There wasn't a cloud in the sky on Saturday morning. Visibility went on for miles and miles. It was a beautiful day for flying. And Rachel couldn't bring herself to eat a thing. She dressed and walked across her bedroom without the stumbling she'd suffered just a few days ago. Most of the cuts on her face had healed. She still had a nasty bump on her forehead and she couldn't draw a deep breath, but at least she came close to looking like a confident flyer. She stared at herself in the bathroom mirror and thought, "You're ready to fly." But she didn't believe it, and neither did her reflection. Pitiful. Someone knocked on her bedroom door. "Hop to it, Rachel. He'll be here soon," Pop called. "Pull yourself together." She'd faced fears plenty in her lifetime. The high dive. Cole's motorcycle. Identifying Missy's body. Standing up to her mother when she'd raised that frying pan over Missy's head. Rachel worked her hair into a quick braid that was crooked in places and loose in others. She put on the cheap mirrored sunglasses she'd purchased at Marnie's when Cole had taken her to the doctor in town. Immediately she felt better, more capable. More like it. But then she opened her bedroom door a little too quickly and had to grab the door frame for support. More like idiot. Jenna didn't look up as she buttered her toast, and Cole glowered from the kitchen table. But he didn't speak. Matt ran over to Rachel and hugged her. "We're getting a new plane, Aunt Rachel. Aren't you happy?" An engine rumbled in the distance. Rachel had trouble filling her lungs with air. The last time she'd flown. "Don't go there. Don't dawdle. Let's get out to the hangar," Pop said, already walking toward the mudroom and the back door. "I can't wait to see what this beauty can do." Hesitating, Rachel finally understood. She'd been pokey getting ready in the hopes she wouldn't have to fly, but no one was going to stop her. That was the price of the adult independence and responsibility she'd been touting. If you vowed to do something that scared you, eventually people just let you do it. Her palms began to sweat. By the time Rachel got out to the hangar, the S2 had done a flyby and was lining up for a final approach on the runway. It was smaller and more agile than the privateer. With its bright red color and angular belly, it seemed flashier, too. It was just what they were looking for to keep the fire angels in business. Rachel disliked it on sight. The pilot taxied up to the hangar and powered down the engines. Then the salesman climbed out of the cockpit and introduced himself. He was just like any other salesman Rachel had ever met, middle-aged with a sagging middle. Even the gaudy, large gold rings on his fingers were predictable. Mark Tuttle, Flying Machines. He shook Pop's hand and then Rachel's as they introduced themselves. Well, what do you think? It's a beaut. Pop fairly crowed with enthusiasm. Rachel wanted to tell her dad to slow down. I'd like to see the engines. She could tell a lot about a plane from the look of the engines. Eager to please, Mark had the engine bays open in a flash. Holding onto Pop's shoulder for balance, Rachel stared up into the underbelly of one engine. It was impeccably clean, except for a thin trickle of oil coming out of one piston. That happened sometimes when fresh oil was put in. Looks great. Pop praised the engine, even though Rachel was pretty sure he couldn't see a thing. Let's see the other one. Rachel cast a glance back at the house. No one stood on the porch. She couldn't tell if anyone was looking out the windows. After checking the other engine and seeing nothing amiss, Rachel frowned. She'd been expecting a sign. None was appearing. Could you start them up? Once again, Mark jumped to the task while Rachel and Pop stepped back. Rachel held onto Pop's shoulder, closing her eyes and listening to the engine as the propellers began to move. She heard exactly what she didn't want to hear, a healthy rhythm. What do you think? Pop yelled over the engines. Rachel scrunched her eyes closed tighter. It was too good to be true. It had to be. The price was too low. And there was that bit of oil. It could just be lubrication overflow after the engine had been serviced. Only, the engine pinged. Rachel cocked her head to one side. Did you hear that? Rachel opened her eyes and yelled in Pop's ear. Did you hear that pinging noise? Rachel clarified, louder this time. What noise? Pop listened hard. Can't hear a thing but the sweet sound of a fine-tuned machine humming. Waving at Mark until she got his attention, Rachel made a cutting noise with her hand across her neck. Immediately, the engines quieted. There's something wrong with the number one engine, Pop, Rachel said, pointing to the engine with the oil leak. I didn't hear a thing. But Pop leaned closer to Rachel and lowered his voice as Mark got out of the plane. It doesn't matter if the engine needs some work. You know how to fix it. You can make this beauty really fly. But she didn't want to fly the S2. Heck, she didn't want to fly anything. We need a plane to make a living, Rachel, Pop said, warning in his voice. Rachel swallowed. It was true. Who's going to take her up? Mark gave them a trust me smile that had probably sold any number of items, from nuts to Xerox machines. Rachel's our number one pilot. Pop practically swelled with pride. She's a crack mechanic, too. I've heard that about her, Mark said, his smile as trustworthy as a used car. Rachel glanced back at the house. Still no sign of Jenna or Cole. She did not want to get into that plane, which was ridiculous, because Mark had flown it here, so it must be safe. Still. It has a ping in the number one engine, Rachel blurted, feeling foolish. She wanted Mark to admit the plane had a flaw. Really? Dutifully, Mark glanced at the engine in question. It ran like a dream coming out from Boise. Why don't we take it up and see how you like it from the pilot's seat? Rachel dug in her imaginary heels. Every instinct screamed at her not to get on that plane, to return to the house and hug those kids tight, reassuring them that she wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. Not until she was 100% physically and emotionally. And maybe if she could accept that, she could pursue a relationship with Cole. And yes, all this seemed like pie-in-the-sky dreams. Rachel, Pop peered into her face. This is no time for wool gathering. Give us a minute, Mark. Pop led Rachel away from the plane and lowered his voice. There are two kinds of pilots in this world, those who fly and those who've flown. You get right back in the saddle after something like that happens or you give it up, savvy? Rachel blinked back tears and sniffed her suddenly stinging nose. She was going to have to fly. The family was depending on her. Pop looked away. You've never been a coward and I've never had to force you to do anything, Rachel. You've always known what to do, what was right and what needed to be done. He scratched the back of his neck. I can't help you with the business anymore, I know that. But I can give you advice. Pop met her tear-filled gaze. You've always loved to fly. You've always loved the freedom of it. If you give it up, what will you give up that you love next? Cole. Although technically, she'd already given him up. Or perhaps she'd never really had him in the first place. There had only been that one kiss. A door banged behind them. Rachel turned and saw that Cole and Jenna had come outside. They leaned against opposite sides of the porch. Matt came out to join them. But no one came out to rescue her, to try to talk her out of flying. If Rachel was looking for a sign that she could keep her feet on the ground, none was forthcoming. But Pop was right. She'd loved the untethered feeling flying gave her, but flying wasn't about her feelings anymore. Flying was about mortgages, and debt, and braces, and college. It was about obligation and sacrifice, everything Missy had died to escape. Will you turn to waitressing? Working at Marnie's? Pop drew Rachel's attention back to him. The drab kind of life ain't for flyers like you and me. Pop shook his head. We live large, Rachel. We take our lumps and we don't complain. That's what it means to be a Quinlan. Rachel stared at her father's tanned face, stared at the lines he'd earned through loving a wife who was mentally ill, and the faded brown eyes that had seen too much heartbreak, abandonment, and death. Yet, he smiled at her now, encouraging her to follow his lead, Missy's lead, the Quinlan way. Soldier on until you couldn't anymore. Until age or Moe's curve brought an end to things. Rachel stared at the S2, hoping it wasn't her proverbial Moe's curve. Breathing was once more a struggle. You don't have to pretend the crash didn't scare you, Pop continued. It would have scared anybody. But you're stronger than the fear, and I'm proud of you for it. And then he slapped Rachel on the back just hard enough to make her head wobble and the world swivel. Let's show this guy what Quinlans are made of. She's gonna do it, Jenna said, watching Aunt Rachel walk slowly to the plane. This is it. Aunt Rachel was going to die for sure. It's a cool plane, Matt said, swinging his legs over the edge of the porch. Bite me. Jenna held back the words because her father was sitting with them. She stared at Cole. Aren't you going to do something? Isn't that what dads did? Save the world? Protect their loved ones? Cole didn't move. I can't stop her. It's her decision. Someday you'll understand that. But, stopping stuff is what dads do. They save the world. Or their little corner of it. That sounded sappy and now Cole was looking at Jenna funny. Don't you want Aunt Rachel to get a new plane? Matt asked. We've got to have a plane. Quinlans are flyers. Shut up, Matt. Jenna spun to face the only adult on the porch. Only you can stop her. And do you know why? Because you used to do stuff together and smile. You used to love each other. Maybe you still do. Jenna raised her voice and pointed toward the plane. But she's scared and Pop doesn't understand. Who are you going to love if she makes a mistake and dies? Jenna, don't talk like that. You're scaring Matt, Cole said, but he was staring at the plane. Why not? Rachel crashed before, didn't she? Jenna jumped when the engine started. Your Aunt Rachel knows how to fly a plane. But Cole chewed on his lip when he was done saying it. Yeah, Matt wiped at his nose. Aunt Rachel is a great pilot. The best in the whole world. Anything could go wrong. Jenna spoke louder to be heard above the engines. Did you know that if a bird flies into the engine it could stall? Do you know what that means? Jenna leaned over Matt. She could be killed by a stupid bird. Matt started to cry, and Jenna didn't even feel sorry for him because she was crying, too. But what good would crying do? Cole wasn't doing anything to stop Aunt Rachel. The plane turned around and taxied toward the runway just as Shadow stuck his head around the corner of the hangar to see what all the commotion was about. The controls on the S2 were very similar to the Privateer's, but the view from the cockpit was different because the S2 had hardly any nose. And instead of Danny beside Rachel making jokes about fate and death, Mark the salesman sat in the co-pilot seat. What's it feel like? Pop demanded over the hum of the engines. Like a smaller plane. Like a plane Rachel didn't want to fly. She wiped her palms on her jeans. Mark droned on about how efficient the S2 was. As the end of the runway came closer, Rachel realized her head hurt. There was pressure behind her eyes, tunneling her vision. She wanted to assume it was panic rather than something worse, like a death-inducing brain aneurysm. She'd certainly put enough pressure on her head these past 2 weeks for it to give out. There's a sign Dr. Hudson would heed. Mark continued to point out the S2's features, and Rachel powered up the plane's engines. She couldn't see the house, standing as it was behind the hangar, so she couldn't see Jenna, Matt, or Cole, couldn't wave goodbye, and pretend her heart wasn't breaking as she left them. Ping. Do you hear that? Rachel asked. That pinging noise. No, her father said too quickly. Mark paused in his sales pitch long enough to listen to the engine. Rachel varied the throttle to see where the out-of-place sound was happening. Ping. The high end, she decided. Where the most stress was placed on an engine. Lovely. A hand squeezed her shoulder. Pops. Come on, girl. Let's see what she can do. Rachel moved the S2 forward, gaining speed. So it had pinged? It was only a small sound, after all. Many engines had them. Her stomach clenched and her palms were clammy. They were nearing the midpoint of the runway now. The plane was starting to strain upward, as if it wanted to launch itself into all that blue sky. Rachel started to pull back on the throttle and the nose responded, lifting skyward. Ping ping. Did you hear that? Rachel leaned toward Mark. No, he yelled, smiling. Cole, Dad, what are you doing? Jenna stood on the porch and shouted at her father. He'd hopped the fence, grabbed a handful of Shadow's mane, and swung onto his back. Shadow pranced sideways. Dad patted him on the neck. I know you prefer Jenna, buddy, but right now you and I have to give Rachel a sign. He squeezed his legs around Shadow and kicked him into a gallop toward the runway. Hey! Jenna watched them race off, her heart in her throat because her dad was the bestest dad ever. Matt tugged on her arm. What is happening? Fear or adrenaline, or both, pressed in on Rachel, making it hard to see, hard to breathe. 1/3 down the runway. Go or no-go was fast approaching. Her fingers flexed on the controls as her brain reminded her that she was running out of room. Go or no-go? What's it going to be, Rachel? Indecision kills. I don't want to die. The kids needed her. Pop needed her. Maybe even Cole needed her. A dark blur raced past to her left. It was Shadow and Cole? No one else but Jenna had ever ridden that horse. No one. If she'd been looking for a sign, one had just been delivered. Rachel powered down, the momentum throwing her upper body against the safety harness, sending shards of pain through her ribs. She struggled to fill her lungs with enough air to bark at Mark, I need a minute. Or maybe the rest of her life. 16. Rachel opened the plane's door and ran down the steps to fall into Cole's arms and kiss him. When she came up for air, she stared up at him seeing all the joy and love she was feeling reflected in his eyes. Oh Cole. You are my sign. Why didn't she see it all along? Rachel Quinlan. Cole dropped down on one knee and shouted about the roar of the S2's engines. You are brave and quick and kind and wise. Those were the words from her beloved children's book. But you don't have to slay witches and dragons all alone. I love you and I want to be your knight in shining armor. Marry me. Come with me to Antigua. We'll figure things out when we get there. Shadow had galloped off to the forest, but he was replaced on the runway by Jenna, Matt, and Pop. I love you and I want to be with you, Cole. You know I do, but, she looked at her family and the ranch that Pop had bought so long ago. The place she and Missy had grown up in, survived in, supported each other in. I want you all to come, Cole said, getting to his feet. He gathered her family into a group hug. Because that's what families do. They roll with the punches. They stick together. They throw evil witches' hats into the fire. What's happening? Pop demanded. There was no ping. And even if there was a ping, you could have fixed it. Did Shadow really catch up to Aunt Rachel's plane? Matt asked. He's fast. Can I ride him someday? When you're 10, Jenna promised. Unless he can't come with us to wherever we're going? Dang it. Matt stomped his foot. Are we flying a plane today or not? Pop tossed his hands. We're not, Rachel said, glancing up at Mark and apologizing. I'm tired, Pop. It's too soon after the accident. Physically, I'm a wreck. And mentally, tears threatened to spill, but she blinked rapidly to stop them. I'm not ready to fly again just yet. Jenna flung her arms around Rachel. Cole wrapped them both in his embrace. But, Rachel wiggled free. I know I'll fly again someday. She felt it deep in her bones. Oh, and Mark. She caught the salesman's eye. There's a ping in one of the engines. Best check it out before it turns into something more serious. Come along to the house and let this man get on with his business, Pop said. Since he won't be having none of ours. Cole swung Matt onto his hip and rested his other arm over Rachel's shoulders. Jenna tucked herself under Rachel's arm and hooked her hand through the crook of Pop's. Together, they walked off the runway. When they reached the porch, they waved as Mark took off in the S2. Rachel laid a hand on his arm. I'm going to marry Cole. We're going to sell the ranch and move to Antigua. All of us. Well, I'll be darned. Pop hugged her. You finally found something worth chasing after. I think I've been chasing after Cole for years. Rachel wasn't ready to admit it, but she might just have chosen to fly fire tankers on the off chance they'd meet again. Why are we moving to Antiques? Matt asked. Do they have school there? Will I know anybody? Can I bring Shadow? For the first time, Jenna looked torn. There's a lot that we don't know yet, Rachel hedged. As I recall, most livestock certified by a veterinarian can be transported to the Bahamas. Pop looked pleased with himself. That's what decades of running air freight will do for you. Fills your head with knowledge you don't often get a chance to use. Boom, Rachel murmured. So he can go? Jenna flung her arms around Pop. Might have to be quarantined. Pop patted Jenna's back. But he should be good to go as long as he'll get in the plane. That's a problem for future me, Rachel said, leaning against Cole, refusing to let minor details dampen her happiness. I know I proposed to Rachel, but I want to propose to Jenna and Matt. Cole got down on one knee again. He reached for each of their hands. When I marry Rachel, I'll become her husband. But I'd also like to be your dad. Both of yours. Jenna started to cry. Matt jumped up and down. Cookies for everyone. We'll have to get Lyle's permission, Rachel told Cole when he was back on his feet. Can't I get an attaboy before we get lost in the logistics? Rachel kissed his cheek. Attaboy. Later, when Rachel and Cole sat talking in front of the living room fireplace instead of in her bed, having made list after list of things that would need to be done in the next 2 weeks, Cole kissed Rachel's hand. We need to add wedding ring shopping on that list. And a trip to Silver Bend to tell your parents, she said. And introduce you to my friends. He grinned. Spider. She laughed. She'd been laughing a lot since they'd become engaged. Can't wait to meet the man going by that nickname. She laughed again. Do you know? I can't remember the last time you kissed me. Can we put a hold on that invitation for a minute? We need to talk about what happened today. Honey, you present yourself as if you can conquer anything. His fingers linked with hers. You have to talk to me about everything, honey. You have to tell me what's bothering you and what brings you joy. That's how great marriages last. That's how our marriage will last. Great marriages. Rachel glanced up at the ceiling. I felt alone in that plane today because I didn't have your support. I've been pushing you away and her gaze landed on his. You are the only thing besides flying that I've ever wanted. And you can have me. All of me. Rachel closed the distance between them, pressed her lips to his and kissed him the way she'd been wanting to since their first kiss, as if he were hers, as if he really loved her, now and forever. Epilogue. A few weeks later. Spider, Aiden. I'd like to make it to med school in one piece. Cole gripped the dashboard of his best friend's truck. Aiden grinned and slowed down as he approached the curve. It wouldn't be a return trip to Silver Bend without a couple last adrenaline rushes. If you start getting sentimental on me, Cole warned. He and his friends were returning from a day spent at a casino outside of Boise, one last hurrah for the close-knit team of men. They'd been lucky there'd been no snow this weekend, although the clear road was like an invitation for Aiden to speed.
Yeah.
Slow down, Aiden, or I might not make room in the budget for your favorite hotshot to join the team next summer, Jackson said from the seat behind Cole. He'd obtained special permission to add retired personnel, like Cole, during peak summer months, which was going to help Cole avoid being a drain on the Hudson Quinlan family coffers. Or spring break, Cole murmured, because the budget allowance covered that, too. And the first fire of the season usually occurred around the break between medical school terms. And my girls won't babysit your daughter when you and Becca go on date night, Logan said from behind Aiden. Aiden drove around the last corner before entering Silver Bend. The small town that came into view, front and center, the life-size plastic horse that sat in front of the painted pony bar and grill. There was a crowd milling about outside on the wooden porch, and a couple of SUVs were pulling into the gravel parking lot. Just like old times, Cole murmured, referring to their return to Silver Bend after fighting fires. Family and friends often gathered to welcome the men when they returned to town. Mostly, it was the family and friends of Cole's teammates that greeted them. But this time, it was Cole who was inundated with family. Dad. Dad. Jenna reached him first. Grandma and Grandpa gave me this necklace. They said it was Sally's. She held up the small heart locket on a thin gold chain for him to admire. And then she was hugging him, looking up to whisper, I told Grandma we'd put flowers at the old ranch to say
Goodbye
to Sally when we leave in January. She cried. Thanks, honey. Cole waved to his parents, who stood on the porch of the pony with Brian. They'd smiled more than he could remember since he'd returned to Silver Bend with his small family for this visit. Dad. Matt carried a football. Can we play catch later? Grandpa's been teaching me how to throw. Sure. Cole ruffled his son's hair. Lyle had agreed to the adoption of both kids and he and Rachel hoped to complete the paperwork by the end of the year. It didn't matter that Matt wasn't his biological son. He was the child of his heart. And then Rachel appeared before Cole. Her long dark hair ruffled in the November wind, flashing him a glimpse of the scar on her temple, a reminder of how close he'd come to losing everything he'd never known he needed. They'd had a simple ceremony last week in Eden, followed by a small reception for their Wyoming friends. This trip was to offer their Idaho friends a chance to get in on the revelry. Marriage suited Rachel. She was smiling and blushing and the need to fill his arms with her was strong enough to have Cole gently urging the kids aside. Only Jenna didn't budge. Dad? She stared up at him with those blue eyes that would always remind him of his sister and his first love. Do you think it would be okay to call Aunt Rachel Mom? Cole bent his knees until he and Jenna were at equal eye level. I think she'd like that, but we can't forget your mom. Maybe. I talked to Matt about it and he said yes. I was thinking I could call my first mom Mama Missy. Jenna rested her small hands on his shoulders and gave him a serious look. Because Aunt Rachel becoming Mama Rachel would be a mouthful to say all day long. We can talk about it tonight. But Cole was fairly certain Rachel would approve. And Mama Rachel would confuse any little brothers or sisters we add later. Jenna winked. Why do you bother asking me? Cole winked back and straightened. Shooing Jenna off. Rachel still stood, beaming at him, waiting her turn. Cole reached for her. You don't always have to be last. Come here, woman. He drew her close. The bravest, fastest, wisest woman in the kingdom deserves to be cherished. Did you miss me? During the long day you were gone? She chuckled and drew back, staring up into his eyes. Your mother threw me a bridal shower. According to one of the games, we're going to have 10 children. Well, if that's what you want. She playfully swatted his shoulder. Let's get you through medical school first. A few years later. Tropical Angels Scenic Tours. This is Jenna. How can I help you today? Jenna scribbled something on a notepad. For people is not a problem. Wednesday morning looks good. We're offering a special package this week for an additional $25 per person, which includes video of your trip and a photograph of your party. She scares me sometimes. Cole draped his arm over Rachel's shoulders and drew her out of the office. How do you think she's going to handle the move? Cole had graduated medical school and they were going to move back to the contiguous states. Boise, here they came. She's nearly 14 and she's boy crazy. Rachel ran a hand over her baby bump, which Cole took as an invitation to do the same. How do you think she's going to handle moving back to a snowy climate after living in a tropical paradise and spending every summer working? Jenna practically ran the air tour service Rachel had started when she regained her passion for and confidence in flying. We'll need to give her something to do, Cole said. Well, she can't check in patients at the for you. But she might enjoy answering the phone at Restoration Angels. Cole kissed Rachel's neck. She'd sold the business in Antigua and rented a hangar at the Boise airport where she planned to rebuild planes. You might find Jenna wants to run the office for you. That is, when she's not in school, not riding horses, not chasing boys. Maybe we should stay down here. Rachel sighed and gestured toward 2 hammocks on the back patio. Matt's happy. Pop's happy. They were watching a cricket game on a small television. Even Shadow is happy. The dark horse grazed in a pasture at the end of their yard, flanked by a goat and a small brown pony. We're happy. Cole grinned. Rachel framed his face with her hands. Have I told you lately how much I love your smile, Dr. Hudson? Have I told you lately how much I love everything about you, Pilot Hudson? Dear reader. When I started writing the Mountain Firefighter series, I thought I had everything figured out, including book 4, Cole's book. But I didn't figure on Cole telling me, yes, characters do talk to their authors, that he was more than a firefighter. In fact, he was convinced that he wanted to be a doctor. Readers of the previous books in the series know that this flew in the face of another hotshot character, Document. But Cole is as stubborn as Rachel, so I made adjustments, mainly that Cole had been going to college for years without sharing his dream with his firefighting friends. Because if he had, his hotshot moniker would have been Doc, not Chainsaw.